Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I'll be chairing this meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board members, Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Taya Nguyen,
Mr. Chairman.
Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Lynn Reuter Huber, and our Board Executive Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation, whether in person or on Zoom. If you're called to speak, please state your name and spell it, and then wait to be sworn in. After swearing in, each time you testify, please state your name. To an appearance, indicate the property address on the Zoom webinar. Speak with a staff member. Call the ZBA office by close of business tomorrow. Please call 215-686-2429. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand when directed to speak. When we call on you, please click the Join as a Panelist button. Use the Q&A only for procedural questions, not cases itself. If you are joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. In-person participation. If testifying, get close to the microphone so that all attendees and the court stenographer can hear you. No talking, eating, or drinking during the hearings. Aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. In any emergency, follow the instructions given by the staff. The main exit is the double doors at the rear. The nearest stairwell is to the left. In case of an evacuation, go to Love Park and please remain there so we can account for you. So let's look at our schedule for this morning. Number 1, MI 2025-004-587, 4513-15 Taclowana Street. That case is continued until 1/20/26 at 9:30 a.m. Number 2, MI 2025-004-799, 2425 West Norris Street. We have no exhibits. This is the third listing.
Good morning, Chair. This is Doreen, and I will be co-hosting this morning session. And I don't see any hands.
So MI 2025-004-799, 2425 West Norris Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, I vote to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Brian McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
Number 8, MI 2025-006-997, 3201 Potter Street. That case has been withdrawn. Number 9, MI 2025-007-011, 3445 Melville Street. No exhibits, second listing.
I see no hands, Chair.
MI 2025-007-011, 3445 Melvin Street. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Brian McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is to dismiss.
Number 10, MI 2025-007-014-133 Martinez Street. No exhibits, second listing. Marita Street.
No hands, Chair.
So number 10, MI 2025-007-014-133 Marita Street. That case has been dismissed. I vote to dismiss.
Michael Johns, my vote is to dismiss.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is to dismiss.
Janetta Graham, my vote is to dismiss.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is to dismiss.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is to dismiss.
Number 11, MI 2025-007, 385-1304 West Huntington Street. The case is continued until 1/20/27 at 9:30 a.m.
1/20/26
Seven,
at
I said, right?
9:30.
1/20/27. Okay.
27, yeah.
Oh, you're okay. Number 12, MI 2026-001, 685. This case is continued. Attorney moving party?
Correct.
Attorney moving party. And number 13, MI 2026-001, 738-2326 Emerald Street. This case is continued until 1/20/27 at 9:30 a.m. Number 17, MI 2026-002-151-2700 West Oxford Street. This is the first listing. We have no exhibits. Leroy Brown is the listed owner.
Oh, a hand was up by Jennifer Bazillo, but it has went down and there are no more hands.
So number 17, MI 2026-002-151-2700 West Oxford Street. Case is continued until 1/20/27 at 9:30 a.m.
Mr. Chairman,
Mark must be heard. Okay, thank you. And 19. MI 2026-002-188-1302 West Huntington Street. This case is continued until 1/20/27 at 9:30. Are there any other requests for continuances?
Yes, Chair, there's a hand up by Jennifer Bazillo. She will be allowed to speak.
Hi, Chairman. This is Jennifer Bazidlo.
Good morning, counsel. Could you please state your name again and spell it for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Jennifer Bazidlo. B is in boy, A is in apple, Z is in zebra, Y, D is in David, L is in Larry, O is in Oscar.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
What case is yours?
2324 Tasker Street.
Okay. 6.
And I'll just say
Well,
that.
Once you 1 minute, my page
Okay.
is sticking together here.
No problem. I'll wait. I didn't know if you wanted me to keep talking or wait.
So number 6, go ahead.
So I believe this might be the second continuance, but it's the first listing after we were able to have the community meeting. There is definitely a split vote, and no one from the block showed up. We are working on reaching out to the neighbors on the block to talk to them about the project and the support. And so we just would like a little more time to have a little more community outreach on the block itself.
All right, so MI 2025-006-631-2324 Tasker Street. That case is continued until 1/20/26 at 9:30, 9:30 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any other requests?
Yes, Chair, there's a hand up by Jasu Garcia. They will be allowed to speak.
Sure.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
My name is Josue Garcia, spelled J as in Jack, O-S as in Sam, U-E as in Edward, Garcia, G-A-R-C-I-A.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
What case is yours?
This is case MI 2025.
What's location? What's your location?
Location is 1304 West Hunting Park Avenue and 1302 West Hunting Park Avenue.
I continued those, didn't I? Both cases have been continued, sir.
Okay, great. And the continuation, it means that there's another court date and we'll log on again at that point.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other requests
Okay.
for continuance?
There are no more hands.
All right, so I'm going to go to our add-on list. Number one, MI 2026 002 973 4723 Sheldon Street. At the request of the parties, the vote in this matter has been rescheduled until Wednesday, September 2nd at 9:30 a.m. Number two, MI 2026 002 975 473 Sheldon Street. At the request of the parties, the vote in this matter has been rescheduled until Wednesday, September 2nd at 9:30 a.m. Number three, MI 2025 004 680 5830 Whitby Avenue. The board is reopening the record in this matter in order to conduct a resumptive hearing to discuss the revised plans that the applicant wished to supplement for consideration. This will be scheduled for October 6th at 9:30 a.m. Is that right?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Number four, MI 2025 003 858 510 to 28 South A Street. I vote yes with amended refusal dated 5/13/26.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, I, Cheryl Gaston, certify that I watched the video recording of the July 28th, 2026 hearing in this matter, and I vote yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
I have to certify, right? You gotta find the date. Wait, I win and I.
At the top.
All right, my name is Taya Nguyen and I certify that I watched the video recording of the May 19th, 2026 hearing in this matter, and my vote is yes. Oh, with proviso. Yes, with proviso.
All right. Number five, MI 2026 000 2772 118 Hillcrest Avenue. The board is reopening this matter, reopening the record in this matter in order to take evidence regarding whether the appellant still has standing to bring this appeal. Once determined, okay, that's right. All right. We will do this on 10/6 at 9:30 a.m. Number six, MI 2025 004 134 3813 Folsom Street. I vote yes. Proviso, revised plans, one page, stamped by ZBA, August 26, 2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
I, Ryan McAdams, certify that I watched the video recording of the August 18th, 2026 hearing in this matter, and my vote is yes with proviso.
See here. I'm trying to get the end of this one here. What page is it? Yeah, I got this here, right? Where's it end?
Page, Chairman, page 14.
Okay, all right, so MI 2025 005 993 6100 Wissahickon Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Revised plans, 2 pages, stamped by ZBA on August 26, 2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
I, excuse me, Ryan McAdams certify that I watched the video recording on the August 18th, 2026 hearing in this matter, and my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 8, MI 2025-007-735, 2313 North 11th Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Janetta Graham, my vote is no.
I, Ryan McAdams, certify that I watched the video recording of the August 18th, 2026 hearing in this matter, and my vote is no.
Number 10, no, number 9. Oh, here we go. Okay. Number 9, MI 2026-000-480, 3251 Fox Street. The vote in this matter has been rescheduled to Wednesday, September 2nd, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. Number 10, MI 2026-001-686, 6701 Charles Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Number 11, MI 2025-006-256, 7175 Oakons Avenue. I vote yes with proviso. Use limited to 7175 Oakons Avenue, Suite C, and temporary variance that will expire 9/27/30.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Janetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Okay,
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
we're going to go to our regular list.
Pardon the interruption, Chair. This is Ian Haggerty. I just wanted to note that there are no more cases for which we need an interpreter, so interpreters are dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Number 15. We need to call this one, am I correct?
Correct.
MI 2026-001, 793, 5123 West Gerard Avenue. Melita Ford is the listed owner.
Lita Ford. She's in the audience and I'm going to promote her now.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Melita Ford, Malita. Last name Ford, F is in frog, R is in Rima, O is in Oscar, D is in dog.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
So I don't believe we have all of your documents, and I'll have our attorney here mention that to you real quick.
Yes,
Okay.
hi, Ms. Ford.
Hello.
Lynn Rydell, Huber Board Counsel. We're missing your proof of mailing. Do you have that?
That's the only thing. So I was trying to reach out to someone because we had a few continuances just because of the storms and stuff, and that was misplaced. That's the only thing I didn't have. I was trying to see last night because we had a last minute meeting. Our community center flooded. So see if I could get some of the people that was there to say that they did get their notice, but I wasn't able to.
Okay, we can't go forward without that proof, so this is going to have to be continued.
Okay.
All right, so this case is going to be continued until 1/20/27 at 9:30 a.m.
Okay. Can I just ask one question? If I can't find that, would it be okay to, how would I get that back? Because it was just a paper I misplaced.
You can call the office for guidance on that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Number 18, let's see here. Mm-hmm. 18. MI 2026-002-157, 838 Howard Street. And Bing Lin is the owner applicant.
And Bing Lin has been promoted.
Hi, it's
Good
MB.
good morning. Good morning.
morning.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
M. Bin Lin. My first name EMBING, last name LIN.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Our vice chair has just a few questions for you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good morning. Have
Good
you
morning.
submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
Okay. And you are here because you're trying to legalize a two-family household living?
yes,
Okay. And you understand that your refusal was that that two-family household living is prohibited in your RSA 5 district?
yes, I
Understand that's why
understand.
you've been refused, right?
Right.
Okay. All right. So we have your documents. So you want to just begin to tell us what you're trying to do?
Okay, so request to formally recognize the existing property as a duplex. This was a bill in 1979 as
All
a,
right, so, sir, why don't you do this? Why don't you turn your computer on so all your documents will be in front of you, okay?
you want me to show the document?
Yeah,
Okay, you want me to present?
yes.
Okay, let me share. Okay, I see I can find my presentation.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? I'll come back to you in about a half hour, and then by then you can have all your things ready, okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Three. Number 3, MI 2025-006-451, 1108 Wesley High Avenue. Joseph Vaccaro is the attorney.
Joseph Vaccaro has been promoted to analyst.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Vaccaro. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Good morning. May it please the board, Joseph Vaccaro, VACCARO, attorney for Janet Reyes, the applicant.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Our
And
vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of your refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay, thank you very much. And while my screen is coming up, I'd also like the record to reflect that Janet Reyes, my client, is sitting to my right in the same room as I am. And we also have two individuals that are in on the Zoom, Mr. Williams and Mrs. Williams, who's an immediate neighbor at 1110 West Lehigh, and Mr. Wayne, who's a neighbor behind at 1109 Oakdale.
Thank you, Mr. Vaccaro. Why don't you proceed?
Thank you. So if I could start with my exhibits, as indicated in the application, this is an application to permit 4 units on the second and third floor, 2 units per floor, as well as an office on the first floor of this 3-story building located at 1108 West Lehigh Avenue. The reason that we're applying for this type of use for the building is that Janet is suffering from a severe disability. And that's why I added as the first 2 pages of the exhibit packet, Dr. Madeline's note, confirming that Janet is suffering from FHMC and AVM. So she's had a craniotomy. It's basically a deformation of the blood vessels in her cranium, in her head, that leads to her brain, which leads to seizures. And she also has a macroadenoma. It's basically a tumor on her pituitary gland. So she's incapable of work. And since she's incapable of work, she's hoping that this building with 4 residential units and the 1 commercial unit would be a source of income for her. She wants to be productive, a productive member of her family, of her community, and she does not want to rely on public welfare benefits. So that's why she's looking to proceed with this application, with this building configured as such. By way of additional background, Janet acquired the building on 9/28/15 from her sister, E.B. Reyes, tax clearance certificate. And I'm going to focus on the deed that E.B., her sister E.B., Janet's sister E.B., acquired the building 1 year prior in September of 2014 from a sheriff's sale. So that's the bottom paragraph of the deed. I believe that's page 3 or page 4. I can't make out the page number. So E.B. acquired the building from sheriff's sale. She transferred it to her sister Janet, who's currently applying for this variance. If I could move down to page 20, where the plans start. Now, Janet discovered that there was a problem with the zoning when she tried to install a fire alarm in the building, when the fire alarm company informed her that this building is not properly zoned as configured, with the 4 units and the office on the first floor. Obviously, there would be no use in the basement, no storage. It's just the heating units, which I'll show you in the exhibit packet. The plans show the red area, which is the first floor, all red. That's the office. We have 2 units indicated in purple and yellow. And then we have on the third floor, we have pink and green. And they're all color coordinated here. If I could zoom in, which shows the commercial space on the first floor would be 717 square feet. Second floor unit, the yellow one, is 331.4. The second unit rear, that's the purple, would be 366.4. The third unit in the front, the pink one, 366 and a third square feet. And the third floor in the rear is 339 and a half square feet in the back. If I could zoom out, zoom out a bit. Again, nobody would be living or using. It's to be used as storage only. It's an uninhabitable space, and nobody's even using it as storage. This photo shows, as soon as you get into the building from the outside, to the left, that's the door showing the office, staircase going up to the second floor units. Scrolling down, again, that's the door to the first floor unit, which is the office. I could zoom out a bit. And we have some views of the office. There is a little kitchenette area. And when I say kitchenette, there's just a counter, some cabinets with a sink. There is no stove in that unit. It's just a break room for the office workers. There's a restroom on the first floor, some additional office space in the back. The first apartment, apartment 1, and they're all coordinated with the plans: stove, kitchen area, refrigerator. This open door here is the restroom, and I'll show you that in a few moments. Here you go. And here's the restroom. I'm sorry, yep, here's the restroom. Second floor apartment, apartment number 2, again, on the second floor with the kitchen area. Bedroom. Now, this apartment is being occupied by Enrique Moran, who is Janet's uncle. Janet's uncle is the only individual that's occupying this building, and he's basically maintaining the building and keeping an eye on the building and securing the building because, as shown in the last page of my exhibit packet, my client, the building was the victim of a burglary sometime last year, and she doesn't want this building to be a magnet to any criminal activity or any intruders or unauthorized persons. So she's having her uncle live there to keep an eye on the place. So again, here's apartment 2. Then you have apartment 3. And apartment 4. With the exception of Uncle Enrique, this building has been vacant since the 11 years that it's been purchased, initially by her sister, Evie. Here's a view of the basement with the 3 heating units. And again, it's unoccupied, uninhabitable. We have an email of non-opposition from Council Member Jeffrey Young and 18 members of the community at a meeting which occurred on May 20th at the Hope Partnership for Education. They voted in favor of this application. And this was the 37th Ward RCO. I could zoom down to the notice that was sent out to the near neighbors with the proof of mailing, and I could skip that, and I could show you some additional photos of parking and the rear of the building. Here's the posting at the main entrance. Here's a view of the main entrance right next to the church. Another view of the posting. Here's a side view of the alley. The church has its alley, and this house in question has its alley, and they're separated by a gate. The electrical meters, and here's a view from the back. There typically is some concerns about parking, but there's ample parking on this block of West Lehigh Avenue. There are many empty lots, as I'll show you, ample parking. Here's another view. As you can see, many ample parking spaces, and as well as many empty lots across the street, as well as next to 1110, the neighboring property. This is the view from the house in question across the street, looking on the north side of Lehigh Avenue. This building's on the south side of Lehigh Avenue. Here's a view of the church right next to it with our building. And it's zoned as RM1. Here's the zoning map of the building. And there are many neighboring properties that have had multiple units approved. For example, 1101 West Lehigh, which is across the street, 7 family was approved. Oh, I'm sorry. I could catch my page again. And I could just identify the other neighboring properties that had such uses approved. Here we go. We had 1101, as I indicated, 7 units. We also have 1103, had multiple units approved also. 1107 had 3 units approved. 1109 is vacant. 1107 is also vacant. Trying to make out the address to this property here. 5 units.
I think we understand that there's several units in the area that are multiple family.
All right, and here's the complaint incident report about the burglary. As at this point, I'd also like to just show a quick video of the block.
And you're showing us for what reason, Joe? Because I mean, you showed us the block up and down one.
And it's just an additional view of the block as well as the building. If the board feels that it's unnecessary.
I think you've shown the block pretty well and also the building. So why don't you bring on your client and have the testimony adopted, Joe?
Yeah, come sit next to me, and while Janet prepares to sit next to me, she does have good communication and good relations with Pastor Darjan at the Roma Church, which is right next door. Yep, which is right next door.
Yeah.
He just wasn't able to participate in today's meeting.
All right, could you please state and spell your name for me?
Speak very loudly into the microphone, okay?
Hello, good morning. Yes, my name is Janet Reyes.
Say that again and a little louder if you can.
Yes, good morning. My name is Janet Reyes.
And could you spell that?
Yeah, sure. Reyes, it's R-E-Y-E-S.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Thank you. And can the board hear me?
Well, I can, Joe. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Janet, have you heard my presentation? Speak loudly.
Yes, yes.
And do you agree with it?
Say that again. Joe, why don't you get her a little closer to the mic for us, please?
You could hunch down. Don't worry. He doesn't need to see you, okay? Well, he needs to see you. Do you agree with my testimony?
Yes, I agree.
Is there any corrections that need to be made to my testimony?
No.
Okay. Would you adopt it as your own testimony if you were testifying yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions from the board or council?
Questions from the board?
Actually, Lynn Riedel-Huber, I don't know we could hear that yes, that last yes. I just want to make sure that's on the record.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, because we don't have floor plans, while we have images. Could you walk me through the layout of this building? I'm trying to understand how we went from a 6-bedroom, single-family home in 2001 to a 4-unit apartment building in 2026 without ever pulling any permits.
Well, all that Janet had done, while I find the appropriate page, excuse me, after this building was acquired, it was vacant, and all that Janet had done was just rehab it. It was already subdivided as we see. Let me find the exhibits again. I'll go to page.
So I guess to be clear, we're certifying that when it was acquired at the sheriff's sale in 2014, that it had already been subdivided into 4 units.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, Janet says yes.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. So we have, am I sharing this? No, I'm not.
No, you're not, Joe.
Okay, let me. What is this? Where's the button? Here we go. Okay, Ms. Nguyen, can you see the plans?
Yes.
Okay, so we have the first floor plans over here, indicated in pink, and my cursor's over that. So when you come into the building from the street, here are the steps, walking up, And I showed you the photographs with the open door to the left and the stairs going up.
Yep, okay.
Okay, so here's the commercial space, a restroom, that staff area with that kitchenette without the stove, and an inner office, which is where my cursor is. And here's that back door that I showed you when I showed you the back shot.
Okay, this actually answers my question. I don't need you
Okay.
to walk me through.
And it's on page 21 of the exhibit packet. if you
Okay,
want.
and then just to be clear, the commercial space is the only tenant that has access to that basement?
Let's confirm that with Janet. Is the commercial tenant the only one with access to the basement, or can anybody access the basement? Just you?
Yes.
Okay, so where do you access the basement from? The outside or the inside? From outside? Okay, so you access the basement from the outside where? In the front or in the back of the building? In the back.
So there's
So
a stairwell from the rear yard.
is it,
That's
is
the
it this?
only, that's currently the only access into the basement. Okay.
Okay. She said yes. Is it this little staircase over here on the upper right-hand corner of the basement where my cursor is? She said yes.
And then given this was done without permit, I understand it was this condition when you bought it and you just rehabbed it. Are you open to requirement for a CO? Sure.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Other questions?
Yep, can you tell me where the trash is going to be placed for, where the units are going to store their trash?
The trash is going to be held in the back, correct?
Yes, correct, yes.
In the back.
Okay, where in the back? Because you had, the picture that you showed us, it was open. It wasn't like enclosed.
Okay, let me go to that photograph. Let me scroll.
And of course, everybody will have access to get into the back, right?
Absolutely. They have to throw their trash out, of course. I mean, we're getting there. It's that area where the trash units are going to be, the trash containers are going to be put in. Okay.
Other questions?
Yes. It says here that a minimum of 425 square feet of lot area is required per dwelling unit. So can you walk me through how many square feet we have for each one of these units again, please?
Sure, gladly. Go up to. It's on page 21 of the packet.
Mm-hmm.
The commercial space on the first floor would be 717 square feet.
But that's not a dwelling unit.
Correct, correct. I
Okay.
was just going line by line here. You
Gotcha.
have the second floor unit, the yellow one, so that would be the second floor in the front,
Mm-hmm.
331.4. Second floor unit in the rear, that's the purple, right here.
Mm-hmm.
That would be 366.4. And then on the third floor, you have the front unit, which is the red one over here.
Mm-hmm.
That would be 366.3, and third floor rear, 339.5, which is this one.
Okay. And
And I'm referring to page 21 of the packet.
mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, my concern, and again, usually this is the concern of one of my other board members, but that there's really very little in terms of any kind of living area in these, because these are much smaller than, this is not a de minimis difference in terms of the square footage per dwelling unit. This is pretty significant. And so that these are very tight and very small, and the living area is practically non-existent. So, that's my concern. I think that it's too many units for the space that is allotted.
So this is what we have here, but the units are very tall. Janet, do you know how tall the units are? Square. No.
I'm so sorry. No.
You can't live on the ceiling. So
14 feet up.
Yes.
It's
Just-
14 feet up.
yeah, well, that's nice. I mean,
Yeah, really,
that'll make it seem.
Wait, do you mean the ceiling height?
The ceiling.
Are you sure? Because I'm looking at the
Yes.
facade of the building and it doesn't look like
Yeah, I
I
can't
you got a
imagine.
14-foot floor plate on every.
Okay, but that,
It is
oh,
the first floor.
oh, she's just referring to the first floor.
Mm,
Yeah, but that's because it includes
Yeah.
the basement out of the, yes.
right. Okay. I'm just saying that these are like micro units, if you will, and I'm very concerned about that. And I think that, in terms of the density, it's too many units for the space.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair. There are two hands up. The
Okay.
first hand is a person with the last name starting in A, and they will be promoted.
Sure, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Good morning.
Good morning. I do apologize. My question is not related to this case.
Okay, so then please let us concentrate on this case. We'll get back to you, okay?
Sure. Thank you. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Anyone else in the audience?
Yes, Chair. The next hand is Timothy Wayne.
Hi, Timothy, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Timothy Wayne.
Hello?
You're allowed to
Hi.
speak.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Can you guys hear me?
I can, sir.
Oh, okay, yeah. Timothy Wayne. Himithy. Last name Wayne. Wayne.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
Yes. So we
Please-
share.
All right, please proceed.
Yeah, we share a backyard. So my backyard meets with her backyard, and I'm out there
Oh,
teaming.
sure. Why don't you tell me where you stand on this case?
I'm just a neighbor, and they told me just to get my input on, what's going on with the building, and if I agree, I said sure.
All right.
So they told me to join the Zoom, and I'm here.
All right, so you're in favor of the project?
Correct.
All right, thank you very much for taking the time to call us. Next hand, please.
Okay.
There are no more hands.
Planning Commission.
Good morning, Liz Fuselier, Lizfuselier for the Planning Commission.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Do, sir.
Please proceed.
Comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RM1 residential multifamily zoning at this location. The property has a history and documented use as a single-unit rental. The appellant has not demonstrated any unique physical circumstances or conditions of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for a multifamily dwelling.
Thank you. MI 2025-006-511 1330 West Rockland Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Janetta Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is no.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, there was a proviso on that, so it would have to be no with proviso.
Okay. Her amended refusal dated March 27, 2025. 2026. Would everybody else agree with that proviso? Why don't we go through it one more time?
Yeah, why don't you do that again? Great.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's great.
Michael Johns,
Michael.
Michael Johns, my vote is no with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is no with proviso.
Thank you. Number 4, MI 2025-006-511, 1330 West Rockland Street. Jermaine Harris is the attorney.
Jermaine Harris is joining as a panelist.
Morning, Mr. Harris.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Mr. Harris. Could you please state and spell your name for the stenographer?
Sure. Jermaine Harris, counsel for Yervin Jaquez. Trying to get my, can I be seen?
We don't see you yet, Jermaine. No. You're up, but we didn't see you. But why don't we do this? Did you spell your name for the stenographer?
Oh, okay, I see myself now. Okay, it's JERMAINE HARRIS.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Harris, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure, my client is Yervin Jaquez, and the relationship, I'm the attorney for Mr. Jaquez, and Mr. Jaquez is the owner of the property.
Thank you. Very good. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Sure.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do, and I do stipulate to the accuracy.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Sure. Okay, so this is, let's pull up my, okay, so this is for the property at 1330 Rockland Street. And this is to legalize 4 units in this property. Now, this is the property right here. This is the front of the property. The side right here, and the rear. When my client purchased this property, it was already subdivided. Now, this property it's a pretty large property. It has the lot size is 3,341 square feet according to the city's records. And the building size is about 2,100 square feet. And the building has 3 separate entrances. You have one entrance, hold on, let's see here. You have one entrance right here. This goes to the 2nd and 3rd floor of the building. Then you have a side entrance right here. This goes to the 1st floor right here. And then you have the rear entrance, which is for the lower level. So again, it's 3 separate entrances for this building. And let me pull up the plans. So what my client is seeking to do is what is already laid out as, it is 2 bedrooms. This is the basement level, the lower level. This is the plan right here that's on the far left that I have the cursor on. 2 bedrooms, which would be towards the front with egress windows right here and right here as noted in the plans. Then we have, well, each of these units would be 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. So we move up to the first, we move up to the first floor. Here's the entrance as I pointed to. You move up there, and then you have the 2 bedrooms right here and right here, which is towards the rear of the house. You have the front entrance, which then goes up to the 2nd and 3rd floor. And the 2nd and 3rd floor, you have a bedroom in the front. You have a bedroom in the rear. Then you go up, and then it would have the 3rd floor, which would be the 4th unit. It would be a bedroom in the front, and then a bedroom on the side as per the plans. Let me show you what it looks like on the inside.
So how many units altogether?
4. So 1 for each level. That's what is being requested.
Did you initially request 8?
They did request, well, I didn't request 8. They pro se requested 8, but they're only requesting 4, 1 for each level, not 8. Hold on, let's see here. Hold on, that's not it. All right, so this is the posting. Let's get to the inside. All right, so this is the lower, the basement level. Leading out to the back. Bedroom. Bedroom. Then this is the 1st floor. Then this is walking into the, well, this is the 1st floor. This is the other entrance, walking upstairs to the 2nd and 3rd floor. Now, my client lives on the 2nd floor. The other, I forgot to state that my client lives on the 2nd floor, but the basement, 1st floor, and 3rd floor are not occupied. So again, this is the 2nd floor. It's bedroom. Just went through the kitchen, the bathroom, living room. And then you go up to the 3rd floor. Did the flooring painting. And all of that is that's the 3rd floor. These are, well, we just went over the plans. There was support for this. It was 11 in support, 10 in opposition for it. There was only 1 nearby neighbor that it looks like that voted. We have 9 signatures of nearby neighbors that does actually support the project. Then we see that there are multiple multi-family units on this block. 3 units, 14 units, 6 units, 5 units. Let's see here. This goes into the size of the building. And the lot size. Then we have my client purchased the property in 2023. And then there's no tax obligation. In fact, there's a $1,330.
Yep, we have all your paperwork, Joe. Jermaine, we have all your paperwork.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is I would like to call my client, have him promoted, so that way.
What's his name?
Mr. Jacques. Mrs. Jacques, could you raise your hand so you could be promoted as a speaker?
He's been promoted.
Okay. Mr. Jacques, could you state your name for the record?
Yeah,
first
please
of all?
state your name, please, and spell it for the stenographer. Mr. Jacques?
Mr. Jacques. Oh, there he
I'm
goes.
sorry. Irvin Jacques, YRVIN, Jacques, JAQUEZ.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Could you
Yes.
please turn on your video? Okay, thank you. Counsel?
Okay, so Mr. Jacques, did you hear my testimony that I just gave to this board?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with the testimony that I gave?
Yes.
Is there anything that you would like to add to the testimony that I've given? You don't necessarily have to, but is there anything you'd like to bring that you'd like to add to what I just testified to?
No, you cover everything.
Okay.
Questions from the board?
I have a question. Looking at the records, it looks like you purchased this property in 2001 and then subsequently have been getting continuous stop work order violations from LNI since then. And I just want to know, what is your plan to finish this property?
What my plans, what the court decides.
Okay. All right.
Did
And
you
then-
understand the question, Mr. Jacques?
What are my plans to finish the project?
Well, yeah, because you
Well,
started the
violation.
project without pulling permits, which is prohibited, and you're coming to us and asking us to give you relief. So I just want to know how are we moving differently in the future as we complete this project?
I'm gonna get more involved because the contractor I had, he's the one that was supposed to get all that solved, but I'm gonna get
Okay.
more involved and contact the correct people.
Okay, and then looking at your plans, it seems like it might already be in the basement, but there's a plan to put a unit in the basement, but you have a solid concrete plinth, and then you have the basement. So right now there's no easy way to get egress wells. You're showing an egress well coming out underneath the porch that is solid concrete. And so how are you going to be able to get this unit so that people have access to light and air?
Could
What's
I,
the plan?
if I may, because the contractor, I believe, is also on the call, and I think he could answer that question more so than the owner. If I could have him promoted, is that possible?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, could you raise your hand, please?
Is he with Properties Inc.?
Yes.
Okay. They have been promoted.
Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, did you hear the question that was asked?
Hold on. Mr.
Oh, I'm
Rodriguez, could you please state and spell your name?
Mr. Rodriguez, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, good morning.
Hi, sir, could you please state and spell your name?
Yeah, my name is Damaso, spelled Damaso Rodriguez.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Would you turn your video on too, please?
yes, sir. 1 second.
Counsel, start your conversation.
Okay, so Mr. Rodriguez, I believe that a question was posed about how the egress could be accomplished for the windows in the for the rooms in the basement. I don't want to I don't want to misquote the panelists. So maybe if he could be asked that question again.
I mean, I think you hit it on the nail, counsel, but my question is, given that this has a plinth and then the basement is up out of the ground, it currently looks like it's solid concrete. How are you going to get the egress wells in where they're indicated on the plan? Because currently they would terminate where that's underneath the porch.
Yeah, we're gonna do an opening on the concrete, and we're gonna do a support with support beams, so we can have the opening on there.
Okay. I mean, that's still gonna have very poor light and air into the basement. And your plans currently don't address what's happening with the utilities, which are currently in the basement. So I think right now, as the plans are shown, I'm just concerned about property management and density.
Yeah, we're gonna be working with our engineer, so everything is according to with utility from the city. So we're gonna get utility. So when we do the excavation, we don't disturb that in the service.
All right. Other questions?
Yes, what's
Well,
your
no.
trash management plan for the unit?
Michael, we'll get to you.
Can you repeat the question again?
The trash, where's the trash going to be stored for all 4 units?
We're gonna try to locate like a steel indicated probably on the front side. So we're just trying to decide where we're gonna put it, but we're gonna put like at least 4 can for each unit.
And you don't know where you're going to put it?
We're trying
I
to see
believe
it
he
like
said the side. I believe he
Yeah.
testified to the side.
You could do the side or the
Both of you
back.
guys answered it.
Yeah.
So you don't know where you're going to store the trash?
No, but we're gonna have an idea at least on the side or on the back, or like exactly we're gonna have that. So it's like I say, as soon as we do the opening, we can structure exactly where we're gonna organize it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Michael?
Who prepared the plans? Were these plans prepared by you guys? Were the plans prepared for you guys that you have?
It was prepared for us.
Okay, then why wouldn't they show exactly what you're saying when the plans were prepared? So that makes no sense to me. You have to answer that. And I don't see I don't see a section for the 3rd floor for the building, but clearly there's a mansard in the front and the back. And the 3rd floor unit, there'll really be no living space because of the ceiling height and the fact that the ceiling slopes on the 3rd floor. So you've got a big kitchen and really nowhere for headroom in the rest of that 3rd floor. And I agree with board member Nguyen on the basement. You've got windows that you've already put in that don't comply with code. So I'm just not convinced. And I do have a question. What is that, the vinyl siding box on the side of the building with the door? What is that for?
The siding.
The side of the building, there's a vinyl siding covered, looks like a room. Is that a closet? It doesn't show on the plan that it goes to anything. Can you pull up the plan?
Sure.
It's right there in the photo that you have up.
Yeah, it's
though,
in the photo
currently.
right there at the right. Yeah. Right here. What's that?
Yeah, I do not recall exactly that. That's something we gotta ask the owner right now because I haven't been in the property many times. So.
Okay.
Uh, It's the boiler.
The boiler is there?
Yeah, the electrical, the heat. I'm sorry, the electric heater, the boilers.
The boiler is, oh, the boiler, okay. And then, but on the basement, you've got a room next to the entryway that says mechanical room. Okay, all right. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Right. Other questions?
I'll just chime in and just say that I'm very concerned about the idea of a basement unit, seeing as how, as has already been pointed out by other board members, there's no real light or air down there. And I'm also concerned about the density. It's too many units, too little space.
Questions from our attorney?
Not really a question. I just wanted to make sure on the record, you're asking for 4 units, not the 8 units that was in the application, correct?
Correct. It's 4 units that's being asked for.
Right, all right. Questions or comments from the virtual audience? Anybody have a
No hands.
planning commission?
Morning, Liz Fuseli on behalf of the Philadelphia Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RTA1 zoning at this location. The property has a documented history of multifamily use. However, 8 units is not the least variance necessary to afford zoning relief. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board deny the variance for multifamily use.
MI 2025 006 511 1330 West Rockland Street. I vote yes. Maximum 2 units, no basement living.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
And before we go into the next one, number 3, we're going to vote one more time. MI 2025 006 451 1108 West Lehigh Avenue. I vote no with proviso per amended refusal dated March 27, 2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is no with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is no with proviso.
Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris?
I had to
Jermaine?
I just promoted him again, Chair.
Oh, good. Thank you. So we move on to number 7, MI 2025 006 728 1802 Kendrick Street. Jermaine Harris is the attorney.
Yes. Good afternoon.
Mr. Harris,
Oh,
just
good
for
morning,
the record,
still.
just for the record, could you please state your name because you've already been sworn?
Jermaine Harris.
And could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
My client is Michelle Kendrick, and her relationship is the owner of the property, and I represent the owner of the property.
Thank you, Jermaine. Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay. Okay, share screen. Okay. Hold on, let me pull up my exhibit. I had the last ones pulled up. Okay, so this is for the legalization of a 2-family building at 1802 Kendrick Street that was previously subdivided. And here are the plans. Let me pull up the actual packet. Okay. All right, so this is the building that I'm pointing at on the left. And this is the front of the building. This is the side. This entrance is for the upper 2 floors. And this is the rear of, well, yeah, this is the rear, which is for the basement unit. And when my client bought the property, she bought it, I believe it was last year, it already was fitted out as a basement unit, the rear unit. The garage door was knocked out. The bay window was placed in there. Like I said, with this entrance. And then it was framed out. It's currently framed out. This is the basement currently. New bathroom. A bathroom was put in there. And then this is the first floor right here. This is the kitchen is, living room, one of the bedrooms, bathroom, bedroom, another angle of the bedroom on the second floor, still another angle of the bedroom, other bathroom. And let's get to the plans. Let me get back to the plans. So this is unit 1, which is the lower level, which has the entrance. This is, I guess, this would be kitchen, and then it would be bedroom, and then bedroom. And this would be, this is the front of the building, so it would be under the front. This is the bedroom 2, bedroom 1, and that's what that's what it is. This has the layout is actually pretty different of this building, because it has like steps, like 3 steps and 3 steps. So I didn't really understand the architecture of this building, but it doesn't lead to upstairs into the upstairs unit. This is all still downstairs. Then we have the second floor, or the main, I guess the main floor of the building, where it has the entrance going to the kitchen. And then you have bedroom 1. And then you have going, when you walk into the building, you step up, and you step up into into a bedroom. Then you step down. I guess you step down into the kitchen, and then you have another set of steps to go to the upstairs. And so you walk upstairs, and then you have, this is 3, it's 3 bedrooms for the bi-level apartment, so to speak. And you have bedroom number 3 and bedroom number 2. So that's the layout of the bi-level apartment so to speak, which comprises the second and third floors, or the main floor and the floor upstairs. Let me go back to my exhibits. These are the plans that we just discussed. There was, well, before I get to the support of the neighbors, there was opposition from the RCO. There was opposition from the RCO. There was a community meeting that was held on April 16th. And they explained to us that although they understood that the property had been converted previously, they just have a long-standing preference of not wanting multifamily units in their area, although they understood what my client bought into. Notably, there wasn't any nearby neighbors that appears to have voted in that presentation or that was present there. Now, my client had the opportunity to go door by door and speak to the neighbors that were nearby, and there was significant support from the nearby neighbors, and it's 55 signatures that was obtained for the support of this project. And also, there are some multifamilies. There is a history of multifamilies on this block. In fact, right next door to my client's property, there's a 5-unit, which is 1800 Kendrick Street. Directly across the street, there's 1801 Kendrick Street, which is a 2-family. 1831, it's 5 units. And 1834, there was approval for 5 units. I just discussed the RCO community meeting. This is my client's evidence of ownership. She's owned the property since September of 2022. There's no tax obligations. And what I'd like to do is I would like to have my client, Michelle Cedric, I'd like to have her, Sittler, have her promoted as
Sure.
All right, Miss Sittler, are you there? If you are, raise your hand.
What was the name again?
Sittler, Michelle.
Okay. She just came on.
Okay, great.
They have been promoted to panelists.
Okay, Miss Sittler. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Ms. Sittler, could you please state and spell your name for the stenographer?
Michelle Sittler, can you please unmute?
Michelle?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, good. Okay, please.
I'm not good with the new technology.
Wait 1 minute. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Okay, Michelle Sidler, Michelle Sidler, Sidler.
And Sidler?
Yes.
Did you spell your last name?
Sidler, Sidler.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel.
Okay, Miss Sittler, how are you doing this morning? Did you have an opportunity to hear the testimony that I just gave to the board?
Yeah.
And do you agree with the testimony that I just gave?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything you would want to add to what I testified to, or you don't have to, but is there anything that you want to add or not necessarily?
I want just finish my project and move over there closer to my son and like make my help. I am farmer. I want retired, and I really want like move to this house and like help something with rent one apartment to like with my pension plan and close to my son because my son lives across the street.
Your son lives across the street. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And do you adopt the testimony that I just?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I guess with that, we would open it up.
Questions from the board.
Yeah, can you go back to the plan again, just quickly?
Sure.
Couple of things. You've got there's a concrete deck out front, correct?
Yes, there is.
Yes. So I don't know how you're going to get you got to get egress wells out of that basement bedroom, right?
Yes, I know that they put something. These appear to be windows for that. I mean, I think that this reflect. That's why they have windows with arrows right here and windows with arrows.
Yeah, I'm looking at Google, right, and Earth, and it shows a concrete deck in front of the house. So I don't know how you get those windows to you've got to get egress windows out of the bedrooms, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, right. So that's an issue. You've got the access to the basement unit is off the side, correct?
That's correct.
And there's a walkway that goes from the front of the house to the back of the house, potentially.
Correct.
Okay. And is that wall and door where it says living dining room? Is that a door and is that door there off of the hallway when you come in? That's there.
There is no door there. It's just the basement was just framed out from the prior owner, where they like I showed in the photos. It was just framed out. They put a bathroom there.
Gotcha.
They eliminated.
Okay. All right. So basically the first floor and second floor is a 3-bedroom unit, kitchen, living room, 2 bathrooms. Okay. All right. I think I understand how it works. Other than there's got this weird closet that's at the top of the stair from that from unit 2 living room, which completely is like illegal. But okay.
Other questions?
Where are you storing the trash? I guess that's the other question.
Well, Ms. Sittler, are you going to store it where do you plan on storing the trash? The side?
Trash all the time, like all neighbor has on the back or on the side of the building. All buckets stay.
Okay, on the side between the houses. That's where it shows on Google Earth. Okay. All right, thank you.
I just want to the plans are not accurate to the existing conditions of this property. Are we abandoning the current front door that faces or that is off Kendrick Street?
The front door that
you see where your arrow is right here? Yeah, so that door is currently on the deck, but then the door that you're showing that is the access to the basement is inverted. It's on a completely different side of the basement. I mean, of the building. So I think my confusion is that right now, while the plans as drawn make sense, this is an existing building and you have doors that are on completely opposite sides of the structure that would then invalidate everything that we're looking at. And so I'm having a hard time understanding how this is going to be laid out and then what is existing versus what needs to be completed and what is proposed.
It is a little weird how they show it, but that
The
door is
basement
actually
door.
that it's correct. It's correct. When I look at the Google Earth, it's correct. Because
but
the
it
door in the
can't
front
be
is off
because
the
they're
side.
showing them on the same side and they're on opposite sides.
They are. They are on Google Earth on the picture. I don't know if you show pictures of the
I'm
building.
on Google Earth and they're on opposite. I'm looking at them and they're on opposite sides.
Maybe
Of the building.
maybe we're looking at two different buildings, but I see them on the same side.
Okay.
Can the attorney pull up the pictures of the exterior?
Jermaine? Disappeared.
This one. And that door is right there.
Jermaine?
And the other door is right here. And on the plan, they're on the same side. There's two buildings, right? There's two different buildings, right?
Yeah, I think they yeah, because they're the second house from the corner. Right, 1802 is the second one from the corner, and it shows two doors, one in the front and one on both on the side between the two houses, but they're both on the side. One is towards the front of the
Let's
house.
see if we can find our attorney here. Jermaine?
Was there a photo of that wall? It just looks different, Uncle.
Yeah,
What
you
is
gotta.
drawn.
Jermaine
I
Harris is
guess.
still on there. He's just not
Yeah,
talking.
he's not, he's,
Might be froze. Something.
all right,
And while you're asking questions, I don't understand the bathroom on the third floor there with the bi-level unit. Is that with a shower?
It's little. It shows a shower and a toilet and a small sink right off that hallway.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
so.
But it shows a full bathroom though.
So
Okay.
we're going to come back. We're going to move on. We'll come back to this before we're done this morning and to see if Jermaine's available. So let's go back to number 18 and we'll come back to this a little bit later. We're coming back to 838 South Howard Street. And Bing was the appellant.
Hello. Yes.
Yeah, sir, did you get straight with your computer?
Yeah. So
Okay, you've already been sworn and you've already been spoken to. So why don't you start your presentation? Turn your computer on.
okay, let me share
And
my
state your name, just state your name for the record.
M. Bin Lin.
Okay?
Let me share my file.
Okay, we see it's up. Why don't you start telling us what you want to do here?
Can you see my slide?
Yeah, it's up.
Okay,
Present for 838 South Howard Street. Why don't you start?
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
So this is a request to formally recognize the existing property as a duplex.
Okay.
And so
why don't you start moving through, show us the property and plans and things of that nature, what you have.
okay. So this is clear in the text. So let me quickly say that thank you so much, the member of board. This property as a built was in 1979. It's a block of 6 duplex built at the same time. And so it was already functioning as a 2-home for each duplex. So what I'm requesting, there's no construction, nothing, no expansion. And so allow this duplex continue as a duplex.
Okay.
So
why
this,
don't you show us the property?
So this was 6 duplex built at the same time in 1979.
Okay.
And this is I met with the Queensway.
Sir, listen to me. Why don't you show us the duplex, the photo that you have in your
okay.
file, okay?
Okay, this is the front door, okay?
No, you don't have anything up, sir. All we see is the headline that says presentation 4. Now,
Oh,
we don't see what you have. So why don't you show us the documents?
Oh, I saw you are, let me try to bring up.
I think you got to bring them up yourself on the side there. See the side?
Hi, Mr. Lin. This is Ian Hegarty, the Executive Director. I'll help you through
There you
this.
go,
So,
there you go,
um,
there you go.
yeah, that
Oh,
that
you
looks
did
like
this.
you
We
have
see
the
it
photo
now.
there. Right now you're showing us the window that just has the PowerPoint program instead of the presentation. So I
Yeah.
think what you might need to do is to stop sharing and then start your presentation and then start sharing again so we can see the
Oh.
presentation screen instead of the screen that shows where you edit the document. Does that make sense?
Oh, sorry about it. I saw you can see
that's
that.
fine, that's
Oh, no,
fine.
that's okay. Happens a lot. No worries.
So can you see this diffuser? Can you see this?
So, Mr. Lin, go ahead and stop sharing and then start sharing again and show us
Stop sharing.
Yeah, and now start sharing again, but just share the screen that says presentation instead of the PowerPoint, the PowerPoint document.
Let me see. Say stop sharing. You want me to stop sharing?
Yeah, so the screen that we are seeing now is the screen where you edit your presentation. The screen that we want to see is the screen that shows the final presentation, right? So those are two different application windows from which you'll have to select. So what you'll have to do is stop sharing and then start again and select that correct second version, which is the final presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, can you put it in the mailbox? In her mailbox? Yeah, mailbox should be open.
Jermaine, you mute yourself.
Okay. So I need to bring up my PowerPoint. So what do you see now?
We don't see it, sir.
We're still seeing your PowerPoint presentation where you edit the presentation instead of the presentation itself. So what I would suggest is stop sharing.
Stop sharing.
Yep. And now click start sharing again. But before you press anything, you're going to see a few options. The one at the top that says entire screen, and then below that you see application windows. Do you see that? Do you see a section that says application windows when you're press select screen? Sorry, when you press share screen. Sir?
On the right hand, on the right top corner.
Do you see a section that says application windows?
I don't see application window. Let me see.
Do you see something that says entire screen?
At a button?
He's saying after you hit that share screen button at the bottom of your Zoom application, it should open it to a new window, and that window will either tell you to share your entire screen or the application windows, meaning your document that you have open.
So I choose entire screen?
Yes, why don't you choose entire screen? That'll help us.
I see,
because
I
then
see,
we'll
I
see
see.
what you see, okay?
Okay, now I know that.
Thank you, sir. Nice job.
So then what do I do?
So we see what you see. So just bring up your presentation there. There you go. Beautiful.
Oh, okay. Oh, now I understand. Okay, so this is a refusal that was in my file.
Yep.
Yeah. So the text is clean.
Yep.
And so again, thank you, board members. So this property was built as a 6 duplex in 1979. They are all identical, the 6 duplexes. And so I request that this basically is very low relief. There's no construction, no expansion, nothing. Just recognize this as a duplex.
All right, why don't you show us the properties?
The pictures.
Property. Yeah, show us the property.
Show the pictures.
Yeah.
Okay. So these are the 6 duplex built at the same time. And I met with the Queens Village Neighborhood Association on June 10. So they, after my presentation, they support my request. So this is at 838 South Howard Street. And this is the main entrance going in. And there's a stairs. The downstairs, that's unit 1. Up there is unit 2. Okay, so right-hand side, you can see the unit 2. So this is the back. The first floor is garage. There's a unit 1, unit 2 up there. So I shared this before the community meeting. So again, this is the front door, the main entrance. So this is unit 1. You can see the 3 pictures. And there's a unit 2. So let me just quickly summarize. So
let me ask you this question. Is all the properties along there duplexes?
All 6 houses are all
duplexes?
They are all duplex.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, built in the same time in 1979.
Okay.
So supporting this request in the community's best interest, it keeps the party function as it always like this in the past. It simply allowed the building to be used as it was originally designed and promote the stability, prevent vacancy, underuse. So preserve that the way it is. And so the additional context is just being consistent as the neighborhood.
Okay.
So that's all I want to say. Any questions?
Questions from the board?
Yes. Where are the tenants storing their trash?
Oh, there's a front yard. Okay. The inside is a common use at the entrance, and also there's a front yard. The basement, I mean the garage is the trash there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Questions or comments from our attorney?
No questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
There are no hands.
Planning Commission.
Good morning, Liz Fuseli on behalf of the Philadelphia Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family attached zoning. This is a predominantly single-family use neighborhood and block. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical circumstances or conditions of the property that would prevent them from being used in conformance of the zoning code. City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for a multi-unit dwelling.
MI 2026-002-157-838 South Howard Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
You have your vote, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Jermaine?
Jermaine is rejoining us now.
Where do we stand with Jermaine? We're done.
I don't know what happened.
What are you straight now? We're good?
God willing, I should be good.
You got a chance to be a stand-up comedian because you got the whole place laughing here. I'll tell you. All right, questions from the board for Jermaine?
Yeah, the picture, Shannon, you have pictures of the building,
Entrance?
the exterior of the building.
Sure.
Specifically the entrances.
Right, yeah, from the outside.
These are the two.
Not seeing anything. You got to share.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I shared. All right. Okay. Let's get back to it. Okay.
Right.
This and this.
Right. See, they're both on the side.
And
Right.
this is the current condition. This is a current photo of the house.
Correct.
Okay. That answered my questions.
And I have one quick question. Did you say the house adjacent to it is also a multifamily?
Yes.
Do you know what that address would be?
1800.
8200, okay.
And 1801 directly across the street from that building, which would be this one right here.
And then just because it looks like there's been considerable hard surfacing and hardscaping at the site versus what's currently in Google Maps or Google Earth, what is going to be the sort of security plan and outside trash plan at the site?
So I believe she testified that she would place it on the side. Miss Sidler, you know what, because I don't want to speak for her.
Because it also looks like the deck was removed.
Right. Let's see.
Right. That was what I mentioned first. Was the deck was removed and the concrete pad was put in. So they've got to make sure that they have legitimate egress wells out of the basement.
Correct.
Right in the front.
But let me, if I could, I'd like to just have Miss Sidler be promoted again.
Okay.
Hopefully she's still on the call. Miss Sidler, could you raise your hand, please?
She's coming in now.
Okay.
That's a lot of concrete work for no purpose.
There was, yep, a lot. And I guess they're not opposed to a CO.
All right, Jermaine, your client's on.
Okay, Miss Sidler, I'm sorry, I just wanted her to be available to answer any questions that I may not, that only the owner may be able to answer. So,
I don't think I need an answer to that. If you get a CO, you got to have egress windows that meet code, right?
Of course.
I think you've got two side doors. One enters directly into the basement. You can go out to the front. I think the layout kind of works. I personally don't have an issue with it. It's just got to comply with code. That's the thing. And the front windows in the basement bedroom just do not. So they got to get a CO or whatever. They got to get permits or whatever.
Questions?
I do have a question. I was asking about security because there's a driveway at the rear of the property, and before there was a fence, and it looks like from your photos that the perimeter fence was moved.
Miss Sidler?
Yes.
Did you, I guess there was a question about, do you plan on having any sort of security for the rear of, I guess for the building? Do you plan on having any fencing or anything?
Maybe fencing on the front where is the patio and the cameras.
Wait a minute, did you I'm not sure, Miss Nguyen, did you understand what my client just said?
I did.
Could you tell us?
I put cameras.
She said cameras and fencing. I did.
Maybe fencing. I don't know yet. Like on the front, like everybody has, like my neighbor across the street.
And is your plan to, like, on the view that we're looking at right now on the photo, are you going to use that as parking?
This is on the back. It's like parking, like everybody has. On the side, like we split this is backyard with a neighbor.
Correct, where the stairs are.
Yeah.
Okay. And you built those stairs in partnership
No,
with
it was
the neighbor?
exist. It was exist.
The concrete stairs existed when you purchased the property?
It was different, but I fixed it. It was like very old, you know, and I just fixed it like for like nice.
Okay, understood.
Questions from our attorney?
Yes, I wanted to clarify, is there parking at this location?
No.
Okay, I thought you just mentioned there was parking.
No, I'm not parking right now. Nobody lives there. Nobody park.
Okay. There is that area that looks like flat, that's cement. What is that used for?
What do you mean, the flat cement? It just
The
was.
picture that your lawyer, I'm sorry, just let me just put on the record so it can be descriptive. The picture that your attorney is showing is of the building, and right next to it, it looks like could be used as two parking spaces, and it's cement. And then there's like steps that are going up. What are those for?
No, this is you can't use like for a parking for two spaces. Not enough place over there. It just puts a garbage can on the side and walking area. That's it. Like maybe for barbecue.
Jermaine, can you go back to the photo that you just had up of the rear of the property with the stained glass?
Sure.
So then this might be a better view. This is that same, this is like if you could, this is adjacent to the alley.
Okay,
at
I
the
just wanted to
rear.
clarify because
So like this is where all the other neighbors are parking, like up against their house in that spot.
okay.
And also, is there also street parking? Is there also street parking, Miss Sidler, in front of the house?
Yeah, it's a lot of parking over there on the street.
These are twin houses, right, on this block. Is that the character of these houses? Is that they're twin?
Yeah.
Okay.
The reason why I was asking, if you're saying there's no parking, just wanted to put on the record that the refusal for parking is missing. And if the board grants the request, there would be a variance for this parking if it is approved.
Do you hear that, Jermaine?
There would be, I heard a couple voices. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. You're saying that there's no parking. And if that's so, I just wanted to note on the record that a refusal for the parking is missing, so that if the board grants this request, there will be a variance for parking that's included in the approval.
Okay.
Yeah, but we have parking like on the back of this house. It's like back from
right,
other
okay,
houses,
okay.
and
All
people
right,
park
listen to me.
cars over there.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Yes, Chair. Alice Judovic will be allowed to speak.
Good morning, Alice.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Alice Udovich from Councilman Brian O'Neill's office.
Just spell your last name, please, Alice.
Udovich.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, Alice?
I do.
Please proceed.
Chairman, you can picture the Northeast as being built with the end units being duplexes. However, the entire rest of the row are small, single-family twins. This is a complete overuse of this property, trying to fit a small apartment in that basement, which doesn't even seem to be a full-sized basement. As you saw from Ron Hurst, it was unanimously opposed, and the councilman opposes this project as well.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the virtual audience? Planning Commission.
Good morning, Liz Fuseli on behalf of Philadelphia Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 3 residential single-family zoning at this location. The appellant has not demonstrated that there are unique physical circumstances or conditions of the property that would prevent them from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variance for a two-family dwelling.
Thank you. MI 2025-006-728-1802 Kendrick Street. I vote no.
Michael Johns, my vote is no.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is no.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is no.
Taya Wynn, my vote is no.
Thank you, council.
All right.
Number 5. MI 2025-006-615-1301 North 15th Street. Devin Upta is the attorney. Upta. This can't happen. Can't happen, Joe.
Devin Ukta has been promoted.
Jermaine, Joe,
Good morning, board.
Good morning, council. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Devin Ukda, UQDAH.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Council, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Dominic Gigulio, he should be in the audience.
Okay, and our vice chair has a few questions, sir.
Good morning.
Morning.
Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Have.
And do you waive the reading of your refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and present your case.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this project is 1301 North 15th Street. This is a 6-unit project. So I will state that this project, it actually was already zoned as a 6-unit, which I'll show you the prior permits. It was actually a lapse in licensure, so that's what caused the issue that we're having now. So we're just coming back to get it rezoned. Here's the deed to the property.
We have all your documents, sir.
Okay,
So why don't you move to plans and photos?
okay, sure. So here are the pictures of the outside of the unit. Some pictures of the inside. This is I'll zoom out. This is the original permit that he received. That has the 6 units. This is from 2009, I believe. This is the one that lapsed. And here are the plans. So basically 6 units. It's a foundation. There's no basement living. Let me zoom in some. This is the first floor. Second floor.
How many units per floor here? Why don't you tell us how many units we're looking at?
So I believe it's,
Why don't you go back to the first floor?
so on this first floor is 2 units.
The stairs in the middle there, right?
Mm-hmm.
One's in the back, one's in the front.
Yes.
And how big are they?
I'm not sure offhand, but it looks
Okay.
like,
All right, then keep moving on.
all right, so here's the second floor. Second floor again is still, second floor again is 2 units. Both of them are 2-bedroom units.
Okay. That one in the front, is that,
Let me go back.
you know the size of that? By any chance, it looks really small.
This one,
The one in the front, yeah.
18 by 7, 18 and a half, 18.7.
So we're just looking at 2 bedrooms there, right?
Yeah, these are 2 bedrooms, yeah.
So, okay, so the second floor has how many units?
2, sorry, 2. It's 2 units on the second floor. Both of them are 2 bedrooms. So it's a unit in the front and a unit in the back.
Okay. And what's the third floor?
Two units as well. So each floor has 2 units pretty much.
Okay. Okay, is your client here?
Dominic?
So why don't we do this? Why don't we bring him on, and then we'll go back to the board and we'll go through the units, but bring him on to adopt your testimony, okay?
Okay.
Dominic?
Dominic, can you unmute yourself?
Hello, I'm here.
Hi, Dominic, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure, it's Dominic DiGiulio, Digiulio.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Sorry,
counsel?
Dominic, did you hear my statements?
Yes,
And do you adopt my testimony?
I do.
All right, questions from the board?
I have a question about the commercial space. If this is a building that, I mean, and I'm pretty familiar with this building, I still live 2 blocks from here. I watched it go up. It's never really had a functional commercial space, and where the commercial space is currently being intended, it's a very, very tiny single room space on the side of the building, which while it's the corner, like what commercial tenant are you planning or intending to have?
I've never had a commercial tenant there.
Yeah, I would assume so, the way it's laid out.
So this is the plans that were submitted 17 or 18 years ago, whenever I had gotten it. And I mean, it's never been any of that. I mean, I don't have an answer for it other than it's never been used, and that's what I got approved 17 years ago.
I understand that, but you're asking for it now. So what is your plan in the future for the 92 square foot commercial space?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could. Well, I guess I could make that I don't want to say small office. If somebody's willing to take it as a small office, it is a space. It is off. I mean, that's the only thing I believe that I could be used as.
And then you've got 6 units in this building. How are you managing the building?
I manage the building.
Sure, but like how? Like the only space that could be an office space, a management office, mail room, anything that like would give any space outside of the units itself is currently what's being proposed as the commercial space. So
Well, I mean, there's an entrance. There's a big foyer once you walk in the front door, next to the steps there, and
There's
there's a larger foyer there. But so when you walk in that side building, you walk into a foyer, and then there's a door to the right that leads into the commercial space.
do you have a photo of that space? Because I think we have different definitions of large.
No, it's not. No, the foyer. No. No. I should not have used the word large. Okay, let's call it a space. Okay. But no, the uses are obviously limited because of the space. I believe that, like I said, the only use is put a desk in there and using it as a somebody might want to have that zip code for a business mailing address, something like that. It's such a small space that for the I just haven't neglected it.
Okay, and then where?
I'm being honest with you.
Yes, and I appreciate that. I think given the way the building is laid out, then I have a question like, where are the mailboxes for all 6 units? Where's trash being stored for all 6 units? Where are their utility connections? Is there laundry in the building?
Okay, so I'll give you a quick look at that. So the building's fully sprinklered, as per my initial permit that I got. In reference to the trash, when I first got it, I was putting a 2-yard dumpster on the Thompson Street side on the sidewalk, and then as soon as I put it out, in 2 days it was filled up, so I was getting twice a week pickup. And then I put a second dumpster out there because it just couldn't handle it. And then I start opening up the bags, and then I'm seeing this trash coming from everywhere. So then I put a lock on it with a chain, figuring that I'll just like give it to my tenants where they can unlock it and then open and put it in, only to find out that now the people are just throwing the trash bags on top of the lids and on sides. So I had to remove it. So basically the way I'm handling the trash now is I'm just telling the people like hold it in your space until Sunday afternoon, and then Monday morning you just put it out, or Sunday night put it out. And that's what I've been doing for the last 15 years. It's okay. I mean, I'm not saying it never goes with an issue, but for the most part, it's been working. I tell them where I want them to place the trash. They're not putting it they're putting it towards the Broad Street side of the building, so it's further down, and that's been working. I think I told you it's got heating and air conditioning. Each apartment has heating and air conditioning. It's been rented fully for the last all these years. It's always been rented. Our rental demographics has changed. It's more. It used to be 100% students. Now it's more of a post grad and just open market people, which I'm adapting to that. And it's going well. The property's doing well.
Okay.
Other questions?
So where is this office space on this?
Right next to the steps.
Yeah, I could zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, you gotta
you
zoom in
gotta
because it's
zoom out,
really
yeah.
tiny. Yeah, it's
I'll-
it's a
Next to
nice
the
one, like a
large,
desk.
it's next to the large foyer.
Yeah. I mean, he's pretty much expressed that he has never really used a commercial space. The building's really just been used as a 6-unit apartment building.
So why are you asking for this?
We were asking for the same permitting that we had in 2009. Because the space is actually there. It does exist.
I see. Okay. And then again, I'm going to make the same comment I've made with some of these others. It looks like the dwelling units in this area are supposed to be 425 square feet. And you have 1,746 feet, which is existing. So you're splitting the 1,746 square feet between 6 units, which is what, about 300?
No. There was an addition on the back. There was actually an addition in the back that, see where if you're looking at the building, the back part of the building, you see, go to the basement. All right, you see the back part where it kind of like, that was another building that I purchased. So I added on to that. It's a huge building.
And when did this happen?
Before I pulled my permits.
Okay.
So this was before you got the.
Obviously, I had to. Yeah, I had to combine them. It was a whole process.
Okay.
So, because if you look at the normal building would have ended.
You still have a refusal here. You still have a refusal here for the square footage for the number of units. So how did this help? And I guess my question is, again, you're supposed to have 2,550 square feet of lot area, okay, to have 6 units. And according to the refusal, you have 1,746 square feet.
If I may.
Go ahead.
I believe at the time of him getting the original permits, that was not the case. So that's why he was able to get the original permits. So what you're citing, because this came up in the RCO meeting, the rule now has changed, but it's already been in existence. So he was able to actually get the permits originally because he was in compliance. It was only the lapse in licensure that now brings the refusal.
So can I just say something? So what the issue was is I did everything right. I pulled permits. I got the electrical engineer. I got I did everything right. The building inspector followed me out. The huge mistake that I made was I did not go and pay for the $50 certificate of occupancy, was the way that it was done back then. So that's all I had to do.
I'm sorry. What was that?
The,
You said you didn't.
You had back then, I'm under the impression, because I had just started out in the business, so I didn't know. All I had to do was go downtown as, like, right now, the CO, you can just get, it's part of your permit right now, okay? Back then, it was another step. So in other words, I had to go down and get my file for my certificate of occupancy. That was the fatal flaw or error that I made. I did not know I had to do that.
Okay.
So that was my fault. That's what caused this mess that I made for myself.
So for 16 years, you've been running this?
Yes.
I hear that's 16 years.
Yes.
How did
And it turns out you don't have the license because you didn't pay your $50 at the time.
I didn't have, yes. And then it got.
And that's why you wound up here.
Yes. If there's a certain amount of years, then it falters back to its original.
I got it.
Right. Yep.
Okay.
So that was my mistake.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
There are no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Good afternoon, Liz Fuselier with Philadelphia Planning Commission. This property was remapped from CMX2 commercial mixed use to RM1 residential multifamily in 2017, consistent with recommendations of the comprehensive plan. The property has a long-standing documented use as mixed-use multifamily. The City Planning Commission recommends that the board grant all the variances for this appeal.
MI 2025-006-615-1301 North 15th Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is no.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you, council. All right, so number 14. Wait a minute. Is this Jennifer? This is Jennifer's case, right? This is one that she's ready to go with. She had another one.
She's ready to go with this
Okay,
one.
sure.
We can
MI
do it
2026-001-784-844 South 3rd Street. Jennifer Bizzillo is the attorney. There's a letter of support from Queen Village and a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla.
I don't see Jennifer Bezitlo with a hand up. Wait a minute. All I see is a person with the last name Lay.
Why don't we see who that is?
Okay. They have been promoted.
Good morning.
It's me. I don't know what's happening here. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Maylee is my client. I'm not quite sure how I
Okay.
am on as
So-
my client, but I
All
am.
right, so Jennifer, I swore you in earlier once today, right? When
You
got
did,
your
yes.
10? Okay, so could you just state your name for the record?
Sure. Jennifer Bezitlo.
Can you identify your client, the relationship to this property?
Sure. My client is 3401 Sky Properties LLC with the principal of Maylee Lai.
And our vice chair has a few questions.
Good morning. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have, yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can share your screen and present your case.
Okay, let's see. Let's share the screen. Here we go. All right. So, like I said, I'm here representing the owner of 844 South 3rd Street, 3401 Sky Properties. The principal is Maylee Lai, and for the record, she is a Philadelphia resident and owns and operates a few businesses and rental properties throughout the city, and purchased this property in November 2025. So I submitted my exhibits. I'll come to the ones that we need to, but there's the refusal, deed, proof of tax payment. You said you had the RCO letter, zoning map. We're going to go to the listing in which you purchased the property, our zoning archive, and some photos. So let me just go here first. All right. So 844 South 3rd Street is an existing property. It is at the corner of 3rd Street and Christian. This is, you can kind of see the one on the photo on the left is on Christian Street, and the one on the right is 3rd Street. Hold on, I don't know why it just skipped so many. 1 second. My computer did something weird there to me. All right. And here you could also see a better view of the side, and this is the rear of the property. It's fenced in there, but that's the back of the property. The parcel itself is 632 square feet, according to LNI, and I believe 682 square feet for the tax record. So we're somewhere in that ballpark. And there's these existing 3-story structure that is about 1,400 square feet, plus it has a finished basement section to it as well. And the property is zoned RM1 for multifamily housing and is in an area with largely multifamily zoning. Our proposal is to use the property for 2 residential units, with the lower unit being 1 bedroom and 1 bath. On the 1st floor with storage and laundry on the basement, no bedrooms in the basement. And the upper unit is a 2-bedroom, 1 bath, and that's going to be on the 2nd and the 3rd floor. Let me just get to some photos here. Both of these units can be accessed from the side door. And when you walk in that side door on 3rd Street, if you go straight, that's how you enter the lower unit. And if you turn up to the right, that's where you have the staircase to the upper unit. All units have in-unit washer and dryers, separate utilities, and there is no bedrooms in the basement, and there is no proposed changing to the size or the shape of the exterior of the building. So these are photos of the lower level unit. This is the kitchen area in the front of the building, bathroom. This is what the basement looks like. You can see it's not fitted out for anything other than storage and washer and dryers. This is the bedroom that's in the property or for that unit, and that's the stairway in the main living area down to the basement. This is the 2nd floor. You go up to the 2nd unit. You come up to the landing with I'm going to come back to those other photos. But you come back to, this is the main area. You have your washer and dryer, living room, kitchen, bathroom is upstairs, and these are the 2 bedrooms. So you have, it's over 1,400 square foot of space if you include the storage in the basement, 1,400 if you don't, and we're only putting 2 units in it. This layout is substantially similar to the floor plan that was already there. And my clients clearly have painted, put in some new appliances, new flooring, that sort of thing. So let's talk about what this building was before. Oh, and I just wanted to note that both units have access to the rear area where the trash can be stored. So they would, and with a gate on the side so they could take the trash out on trash day. So there is a plan for trash storage. This property has historically always been 2 units, or has been at least where I can tell for the past 90 years. The most recent permit, so the permit's variances date back to 1936 to have 2 units here. It was at one point commercial and residential. The last known zoning permit here is from 1972, where you can see there was a beauty salon and then a residential unit. The same family has owned this property from 1972 until my clients purchased it in November of last year. And at some point, as far as I can tell, between 1972 and 2007, they converted that bottom unit to residential. So this is as far back as I could find an image. And you can see this isn't a beauty salon anymore. It's a residential unit. 2015, again, substantially similar residential unit. But clearly the prior owner never obtained the permits to do this, which is why we're here, because my client went to go get their rental licenses and no dice. So the city is, and also is further proof that the building has been 2 units. The city actually has it on record. They're charging the commercial trash pickup already for it as 2 units. If we can get to, hold on 1 second, let me get to the right page. I didn't mark that. You can see they have a commercial trash fee. So there's a documented here use of 2 units. Like I said, this unit is zoned for multifamily use. So, it's presumed that this is an okay use in the area. And even this RSA 5 parcel across the street is a 30-unit apartment building right now. So we're on a busy street, Christian. We're in multifamily zoning with historic use of numerous units in the building. Why we got the refusal is, as you know, the number of units isn't determined by the building size, it's determined by the lot size. So depending on whether you go with L&I or the tax records, we're 38 to 88 square feet too short for 2 units in this building. So if the rear yard was a little bit bigger or a little bit wider, we would be good to go. But again, we do have a fairly large building on this corner lot. It is a corner, and it does have this documented use as 2 units, commercial and residential. And now we're just looking to permit those 2 residential units, which will actually be a decrease in the intensity of the use of this property. The use is consistent, like I said, with the rest of the neighborhood, which is zoned for multifamily, and should have a really minimum impact on the expected density in this area. Because like I said, it is a corner lot. We are in multifamily zoning. There has been a documented use as either mixed use or just 2 units, whether commercial or residential, for at least 90 years here. I will also note that there's a large community garden on this block that further reduces the density on this block. So that little bit of short space has less of an impact because of that dedicated, as you can see, it's zoned for that too, the community garden on this block. We met with the neighbors. You said you had a letter of support. I think they understood that this has been 2 units for a long time. And my client anticipates, finishing up the permitting process and getting 2 people into these pretty nice units to go ahead and get this building back in use. So
why don't you bring your client on?
Absolutely. Maylee, can you raise your hand?
Do we see a hand?
Yes, I just promoted Maylee,
Thank you very much.
but she has declined the promotion.
Maylee, can you accept the promotion, please?
She should be coming in now.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, could you please state your
Hello?
name and spell for the stenographer?
Hello, my name is Maily Lai, M-A-I-L-Y, and last name L-A-I.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Counsel?
Great. Did you hear my testimony here today and believe it to be truthful and accurate?
yes,
And would you adopt it as your own?
yes,
And I just wanted to confirm a few things with you. This was separated into 2 units when you purchased it, correct?
yes.
All right, that's all I wanted to say.
Questions from the board? Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time, Mr.
Questions from the virtual audience?
There are no hands.
Planning Commission?
Good afternoon, Liz Fuselier on behalf of the Philadelphia Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the existing RM1 residential multifamily zoning this location. There is a documented history of a commercial use on the ground floor level. Conversion of the commercial use to residential brings the structure in line with the comprehensive plan. The City Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for a 2-family residence.
MI 2026-001-784-844 South 3rd Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you so much.
All right, number 16, MI 2026-002 141 5070 Parkside Avenue. Tamika McCoy is the attorney. The letter of support from Parkside Association of Philadelphia.
Tamika McCoy is rejoining as a panelist.
Thank you.
You're welcome. She's coming in now.
Sure, thank you.
I'm promoting Ms. McCoy, but it doesn't seem to be working. Can somebody else try?
Tamika?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Could you please, I just saw a beach scene. I thought I was like on vacation for a minute there. Could you please state and spell your name for the stenographer?
Sure, Tamika McCoy, Tamika. Last name is McKoy.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client and the relationship to this property?
Sure, I represent Philadelphia Business and Technology Center. Marjorie Oglesby is the CEO and the representative that will participate here today.
Okay, our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and this is a referral, so do you waive the reading of the referral and stipulate to its accuracy? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. You can share your screen and present your case.
Thank you. I am showing
Tamika, listen, Tamika.
Philadelphia.
Oh, Tamika.
Business and Technology Center. It is.
All right, Tamika, you keep going in and out.
Yes.
There's
Yes.
something wrong. There's something wrong with your computer, I think.
Okay.
Try again.
Okay, let's try this one more time. Okay. Can you see my screen?
I see your screen. Yep.
Okay. So what I'm showing are the interior photos of the Philadelphia Business and Technology Center. It is a 300 located in West Parkside Business District that is adjacent to the Mann Music Center. What we have is the 6th floor. And
We're losing you again, Tamika.
No.
Tamika, we're losing you. Now we can't hear you.
Nope.
What? Why don't you try, do me,
Yeah.
Tamika, do me a favor. Turn your system off and come back in.
Yeah, this is terrible connection.
Tamika?
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, so we're losing you. We think you should shut off and come back in.
Sorry, this is Executive Director Haggerty. Hey, Tamika, I'm sorry. The connection that you have is not strong enough. When you start showing your
Yes.
screen, it causes a
Okay,
great
let me
amount
do
of
that.
lag, and the board's not able to hear what you're saying. So I think you're going to need to have a stronger connection to the internet in order to be able to present.
Okay, very well. What I'll do, maybe I can walk through since we've already submitted the materials. And I can walk through and address any concerns that you may have without sharing my screen. Maybe that will expedite the circumstance. But essentially what's being proposed is using a sixth floor of a commercial building that is existing as a event or engagement space, essentially to have networking or fundraising kinds of events. It's anticipated that it will be professional in its setting. The approximate capacity that we are seeking is for 432 occupants, though the space is 8,913 square foot in total area. A good portion of that is to utilize as storage for tables and chairs and that sort of thing. So the usable space, we only anticipate essentially approximately 431 occupants in this particular location. There are 250 secured parking spaces, 200 immediately attached to the facility that has a armed guard, well, not armed guard, but a guard that allows people in and out of that location. And then adjacent is another location with an additional 50 spaces. There are 2 stairwells for egress that's built into the structure that's currently zoned CMX3. And there's also a public elevator. In addition to that public elevator is a freight elevator that's used only by the internal staff. So there's essentially 4 means of being able to access this space, 3 of which are going to be used for the public. There are 3 bathrooms. 2 are in the hallway. 1 is in the actual space in and of itself. And that is the actual proposed use. It's my understanding that the community is in support of the use of this project for the commercial space to be used as an entertainment center. There were 507 effective neighbors, and no one has expressed any opposition to the proposed use. And at this time, I would like to have Ms. Marjorie Ogilvie admitted for
Sure.
purposes of addressing any questions the board may have.
Thank you.
It should be noted that this is a family-owned and operated commercial structure that's been in operation since 1988.
Marjorie Ogilvie is coming in as a panelist.
There they can.
Okay, can you
Morning.
hear?
Hi, could you
Good morning.
please state and spell your name for the stenographer?
It's Marjorie, Marjorie, and Ogilvie is Ogilvie, V as in victory, IE.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Counsel?
Ms. Ogilvie, did you hear the testimony that was provided to the board today for the Business and Technology Center?
yes,
And if you were asked those same questions, is it accurate in its representation in terms of the intended use?
yes.
I would submit and ask the board for any questions.
Questions from the board?
No, just a comment. I actually thought this was always zoned as such. I've been to a number of events there, fundraisers and the like, so I never knew that it wasn't. But it's a very useful space, and I know a lot of the community folks and local politicians use it.
Yeah, it's a beautifully
questions?
done artistic space, and it presents very well. So it is anticipated to host intimate gatherings in a professional setting.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So, you said this is the space is on the 6th floor?
Yes.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
No hands, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Good afternoon, Liz Fuseli on behalf of the Philadelphia Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning from the CMX3 commercial mixed-use zoning at this location. Granting the special exception will not have a detrimental effect on the surrounding neighborhood beyond what might be expected from the proposed use. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the special exception for the proposed event assembly facility.
We want sixth floor only? Okay. MI 2026-002-147-5070 Parkside Avenue. I vote yes with proviso, sixth floor only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience whose case from 9:30 a.m. has not been called?
I see no hands.
Okay. See everyone at 2 p.m. Thank you all for working today. We got a lot accomplished here. And see the board members at.
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Dana Dabney, and I will be your co-host this afternoon.
How many people in the audience? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Our Board Secretary is Cheryl L. Gaston.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board members, Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Aya Nguyen,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Lynn Reuter Huber, and also our Executive Director, Ian Haggerty, and our Board Administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation. Whether in person or on Zoom, if you are called to speak, please state and spell your name, then wait to be sworn in. After being sworn in, state your name each time before testifying. To enter your appearance, indicate the property address on the Zoom webinar, speak with a staff member, call the ZBA office by the close of business tomorrow at 215-686-2429 and provide your name, email, and the address and the case address. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand when directed to speak. When we call upon you, make sure that you click the join as a panelist button, use the Q&A and only for procedural questions, not for case information. If you are joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. In-person participation. If testifying, get close to the microphone so that all attendees and also the court reporter can hear you. No talking, eating, or drinking during the hearing. Aggressive behavior will not be tolerated. In an emergency, follow the instructions of the staff members. The main exit is the 2 double doors at the rear, and the nearest stairwell is to the left. In an evacuation, go to Love Park, and please remain there so that we can account for you. So let's look for our schedule for this afternoon. Number 1, 1134 Sampson Street, which is MI 2026-001-075. This case is continued until 10/21 at 2 p.m. Number 10, 3017 Germantown Avenue, which is MI 2026-002-452. This case is continued until 10/21 at 2 p.m. Is there any other requests for continuances?
I see no hands, Chair.
Okay. Let's go to our add-on list. Number 1, MI 001-772 905 South Chalet Street. I vote yes, with proviso. Revised plans, 1 page, stamped by ZBA, August 12th, 2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes, with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes, with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 2, MI 2026-002-327, 2450 North 30th Street. I vote yes, with proviso. Maximum 2 units, no household living in basement, and occupied area to be no more than 75%. Is that right?
Correct.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes, to two,
Wait.
2 units.
Well, hold on.
Max. Oh, what?
You wanted to also have the trash?
Oh, and interior trash, am I right? Interior trash is the fourth one.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes, maximum 2 units, with provisos. Did I say that right? Maybe I said that wrong.
Just saying with provisos is fine.
Okay, with proviso. Okay, with
That
proviso.
one was a little long, my God, it was
You're
struggled up here.
right. My vote is yes with provisos. Okay.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with provisos.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with provisos.
Number 3, MI 2026-002-059, 1122 McClellan Street. I vote yes with proviso. Per refusal dated 8/2026.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
Number 4, MI 2026-002-137, 2814 Master Street. I vote yes with proviso. Per amended refusal dated July 7th, 2026, use limited to ground floor only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Number 5, MI 2026-000-449-1233 South 58th Street. I vote yes, maximum 2 dwelling units.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes, with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with proviso.
And we're going to go to our regular list now. Number 2. Right? Okay. MI 2026-002-091, 1201 Moore Street. Joseph Consul is the attorney. There's a letter of unanimous support from East Passyunk Avenue and non-opposition from Councilmember Squilla.
Good afternoon.
Morning, Mr. Consul. Could you please state and spell your name for the stenographer?
Joseph Consul, Joseph. Last name is Consul, Console.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Yeah, my client is Tara Baeza, Baeza. and she's the owner of Birds of Prey Artistry and Aesthetics, the tenant and the applicant.
Mr. Council, our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your
afternoon.
documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and present your case.
All right, my screen should be up. Joe Consul, 1201 Moore, representing Tara Lynn Baeza and her company, Birds of Prey Artistry and Aesthetics. This is a request for approval as a personal services and body art studio that was refused because the property is zoned RSA 5. This property has a history of only being a commercial space on the first floor with an apartment above. And so we're hopeful that this is seen as an appropriate commercial use to put in this space. My client is leasing from let me find the pictures, leasing from the heir to the previous owner of the property. This is some of my client's work. The niece, I believe, of the previous owner who ran a tailor shop in this space for many years. All that's documented in the city. There's her lease. Where's my external photos? Sorry, with my 3 today, I'm a little bit muddled. But there's never been a residential use on this first floor, and we met with the community. There is not really the sort of negative thoughts that there might have once been with things like tattoo parlors, and everyone was wholeheartedly in support of this use. I just want to show you a quick outside photo if I can get it to load. I might not be able to be. Let's see. And to that end, Tara has been doing this work in Passyunk Square in that area for many years. She's moving from Passyunk Avenue to this space on 12th and Moore. Let's see if I can get this to load. Grid video. Do that. Okay, here it is. It's external, showing you what the space looks like on the outside. Once we get approval, the interior will be updated, and she will begin to have chairs there and to do the kind of work that she does, which I sort of flipped through before, but it's not typical tattooing. It's more aesthetics and things like eyebrow work, and she can explain that to the extent folks are interested. But it's not your typical tattoo studio. It's by appointment for more aesthetic-based sort of tattooing. I think that's sort of the bulk of my presentation.
Why don't you bring your client on?
Yeah, Tara, are you available to raise your virtual hand here?
Do we see her in the audience?
Tara has been allowed to talk.
Thank you very much. Tara?
Can you hear me?
I can most certainly. Could you please
Okay.
state and spell your name for me?
Yes, my name is Tara Lynn Baeza.
Could you spell it, please, for the stenographer?
Tara, middle name Lynn, last name Baeza.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, absolutely.
Mr. Consul.
Tara, did you hear my testimony just now about your space at 1201 Moore?
I did, yes. Yeah, I've been watching. I'm driving, so I was on mute. Sorry.
That's okay. Do you adopt it as your own? And I apologize if I didn't fully explain your business correctly, but I think everyone has an idea. We have good support and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes. I adopted as my own, and yeah, I specialize in like advanced skincare and like yeah, aesthetic tattooing. So eyebrows, eyeliner, and also paramedical. So I do a lot of work with scars and like breast cancer survivors, a lot of that kind of work.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Sure. Questions from the board?
So do you have some kind of hazardous waste sort of disposal for like needles and things like that?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's so Board of Health, we're always I have a establishment license for body art, and that's all. Yeah, that's we have the hazardous waste, and that gets picked up by a third party company. And I just follow the rules based off of Board of Health standards. And I also have a medical director, Dr. Glenn Rosen, who is like my supervisor for the medical aesthetics that I do.
Okay. So when you say this is like the tattooing in like eyebrows and things like that, which I've seen, but I haven't, I haven't done. But so
Yeah.
is that considered a medical procedure?
Yeah, in a way, yes. I mean, you don't have to have a medical director to do that stuff, but I own 2 lasers and I do microneedling and PRP. So that kind of stuff is backed up by my medical director. But when I say paramedical tattooing, that's like a different, like, even though, like eyebrow work or eyeliner or lip blush, like kind of tattooing isn't like paramedical per se. The paramedical part comes into play when I'm doing like scar camouflaging or areola tattooing for breast cancer survivors, that undergone surgery and stuff like that. So again, it doesn't have to be backed up by a medical director, but I do have one in place for the other services that I perform. And I am a licensed tattoo artist and a licensed establishment in the city of Philadelphia with the Board of Health.
And just to anticipate your thought process, Cheryl, the last time we did this was maybe 2018, and the personal services category was determined to be appropriate for all parties as an approval here versus any kind of medical use approval.
Yeah. Well, we just had that it was personal services, and then I wasn't
Yes.
sure what that meant,
Yep.
but, I there was discussion of maybe body piercings, but it makes more sense for what you're talking about. And I understand what the uses are. So that was all.
Any other
Thanks.
questions from the board?
What are your
I think I
hours
just
of
have-
operation?
Yeah, so
Or
I'm right now I'm Monday through Friday, 12 to 7 p.m. And then but I'm gonna be alternating every other week to Tuesday through Saturday. So, and I'm appointment only.
Okay.
I guess my question was about how many patients are clients are with you at a time.
Only one at a time. I don't have any staff members anymore. I decided to go solo again. So just one at a time. And I see probably anywhere from like 8 to 10 patients a day.
Okay, and then I know, what's the plan for the layout of this retail space? I'm assuming just because of the nature of what you do, that there's going to be some separate private room
Right.
where
Yes.
the
So
services are happening.
yes. So the front room is a lobby area, seating. There's, retail, there's a brow bar, because I do like even just, the basic aesthetics is like eyebrow waxing and tinting and lash stuff. And then past that room is one treatment room. That's going to be the area that I do my cosmetic paramedical tattooing. There's a restroom right there as well. And then past that room, there's another entryway to a larger room, which is going to be like my facial room where I do like my facials, waxing, laser treatments, anything skincare related. And then there's like a backyard behind it that I'm not really using right now. So yeah.
Are there any other, it sounds like there's the one bathroom on site, is there any other plumbing?
In the basement, there's like another toilet, but it's like it's not functioning. But then there's like, yeah, there's the bathroom and like right there in the middle room, and then there's another sink in the back room.
And then you're not using the basement for services, but it is included in your space and lease.
Yes, so I'm not using it for services. It's not a finished basement. It's just there merely for storage.
Okay.
Other questions?
I just want to clarify, there's two uses. So if any proviso was used, it should be really uses, not use, correct? That would be for the lawyer.
Yes,
Okay.
I'll agree with that. Yes.
Great, thank you. And it would be to first floor and basement, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's in our lease just by function of it being the only access point to the basement. But yes.
Okay, thank you.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or this audience here?
I see no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Nina Solomonic with the Planning Commission, NINA SOLOMONIC.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
Comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family attached zoning. The proposed use should not have any detrimental impact beyond what might be expected. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for personal services and body art service.
MI 2026-002-091-1201 Moore Street. I vote yes with proviso. Use limited to first floor and basement.
Michael
Chairman,
Johns,
we can
my
say- Hold on one second, uses,
Mhm.
we can make it plural.
uses, right?
You didn't hear my silent S. Use is limited to first floor and basement.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Anybody else? We're good?
No, Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with provisos.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with provisos.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Consul, could you please stay on? So we're moving to MI 2026-002-609, 3737 North 15th Street. Mr. Consul, just for the record, please state your name.
Yeah, it's Joseph Consul, Joseph. Last name is Consul. Oh, sorry.
Sure. And Mr. Consul, could you identify your client in relationship to this property?
Yeah, my client is Mr. Kirk Wechter. He's the owner of the LLC that owns this property.
Right. And we do not have an RCO letter, but there was a meeting, I understand. Is that right?
I thought we had an RCO letter of approval or an email.
No RCO letter or summary of, so maybe you have it and we just don't have it. Do you want to send it to us?
I don't believe we have it.
Okay. Yeah. So if you have it, Joe, could you please send it to us?
Yeah, I submitted a petition. Did we not hear back from the RCO? Interesting.
We had
Was
it.
there an RCO that backed out at one point, resigned? or something?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's correct. We did submit proof of that. We tried to schedule with Nicetown Tioga, and they kicked us to Tioga United. The city assigned it to Tioga United. We emailed them about 6 times, and they never
Okay.
approved our
All right. Why don't we
meeting.
move it? Oh, our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay, all right. Thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
All right. Okay, Joe Consul here again, 3737 North 15th Street. This is a use variance for approval as a 3-family dwelling in an existing attached building. The history of this place, it was a 3-unit building and it was zoned RM1. I'll show you in a second. The previous owner got a approval for 3 units while still zoned RM1, but they did not go through the necessary subsequent steps to actually get the rental license for 3 units. My client purchased it and is working backwards to legalize everything. The hope is that he'll get an approval today and then he'll get the CO. So as a condition of approval, we would expect the CO to be a point of that. So here's the old approval. Again, the property had been functioning as a 3-unit. This is a legalization approval use permit from 10 years ago, approving it as a 3-unit. This was the application that was submitted in 2016 requesting that approval. It's our notice that we sent. Our application. The plans that my client's architect put together, I'll call him to walk us through each level because they did not specifically label everything. So I wouldn't mind if he was available to speak to that. So I'll
Why don't you bring
return.
him on then?
Yeah.
Give me-
Hey, Kirk, are you there to raise your virtual hand? Kirk Wechter, Kirk W.
Do we see his hand?
Kirk has been allowed to speak.
All right, sure. Kurt?
Are you available, Kirk?
Hello.
Hi, sir, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, so you can hear me okay?
We can.
Yeah, we can.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. Kirk Wechter, K-I-R-K,
Yep.
W-A-E-C-H-T-E-R.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you also turn your video on, please? Go ahead, Joe, you can start.
All right, Kirk, have you heard my testimony just now regarding your property so far?
Yes.
And do you adopt what I've said so far as your own? Did we lose him?
He left.
No,
Oh,
no,
no.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go. Good.
And you adopt what I said as your own so far?
Yes.
Okay. Could you walk us through the layout that your architect put together? I know these will turn into your CO plans, but they're not labeled. So, I mean, the levels are, but not the interior. So what's the basement look like?
Basement is actually just free and clear. Nothing special about it. Our intention is to put storage units down there for the tenants themselves, laundry as well, and also the garbage cans and containers so that the tenant can put the trash into those cans. One of our staff members comes by weekly on trash night, takes the trash out, puts the trash cans back.
Okay. And we've got interior photos that we'll get to once I'm done with Kirk's walkthrough here. All right. Now going to the ground floor. Could you walk us through this layout, Kirk?
All right. So let's see here. Having trouble seeing all the way to the right. Oh, okay. So here's the entry to the upper left. If you walk straight, there's the stairwell up to the second level. To the right there, they're basically adjacent to each other, is the stairwell down to the basement as well. The entry to the first floor unit has a couple of different options. So you would normally enter in the front there through that door. And then there's a living area there. So living room area, and then you would continue on to the common area. There's a bedroom there. Continuing back, there is the bathroom. Then back further is finally the kitchen and a doorway to the backyard.
So this represents unit 1, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So now I'll move on to the I guess, where'd it go? Did I screw that up? That's level 3. All right, moving on to level 2.
Okay, so stairway, dead center
There you
here. Then you enter into kitchen dining room area. Hallway at the bottom heads back to the first bedroom, then the bathroom, then the rear bedroom.
Okay, so 2-bedroom, 1 bath, second unit.
Correct.
Okay. And then we'll move on to the level 3.
All right, stairways at the top there. Bedroom is to the very front, and then it just has a kitchen and a bathroom there. So
Okay, and it's a third unit, and that's one bedroom, 1 bathroom.
that middle area there is living space, like a living room.
Okay. So no having to go through bedrooms to get to bathrooms to anticipate that question. All right, I'm going through the deed. Deeds of my client's company. Tax clearance. Proof of mailing. We included the emails with the various RCOs in the city, assigning and then reassigning it. Included, my paralegal put together a little timeline of our attempts, all the emails and phone calls that were made to try to schedule this. Exterior photos showing the interior. Kirk, if you're still there, could you help us identify what units we're looking at on these upcoming photos?
Let's see. I think that I want to say that's the 3rd floor, but it's hard for me to tell or remember. I couldn't really say honestly.
Okay, so the state of these properties is not occupied, and we'll do the cosmetic work to make them occupiable. Is that accurate?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Here's some photos that we pulled as well. I believe these were, yeah, you can see the for sale sign. Some listing photos that showed good angles of the property. Some more. Now you kind of have a feeling what the basement looks like now. Obviously, it's not finished. And like you said, your intent would be for what? Washer, dryer, and
storage and trash.
Okay. We also included a neighborhood petition of support. Quite a few number of near neighbors that signed a petition of support for legalizing the use of this property. We included that in our packet. I have nothing further. Any questions for my client or me?
Okay, questions from the board?
What, can you go back to that floor plans again? That first floor seemed to be a little strangely laid out.
Okay, is that, yeah, it's us.
So you said that the access to the basement is right next to the adjacent to the floor, the stairway to the upper level, right? I believe that's what you said, but I'm looking at this stairway and it looks like, where is that stairway to the basement? Because I see a stairway to the basement out of the first floor unit in the back where it says down.
Let's see, out of the back, it says down. I think that's an additional one. But see where it says up, and then right to the right of that, there's another staircase. That's
but that appears to be within the unit also. Of that, or is that first floor unit separated by these walls?
That's separated by those walls with an additional door if they wanted to.
So where the fireplace is, you have to go out of that into a common area, open another door to go to your bedroom or to the bathroom or to the kitchen. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
No, because see, let's count the doors starting in the upper left. So the front door,
Yes,
And
that's
then
the
there's a
deal.
foyer. Then there's a door from the foyer to the common
Right.
area, which leads to the
Yes,
stairs, both up and down.
correct.
That
Well,
that
as I'm saying, where is this? That's where I'm stuck. Where is this up and down? Where is this up and down? I see now I'm going to draw here. This is the up, correct?
yeah. And
Right.
then if you
So
go,
so how do you get there? So where you go down?
there's a space. The drawing is a rendering that. So you would go down there. So where it says up, yeah, all right. So
Yeah. Mhm.
that is all open area right there, and the down steps is right there.
Okay. It makes no sense in terms of what's drawn here. If this black is a wall, you'd have to walk up, come down. There's no room to do what you're saying.
I don't think
look, it looks
rendering-
like it. Say that this is wrong, right? So if this is the way to get down the steps, right, then I'd have to come in here, go down the hallway, go down the steps. This is part of the first unit. This is part of the first unit. Blah blah blah. I've got to come out of here, go out a door, go into a door, go to the bedroom. Kind of doesn't make sense. So just in terms of the layout now, whether or not in reality there's something different going on, I don't know. But based on what you showed, it kind of doesn't make sense, that first floor layout.
Understood. I'm seeing if there's any photos that I have that can make it clear.
Yeah, I'm looking through the larger format photos now to see if any make it clear. I'm not certain that they do.
I think also it appears that there's 2 stairwells into the basement from the same unit.
Correct. Yeah. Right. Right. So I don't know what that all means. Right. Other than the second and third floor units probably maybe work out a little bit better, maybe. So doesn't make sense to be 3 units. I don't know.
Okay.
And
don't
if that's where everyone is storing their trash in the basement, everyone has to have access to the basement in order
Correct.
to do that.
Correct.
So you might need interior trash storage for.
We're fine with that. This is a better shot of the stair. They're the only stairway, it appears, leading
Well, there's
upstairs.
2
Or
on the plans. That's why.
okay,
Right.
Are we
Right,
seeing
but
both
this-
here? Are we seeing both here or no?
I don't see
No.
both. And the
The
one
one-
that you're showing in this photo is the rear one near the bathroom.
Is the
and
rear one.
kitchen in
Correct.
in the plan.
Correct.
And
It
that
has a wind,
matches.
it has a winder at the top, which is incorrectly drawn on your plan.
All right,
Mm,
so,
Okay.
so
But
Joe,
go ahead.
Joe, listen a
Well,
minute. I think.
I mean, with the stipulation that trash is managed and kept off of the
Yeah, but
front.
I think trash is one issue. I think there's a lot of other questions you didn't answer about how the drawings were done. And Joe, what I'm going to do is make this a resumptive hearing and come back with better drawings that people understand. I mean,
Okay.
we just can't keep going back and forth with this. So
Yeah, that's fine. We can get his
Resumptive
architect in there
sure,
quickly.
The resumptive hearing is 10/6, 9:30 a.m.
That's
And then just come back with I think you've heard
well-
enough that you'll understand what the drawings are, okay?
if 10/6 is going to be an issue.
What's that?
I said 10/6 is going to be an issue if it's assumed, because I haven't been on site because we've been waiting for zoning for some time. If it's assumed that the stairway to the basement is strictly from unit 1,
Well.
could we
so
proceed with that
we're gonna-
assumption?
Listen to me. I mean, it's as simple as this. We're going to continue to 10/6. If you want to, you can call the office, but at this point, that's the date I'm given, okay? Thank you very much. And Joe, you have another case.
I do.
All right. So we're going to move on to number 12, which is 245 West Coulter Street. And Joe, just for, could you state your name again, please?
Yeah, Joseph Consul.
And could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is hold on one second, let me get these. Celeste De Silva, owner of the property.
Right. And also, Joe, we recently received another letter of support.
Okay,
You
cool.
don't have it, but we'll make sure you get a copy of it, okay?
Oh, great.
Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Again, have you submitted your documents and exhibits for this case 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
Okay. Thank you. You can share your screen and present your case.
All right, 245 West Coulter Street. This is an application for a visitor accommodations approval in an existing single-family structure. This use would be, per my client's feedback from the RCO, would be limited to 2 adult guests, no parties, no events, no exterior signage, no commercial storefront activity. My client, as you'll see, posts house rules, has the property monitored with safety and management technology, including exterior security, noise monitoring, smoking detection, and smoking detection. This property operated as an Airbnb, obviously against the city code, although my client did not realize, as they submitted the rental license and were approved by Airbnb to operate, they did not realize that that was inappropriate. I understand the planning commission will have their say there, but it did operate successfully and without any incidences leading up to coming into the side. Once they realized it was inappropriate, they terminated that operation. And the listing came down, although we do have some reviews and things like that we can show you. There's the refusal. This is the exterior of the property. Our mailers. Interior of the furnished property. Current status of the basement. And one of my client's big points, and she can talk about it a little bit, is just that the quality of the property that she's able to provide is so much stronger with this model versus the long-term tenant model that she had prior to giving this model a try. And we actually even have photos from the pre-model showing sort of tenant undersight, if that's the opposite of oversight, and kind of letting the property go down. But as you can see now, the property is in good shape. This was the tenancy prior to her taking over and transitioning to a visitor accommodations model. And here's what the basement looks like now. Property was purchased in 2010. As you saw before, the property has been substantially improved. Exterior now. Condition at the time of purchase. My client can attest to the craftsmanship that went into refurbishing this property. Here's what it looks like now again. We know that we got an RCO letter of opposition, although they did state several items that they would want to see if it was approved. That was a temporary variance, issues about interior trash storage, limiting the number of adults, and those are all things that we are fully willing to commit to. We included some reviews just showing the property is run nicely. These are some of the more recent ones. It's the zoning. Another important point is that the surrounding context we think matters. It's not an isolated single-family residential block. There's daycares, churches, funeral homes, security businesses, grocery and other storefront type uses on this block. Again, uses that serve the neighborhood. It's not strictly a single family block, despite the RSA 5 zoning that dominates it. It has plenty of other non-single family uses. The record is not one-sided. We had some petitions that came in and another one that came in that we just mentioned that support it, including the actual next door neighbors. Here's some photos showing other businesses on the block. streetscape. My client, also submitted some items regarding how she runs the business and things like that. And here's one statement of support that we have, and here's another. It's the property, I guess, 2 down or perhaps right next door, 249. Client can attest to that. And property at 237 West Coulter. So I'll have my client come on to speak a little bit
Why don't you
about.
do that, please?
Pamela Braces, you are allowed to speak.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Good afternoon. I'm not the owner. I'm a person going to testify.
Okay.
Pardon?
We're looking for a Celeste or an Antonio, either one of those. I heard some hand pop up.
Do we see any other hands?
Yes, Chair. Celeste De Silva is rejoining as panelist now.
Thank you very much. Celeste? Bless you.
Are you there, Celeste?
Hi,
Hi,
Celeste.
Celeste.
Can you unmute yourself, please?
Can you hear me?
I can. Could you,
you can hear me?
Please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Oh, my name is Celeste De Silva, Celeste. De Silva, Dasilva.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel, please proceed.
Ms. De Silva, did you hear my testimony just now regarding your property at 245 West Coulter?
Yes, I heard it.
Do you adopt it as your own?
Yes, I do.
Is there anything you'd like to add to the board before we open it up to any neighbor input and anything else?
No, I have nothing else to add.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from the board?
Yes, I think my main question is just trying to understand hardship and why Airbnb versus a traditional rental for the single family home.
Mr. Silva?
We have been renting traditionally for over 15 years. I've had, I believe, a total of 4 tenants. Just my experience, out of the 4 tenants, only one of them, and she happened to be Section 8. She was really, really nice, kept the place very clean, did everything, on her lease. The other 3, each one of them stayed maybe 3 or 4 years or whatever. They paid accordingly, but, I would tell them, look, you need to keep the place clean. At one point, there was a little garden in front of the house. If you see from the pictures, there's no garden now, but I kept telling her, look, you need to keep it clean, keep it trash free. And then the yard and everything, they were responsible for it, on the lease. And she didn't do that. Eventually we said, okay, heck with it. We're, cementing the front of it. And then I have my, the next tenant after that. She was really, really nice, Patricia. She was Section 8. She left because she had a child and she wanted to move to a better area with better schools. But then my 3rd tenant, that was during COVID. That was the one where, like, we told, I could see from, looking in the, hallway, it wasn't being kept clean. We would tell her, look, you need to keep the yard clean. It's on your lease. She just did not clean. That's the pictures that I showed you where there was like weeds everywhere. And that was during the COVID era. And when she stopped paying rent, but when she finally had to leave, I went in there and it was just horrible. It was a mess. The yard was full of weeds. After me telling her, many times, you need to, keep the place clean. But anyway, she left. Then I had the fourth tenant, which was, she left around 2024. So that tenant seemed to be perfect on paper, great, everything great on paper. She paid rent, well, no problems. But a couple months into her tenancy, I get complaints from a next door neighbor. They're yelling and screaming, just loud noise, and, I told my neighbor, I'm so sorry. I thought she was, a nice person. It was a mom and a daughter and a little boy. That was all that was living there. So then there was issues. I'm not going to go into it because it's private things concerning that tenant. But, some authorities were called. She eventually left on her own. And that was kind of the last resort. I just could not take it anymore. And then someone told me about Airbnb, and they said, if you go to Airbnb, the people are just, the guests are just much more professional. And so I thought I'd try that. And, I had a rental license. I thought, okay, I already have a rental license. I'll just go right into it. I didn't think anything of it. And I've been doing it for, almost 2 years, and I've had no issues. I've had more than 44 guests in there. The place still looks beautiful. It's kept clean. I go in there more often. Now I'm responsible for the cleaning. So it's kept clean. The yard is kept clean. There's no weeds coming out. There's no trash. And it's just been better, for the neighborhood, for myself. And I really do not want to go back to regular tenancy. This has just worked out much better.
Other questions? Other questions?
I mean, I guess my follow-up question is a lot of the issues that you could have with Airbnb, you can have, with a regular tenant, you can have with Airbnb. So how are you managing this property? It sounds like you got into some of it. It sounds like you're doing the cleanings in between tenants. Are you managing your listing? Are you dealing with trash and turnover and everything individually? Or are you working with a property management?
I have, they call it a co-host, which is like a property manager.
Yep.
And he helps me with it. I have someone that helps me clean because I do have a full-time job as well, but I go in there. I try not to schedule too many people because I do go in there after each and every person to make sure everything is good. If there's any trash, my husband works in the city. He works with SEPTA, so he'll literally come. He has a van, and he, if it's not trash day, he'll just grab it, put it in his truck, and we'll take care of it.
And
if
then
it is
your
trash day, I'll put it out.
Yeah, is your co-host based in Philadelphia?
No, he's not. He's virtual.
Okay, so you and your husband are still the closest physical person. If there's an issue at the unit, you are the one that's responding.
Yes, I'm the one that responds. I go there after every single guest, make sure everything is good. I have the cell phone numbers of, the closer neighbors. And, I let them know if you have any issues, just let me know.
Okay.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time, Mr.
Questions or
Chairman.
comments from the virtual audience?
Pamela Bracy, you have been allowed to speak.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good
Pamela.
afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, Pamela, Bracy, B as in boy, Racey.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
I did attend the RCO meeting, and it was a question that we raised, the same as what one of the members raised. Why did the lady decide she wanted to do an Airbnb, which we felt as though, or which I felt as though we'd be bringing a lot of people into the neighborhood? It appears as though that is more single family, even though further down you do have businesses. But I think we should kind of keep our single family and not have so many people coming and going. And especially if you're telling tenants or Airbnb persons, they can only have two persons there. I mean, you know, they may decide they want to invite someone, and she's saying her rule is you can only have two people. No one else can come and visit, no parties. We understand that. But
Right.
you could have a dinner if you wanted to, and that could be more than two persons. So I just think that ignorance of her zoning is not an excuse for what she should have done. So I would say Solo said temporary, and I think maybe temporary variance if the board agrees.
Right.
And thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to call. See, Joe, do you have any questions?
No.
Anybody else in the audience?
I see no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Nina Solomonic with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, here.
The
Nope, can't. Okay,
Can you hear
good.
me now?
Yep. Yes. Mhm.
Okay. There's no unique physical condition or circumstance that would prevent the property from being used in conformance with the zoning code. A 2020 zoning ordinance passed by City Council, which regulated short-term rentals, did not change the basic rule prohibiting full-time use of a dwelling unit as short-term rental. This type of absentee management, where the owner does not live in the unit, has been illegal since the first short-term rental zoning regulations became in effect in 2015. What's changed since the passage of the 2020 ordinance is that there is now a licensing and enforcement mechanism. The City Planning Commission recommends the board deny the proposed use variance for visitor accommodations.
Thank you. MI 2026-003-185-245 West Coulter Street. I vote yes. Temporary variance that expires 8/27/29, and also trash stored inside.
Michael Johns, my vote is a yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is no.
Thank you.
Number 3, MI 2026-002-148-1933 to 43 North 31st Street. Alan Nachumson is the attorney.
I will be recusing myself,
There you
Chair.
go. You weren't here this morning, were you? Oh, there you go. Mr. Nachumson, could you please state and spell your name?
Alan Nachumson.
Uh,
Alan, last name Nachumson, Nochumson.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I will.
Could you identify your client and relationship to the property?
Yeah, my client is Friends Rehabilitation Program, Inc., and in the virtual audience should be Aleda Zeladone, its director.
Right, and our board secretary has a few questions for you.
Right, cool.
Good afternoon, council. Did you submit your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, we have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
Okay. You can then share your screen and
All right.
begin your presentation.
All right. If I could be promoted to as a panelist. Thank you.
You have been promoted.
I do not see that. There I go.
You see it?
I'm in now.
Okay.
Just waiting to join. All right, so my client is Friends Rehabilitation Program. They're an affordable housing developer in Philadelphia. They do a ton of work in the Strawberry Mansion community and regularly collaborate with the Strawberry Mansion CDC. And what we're proposing here is to have 5 triplexes on lots that were formerly 6 lots. And it's not out of character to have that. I have a list of exhibits, which includes, I believe, 13 exhibits here. At the conclusion of my presentation, I would ask that Aleda virtually raise her hand to be sworn in. First is the refusal. This is an RSA 5 property, rather massive lot, subdivided as proposed. Each lot would be 1,161 square feet. We have 2 refusals. The first refusal is the use as triplexes for this RSA 5 property, or hopefully properties. Right. And then we also have a refusal regarding the occupied area, where 75% is required, where 80.7% is proposed. We have conforming rear yard setbacks, and actually our property doesn't go as deep as, we have a 9-foot rear yard setback, where the property in 1931 only has an 8-foot setback. I would have suggested to my architect to match them in line. We could have actually got more space, but anyway, we're more in conformance with the code in terms of setback requirement than our neighboring property. We're also in the Strawberry Mansion. Well, we're respecting the fact that this is Strawberry Mansion, so the height of our building is only a little less than 35 feet high, and there is no roof deck proposed either, in respecting their overlay. We met with the community. We have overwhelming support, unanimous support. What's not in my materials, we did reach out to the ZBA's administrator today. My understanding is there's a letter of non-opposition from Councilmember Young. I mean, that's what I was told. I don't have a copy of that, but that was my.
Give me 1 minute here.
Yeah, so.
Unanimous support, right? Yep.
Is there a Councilmember Young has a letter of
Yeah,
non-opposition?
yep,
Okay,
yep.
all right. I just don't have a copy of it. That's why it's not in my materials.
Make
but
sure you get a copy.
But, again, not out of character for, on that block, 1931 and 1921, North 31st Street are triplexes. The properties have had histories of, has had history of being multi-unit equaling 3 units. And, I just gave you the materials that we found on Atlas regarding some of these properties. Again, Friends Rehabilitation Program, Inc. is an affordable housing developer. In addition to that, they are also known for several other programs, which is Homeless Services Program, which they're not doing here, but I'm just, and a reentry program, and as well as GRIP program, which nurtures environments for at-risk individuals to grow, learn, and succeed. So they're very well known in especially this community, Strawberry Mansion community. Like I stated, they have collaborated on many occasions. You would even see the letter of support from the Strawberry Mansion community group stating that. Rather large lot, out of character, as an RSA 5 property. Behind us on Stanley Street are RM1 properties. Again, 1921 and 1931 are also triplexes. Aerial views of the property. So since our clients own this property, they've had problems of dumping of cars and trailers, and this would obviously stop that, and also, build up that block that does need some help. Photographs of the property. This is the property. There's also 2 vacant lots here that we don't own. This is the property in 1931 that we're mimicking in terms of height. And like I said, it goes a little bit deeper than us. But, again, what we're trying to do is conform as close to the code as possible with regards to occupied area. This is our hearing notice poster for today's hearing. North 31st Street to the right of the property, to the left of the property, our plans and drawings. Again, what we try to do is mimic the architecture as much as possible. So you have a flat brick facade, you have a cornice line, you have lintels, front doors that are defined, and the window lines even, are matching. A little bit more architectural interest in terms of the cornice, the lintels that kind of have a look curve on the tops of it, have some architectural interest. This is, our site plan. We are 4 feet below grade and 3 feet above. This is our floor plans. I'll quickly go through them. if you go through the front door, there's a vestibule area, you make a right. Unit number 1 is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath. So you have the living room, kitchen, and dining room area, a bathroom, and the bedroom. The person can store their trash outside. There's a lower level. We really just think of that as storage. Maybe someone puts an office down there. I don't know. The ceilings are not that high. You go up a flight of steps. You have the living room and dining room area, kitchen, a bedroom. Here's the ventilated trash closet for unit number 2. You have a bathroom and a kitchen. You go up a 3rd flight of steps, mimics unit number 2. You walk in, you have a living room, dining room, kitchen area, ventilated trash closet, 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, bathroom. This is just a survey showing that this property is going to be subdivided or at least a proposed subdivision. This is our proof of mailing for the community meeting. We met on June 25th at 6 p.m. These are the 158 addresses we sent the mailer to. Proof of mailing those notices. Our application for zoning variance, along with the notice of refusal and the project information form. Our deed showing that Friends Rehabilitation Program, Inc. is the owner of the property. And then finally, our certificate of tax clearance, which I will be getting through the deed.
You want to bring your client on?
Yeah. Aleda, can you virtually raise your hand while I'm going through this? And the certificate of tax clearance.
Aleda has been allowed to speak.
Hi, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Aleda Zeledon, Aleyda, Zeledon, Zeledon.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Counsel?
Yes, Aleda, you heard everything I had to state today about your zoning matter.
yes, I heard everything.
Specifically that, your organization.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
Sure. Especially since that your organization is a nonprofit organization that does affordable housing and that you regularly collaborate with Strawberry Mansion CDC with respect to these matters.
Yes, that's correct. We're a nonprofit organization.
All right, great. And everything I stated was true and correct, right?
That is correct.
And do you adopt it as your own testimony?
Can you repeat that, please?
Do you adopt it as your own testimony, what I stated?
Yes.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
Who's going to have access to the basements? All the units?
Just unit number 1.
Just unit number 1.
That's
Okay.
correct.
And so then what's the Friends Rehabilitation Program's plan for property management? This is now 15 units, which is pretty dense. The other multifamily on the block I think the other one's a tax credit building, so it's a slightly different setup and management plan.
Yeah, Aleda, can you state to board member Nguyen how you handle property management for this intended for this property and other properties?
I know there are other problems. I meant for this because they have an array of different ways that they handle housing.
Okay, specifically
What's the plan for this one?
For this one.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I could barely hear you.
So my question was about the property management for the 5 properties, since there are now 15 units on this block. The other multifamily in the neighborhood, there's a large tax credit project, which has a completely different management type. So I just wanted to know how you all were planning to manage this one.
We are going to be subcontracting out a management agency to manage the property.
Okay, and is this one where you're going to have tenants applying individually, or are you going to be pulling people from like a citywide list?
It's going to be a combination of both.
Okay.
Other questions?
Oh, not question, comment. You're doing that thing again where you have the bathroom or bedroom where you have to, wander through the kitchen and the living room to get to a bathroom.
Yeah.
And at 3 o'clock in the morning, that's quite a walk. And I just think it's a bad layout. So that's my comment.
I will say that I'm not the developer, I'm not the architect, but so noted, and I'll make sure, I'll let them know.
Actually did have another question. Are you all opposed to commercial trash pickup since you're going to have a third-party property manager?
I would defer to the board if they think it's appropriate to have, given the amount of units, to have commercial trash pickup.
Sure,
I do.
sure, why not? Any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Yes, are you having roof decks on that, or did I?
No, that was, I noticed
It's the
that,
plan,
no,
right?
it's not on the notice of refusal. I noticed it when I was sitting here. I was like, and that's my fault, but that's no intention to have that.
Okay, because I did see that on the plans, and I.
Only the illustrative plans. Yes, not the site plan.
There's no roof
No,
on
I
it.
no.
mean,
If there was, you might have to get a.
No,
correct-
we're not.
Okay,
It's to respect the fact that Strawberry Mansion, they don't want roof decks.
Yeah.
And, you know, we would fall under the overlay. That's why we don't have that refusal.
just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
questions or comments from the virtual audience?
Pastor Tyrone Williams, you
Sure.
have been allowed to speak.
Hi, Reverend, how are you, sir? Reverend?
Please unmute yourself, Mr. Pastor Williams.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Reverend, how are you? Could you please
I'm
state and
blessed.
spell your name?
Yes, Pastor Tyrone Williams, Tyrone, Tyrone Williams.
Do you swear or
W-
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, counsel.
Just
Oh,
want
I'm
to
sorry. Yeah, I guess that's it. Go ahead.
just want to confirm our letter of support for this project. We have submitted it.
Yep.
And now that I know y'all have it, because at one point I got a notice from you guys, but I did call down there, and so y'all have the letter, and I just want to confirm it.
All right. Thank you very much, Reverend. Is there anyone else in the audience?
Not at this time, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Ina Solomonic with the Planning Commission. In 2014, the zoning map was amended from RM1 residential multifamily to the existing RSA 5 residential single-family attached zoning at this location in accord with recommendations from the comprehensive plan and with support of the community. There are no physical circumstances that prevent the applicant use the property in strict conformity of the zoning code. The property is being subdivided, so the dimensional variances are self-imposed. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variances for multifamily use and occupied area.
Can I just quickly, I know you have a long list. We've owned this property since
We have
2010.
long list all the time, but that's besides.
But
Don't worry
yes, but you know, we purchased the property in 2010 with the intention of building triplexes here. Unfortunately, it's taken my client a little bit of time, but they purchased it as an RM1 property. Thank you.
Thank you. So MI 2026 0002 148 1933 to 43 North 31st Street. I vote yes with proviso. Commercial trash pickup, no household living in basement.
Michael Johns, and my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Alan, who's doing 8?
Alex is doing the rest of them. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Two more for you. Two more. Come on, yeah, come on. Just making sure the audience knows there's a end in the end, or light at the end of the site. How's that? Go ahead.
Which one is this?
MI 2026 002 246 312 North 41st Street. Mr. Goldberg, could you please state and spell your name?
Alex Goldberg, ALEX GOLDBERG.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Goldberg, could you identify your client, a relationship to this property?
My client, Carrie Dupree, is sitting to my left. She's the owner of the property.
Okay, and our vice chair has just a few questions for you.
I was gonna leave me back there. Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the the refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen now. The property address is 312 North 41st. My client Carrie has lived there since 1994. She's temporarily taking care of her mother at a different location, but her plan is to hopefully have this variance approved for two-family living, do a complete renovation of her property, and move back home. She has, as I learned at the community meeting process, close ties to this community. She's an active community member. She actually went through the variance process once before on this project for a greater variance and had the support of the community group at that time. I was not her counsel at that application, but that involved developing a standalone single-family home at the back of the property. This property goes street to street. That's no longer part of her plans. There's an existing detached garage back there that you'll see a photo of that is just storage of her stuff. So here is the notice of refusal. The property is zoned RSA 5. I'll note that when she purchased the property in 94, it was zoned RM1, which would allow 4 units here. The zoning changed in 2015. The only variance that we're asking for is for two-family household living. There's also a small addition proposed as a part of this application, which I will show you on the plans. We met with the coordinating RCO, West Powelton Saunders Park, who I believe will be in the virtual audience. They supported this application unanimously. I also included in the presentation materials their letter from the last time around. Because this property was previously zoned RM1, the character of this block, specifically our end of the block, is significantly multifamily. You can see on this diagram here what the nearby properties look like. Many of them are actually 3 units. We thought 2 units was the right number here. Carrie living on the first floor and a portion of the second floor and a bi-level unit above her. But there are multifamilies at 303, 304, 305, 306, 307, 309, 310, 311, 313, 317, 332, 338, and 340. Okay, just for the record. And I included those rental licenses for the record as well. Here's the legislation that was approved in 2015, changing the zoning of this property, which again runs street to street with frontage on Holly Street in the rear from RM1 to RSA 5. Here's that letter of support from 2021. Again, that was proposing a new standalone single-family home in addition to a duplex in the existing structure. That was supported heavily, I guess not unanimously, but 23-1. Here's the zoning map of the property. We're one of just a few here that go street to street. The majority of the lot lines cut right down the middle here. So we have a, I would say, significantly larger lot than what is typical for this block. The other thing I'll note is we're adding a 1-story addition on the top of our structure. You'll see in the photos that we're adjacent to 3-story structures, and the majority of this block is 3-story structures. So we're actually matching, coming closer into conformance with the heights on the block than what we currently are. This is the garage on the back on Holly Street. Here's the posting photos from both street frontages. Here's to the right on North 41st. You can see all these 3-story structures, which are primarily multifamily, and then to the left. Here's Holly, smaller street. Here's interior photos. So like I said previously, Carrie is planning to do a significant gut renovation and retire in this home. There's no one living there now. Plans and drawings, I'll zoom in here for you. So the first regarding the addition, the darker portion of the building structure here is the addition portion. The building height is 32 feet, 11 inches at its highest point. There is going up to the floor, the site plan up here. There's an existing 2-story addition that's in disrepair and is being removed, and then there's a significant amount of space between the rear of the existing building structure and where the garage is. Our rear yard, is well beyond the 9-foot minimum. And then here's the floor plans. They're small, so I'll zoom in here. Her unit is the blue unit. There's no living in the basement, just a washer and dryer. It's an existing unfinished basement, and our plan is not to change that. You go in the front and you make a left, and you have one bed, one bath on the first floor. There's an exit point to the rear yard on the side right here where my mouse is. There's also I would say, a guest bedroom at the rear of the second floor. It's a partial bi-level. There's also a bathroom up there. And then going up the stairs to the orange unit, which has its own ventilated trash closet. It's also a bi-level, 3-bed, 2.5 bathroom, with, obviously lots of natural light coming in the front of the second floor where the living space is, and then up above on the third floor where all the bedrooms are. Obviously living there, Carrie is going to self-manage the property. And with that, I'd like to ask my client to adopt my testimony.
Close to the mic for me, please, if you don't mind. And you can pull it right down to you.
Okay.
All right. Could you please state and spell your name?
Carrie Dupree, Carrie Dupree.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel.
Carrie, did you hear my testimony today? What, into the mic?
Yes.
Was it true and correct?
Except for the fact that I moved in 1987.
Oh, okay. 1987. She said, except for the fact that she moved in 1987. I said 94. Maybe there was a change in deed and I didn't catch that. My fault. Besides that, do you adopt my testimony as your own? Okay, thank you.
Questions from the board?
So, did you say your mother is gonna live there?
No, I moved in with my mother to take care of her. She passed in December.
Oh, sorry for your
my
loss.
mother.
Oh, okay.
She'll
All
be
right,
living there alone, correct?
And so I'll be
Okay.
staying there during construction. So that's
right.
Gotcha. Okay. And they're both bi-level units. I don't have any issue with the layout.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone else?
Yeah, just could you, I'm sorry. Go
Good.
ahead.
No.
So are you going to be living in one unit and renting out the other? Is that how this is going to work?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yep, I just may have missed it. So you're going to demo the rear, right?
There's a portion of the rear that was like, I think, a haphazardly added addition.
Okay.
That's going to come down.
And it's going to be replaced so that the
I'll
addition can go over it?
I'll reshare the zoning plan here. So from my understanding, Carrie will correct me if I'm wrong, and I'll show the elevation here. The existing 2-story addition right here is not being replaced.
Okay.
We're just adding a
Added,
third
okay.
floor. So the rear, that space between the garage and the back of the home is significantly
be larger.
increasing. Yeah.
And your tenant will have access to that space, as outdoor space for them as well? Or it's just for?
Just for the
first
first
floor?
floor.
Just for the first floor.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, I guess my question is about the garage. Understanding that the plan is to use it for storage now, but is the curb cut still legal?
There is no curb cut. I don't know if there ever was, but I've been using it as storage ever since I moved in.
So it was never actually, it's really a storage shed, an oversized storage shed.
Yeah, I mean, it looks based on the photos like there was an opening that was cinder blocked up. I'll go back to the plans. I don't know if that.
There's no curb cut though on Holly Street.
Correct.
Got it.
And this door looks obviously like it's been there for a while. I think, Carrie, I think you said you keep your like ceramic, your craft stuff in there.
Gardening stuff in there, art supplies.
Can you enter it from the yard as well?
Yes.
There's a door on both sides. Okay. I mean, I guess to Tanetta's point, it's dense, and I think to have a multifamily unit, you do have an opportunity here to give the tenant access to the rear yard, understanding that you're the one on the first floor and you might not want to have people in your space, but it does create an opportunity where there is access where you could have it.
Yeah.
Questions from our attorney?
No, my question was answered by actually four-member
you.
win, so no questions.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience or this audience here?
I see no
Planning Commission.
hands.
Nina Solomonic with the Planning Commission. In 2015, the zoning map was amended from RM1 residential multifamily to the existing RSA 5 residential single family attached at this location. The comprehensive plan recommended RTA 1 residential 2-family attached, which would have allowed this use by right. The proposed use is consistent with the prior zoning and recommended zoning. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for multifamily use for two-family dwelling.
Thank you. MI 2026-002, 246, 31 North 41st Street. I vote yes with proviso, no household living in basement.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thanks for coming in. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. Who's doing 9?
I am.
Okay. So MI 2026-002, 262, 1021 West Horder Street. Mr. Hi, could you please state your name because you've already been sworn?
Alex Goldberg.
Could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
My client is Sophia Gordon, sitting behind me. She's the owner of the property with her husband, Anthony Murphy.
Right. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. Share your screen and present your case.
We
Okay.
also have unanimous support from West Mount Airy neighbors.
So this is a very interesting case with what I would think is a very de minimis variance request. It's a beautiful property in West Mount Airy with a lot of, I would say, historical elements to it. And we're proposing to, in addition to a full sort of renovation that's happening, we're proposing to change the gate that's at the front of the property. I have Justin Detweiler of John Milner Architects to my left. I don't usually do this. I would have my client first, but I want Justin to explain for the board, the design theory behind what's going on with the gate and how it relates to some of the metalwork that's in the inside of the property. And I'll have him sworn in when we get to that point.
Okay.
The refusal that we're asking for is for a 6-foot 8-inch gate rather than a 4-foot gate. This gate is set back significantly from the front of the property. It's really not visible unless you're looking down the chute of these stone walls, which match the height of the gate that we're proposing, and is set back 60 feet from the lot line. So that's, and we meet the
60 feet setback?
60 feet, yeah. It's far back. It's a big property. You'll see the photos. It's beautiful. I see the coordinating RCO has his hand raised. I'm sure we'll get to him. Here's the letter from them, unanimous support. Here's the zoning map. This is a very funky shaped property that my client actually got married at and grew up in. Here's what the front of the property looks like. So there's a better photo coming, I believe, but the existing gate is tiny. It actually doesn't meet the opacity requirements, so it's existing non-conforming and it's manual. So the new gate will provide better security. It's also automatic and beautiful. So it's part of a bigger vision here for the renovation. Here's the notice posting. You can see these stone walls. These are 100 years old plus maybe. Justin will correct me if I'm wrong. And our gate is matching the height of those. So you really couldn't even see it from the side. Here's the right of the property and at the left, heavily wooded area. There's a better picture of the existing gate. Here it is from another perspective. This existing archway with original ironwork is remaining. A couple more perspectives. There's also a pedestrian pathway through the entry point. Here's the plans and drawings. So this is the site plan. I'll just show you sort of where we are on the site. Here's the gate. You can see that there's it's 60 feet 1 inch setback. Then there's an existing parking court behind that. That's an additional almost 69 feet to the primary facade. And then the gate is going right there. Here is an elevation of the gate. So this is sort of a more rudimentary drawing of the gate for zoning purposes. You'll see the more ornamental version in a later slide, but you can see it's 6 feet 8 inches tall, and that existing lantern and bracket is to remain. I think at this point, I'd like for Justin to be sworn in and he can explain.
Hey, sir, could you please state and spell your name?
Justin Detweiler, Justin, Detweiler, Detwiler.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Counsel?
Justin, can you explain to the board what it's made out of, who's making it, and what the sort of design intention was behind it, just briefly?
So this house has extreme historic significance. It was designed by one of America's foremost architects of its era, 1928. And the house is full, inside and out, of important museum quality ironwork by Samuel Yellen, who was the foremost metal worker in American history. The arch over the gate, everything that you see on this property was designed by Yellen. And so our clients have spent great expense restoring this house. We're in the process of that right now. And we've added some new elements within the house in the spirit of Samuel Yellen. And so these designs for the gate are very reminiscent of the work that he did. They're also the work of a very popular and well-known Philadelphia metalworker who's a West Mount Airy neighbor. And they're being fabricated and hand forged in his shop in Fishtown. And that's the basis for them. We're matching the height of the wall because that 60-foot long driveway that you saw is very much a kind of privacy slot on the site. One thing that we didn't mention, and I think is worth noting, is the security factor here. This is the last house on Horder Street before Fairmount Park. And the street ends and turns onto Parkline Drive. And that is an entry point into the park, and thereby people park, they go in and out of the park to hike. And this property continually gets vandalism from people who are doing all sorts of nefarious things. And even as recently as a few weeks ago, the construction, the electricians and all the contractors had all their cars broken into on the sidewalk right in front of this property. So it's partial security and it's partial ornament.
Okay, thank you. And if you want to just swap places with Sophia. Okay, so that's, there's obviously drawings here. You can see the different creatures. They, an image of their dog at the bottom of the gate. And that's essentially it. We obviously met with West Mount Airy neighbors July 1st. We mailed notice to what neighbors we were required to, which is not many because these are large properties. And then the deed to the property, and then the tax clearance. So with that, I'd like my client to be sworn in.
Sure. Hi, could you please state and spell your name for the stenographer?
I'm Sophia Gordon.
Why don't you just,
I'm Sophia Gordon, spelled SOPHYAGORDON.
all right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Okay, Sophia, did you hear my testimony today? And did you hear Justin's testimony today? Were they both true and accurate? And would you adopt them both as your own? Thank you.
Questions from the board?
So is this historically certified property?
I don't believe it's on the Philadelphia Historic Register.
Yeah. Okay.
Couldn't hear his answer.
It's not,
that
and
it is.
Justin opines that it's surprising that it's not because it has a lot of historical elements and could qualify.
Okay. And what committee, I'm sorry, what committee?
Mount Airy.
West Mount Airy neighbors, and
Okay, all right. But this wasn't something that had to go, but I guess, because I was trying to figure out, maybe this had to go in front of any,
Nope.
like the historical commission or anything like that.
did
so it
not.
didn't- Okay, all right.
Questions
And
from our
then-
attorney?
Oh, wait,
Okay.
I did have a, so to be clear, oh, go
You had
ahead.
another
Oh,
one?
no, go.
Yeah.
Me?
Do you have another
Were you
question?
done? You were.
I wasn't.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
Okay, so I guess I'm having a little trouble with the orientation here.
Okay.
So how far back does this?
I'm gonna go to the
will
site
this
plan. I
gate,
think that'll be
like,
helpful.
be? I mean, I saw the walls, but I didn't see.
60 feet.
It's going in the same place where the existing gate is. If you look at the plan on the screen, it's circled where the proposed gate goes. So that sort of tunnel effect of the stone walls, you can see on the left and the right here on this drive.
Mhm.
And then the gate is being replaced where it currently is. And then there's a parking court that's directly behind it. So if I go back to the photos, you can see it's kind of, this is like more or less from the curb, from the street. And this is that,
Is that
if you look,
60 feet?
yeah.
Wow. Okay. So then I guess, all right. So this vandalism that happened, where were these cars parked? They weren't.
It
in-
sounds like they were parked on the street,
Okay.
which is a close access point to Fairmount Park.
Okay.
Um,
But this wouldn't
Can
have
you park on,
prevented.
what's that?
can you park on the street?
I'm not sure if you can
It
park
does
there
not look
legally.
like the street is parkable.
I would ask Sophia, she grew up living,
That entrance that drops into the park.
yeah.
Right.
Um,
But I mean, how would that,
well, you could step over the gate that's currently there. I think it's
okay.
4 feet tall or less. The new one is, almost 7 feet tall and it's made of iron.
Mhm.
No, I don't have a problem with considering the orientation.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how even that, if folks are parked outside at this gate, that's going to prevent the vandalism.
It may not, I guess time will tell, but it'll at least help my client feel a little bit more secure that,
Okay.
someone can't
I'm
walk.
talking about people like vaulting this fence and
I don't
invading
think
their
so.
property.
Hopefully not.
Yeah,
If that-
I'm just surprised you're not, the
Doing it
fence
at
is
the
not
front?
being proposed for the front of this,
Exactly.
the front of this
That's my
entry.
thing. My
Sure.
thing is, I'm not sure how this is.
Like
gonna-
stop them before they go on the brick on the,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I
Everybody-
think the idea was to put it where it was, and it looks nice under the existing iron archway and the
Yeah.
columns that are there from a design perspective. I mean, I hear you.
I mean, if you're not being prevented from for any historical.
No,
reason.
and they could put a code compliant fence there at a later date if they wanted to.
Oh, okay. All right.
Try it.
I think my question was just, is this going to be a manual gate or is it going to be
Motion sensor, automatic.
automatic?
Yeah, and I think there will be a keypad as well. Something like.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then motion sensor, but not floodlighted, no floodlights.
Yeah, you're gonna,
Sounds like no.
really?
There's that lantern that's above the gate.
I just want to know, because that's my
It's a
question.
good question.
But I mean, wouldn't that also help with the,
There will be a light above it. I imagine that there may be security cameras. There's lighting at the front of the property. I don't think it's flood lighting. I think it's more ornamental. My client and her husband are moving in here for like the first time since she grew up here. So I assume, if you determine that you need to beef some things up, you will.
Well, maybe
As-
look
as
good
time
at
goes
the
on.
Bottom of the gate could start.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I guess a question.
That dog barking.
I think a question I have more for Sophia is just, I know that these are big properties and there's a long distance, but I know that you have support from the RCO, but have any of the neighbors on either, well, I guess only on the one side of you expressed any concerns?
About
Just in
about the
general, because
gate.
it seems like you're doing this for a safety reason, like, have you talked to any of the neighbors and are they aware that you're?
Yeah, they're aware that we're doing the gate,
Okay.
yeah. And nobody has expressed concerns about the gate. Okay. Yeah.
and I guess my only issue is, I'm not sure if this is enough in terms of to address the security issues.
Well, I'm not, we're not claiming to
Yeah.
address all of them. I just think it's an added benefit of the gate.
But I mean, now when you have, you got cameras, you got
Mhm.
the motion detection lights, you've got,
Yeah.
different kinds of ways that you can kind of deter.
Yeah,
you
there's
know. I
options.
mean, the idea is to make it, okay.
So we're taking a lighter approach now. To answer your question about gate setback,
Mhm.
We believe that that historically was. We modify buildings today, historic, significant buildings may follow the Secretary of the Interior for historic buildings. Try to make alterations that are obscure what were originally intended. And the fact that they put that lantern and that arch so far back.
I'm sorry, if there's additional testimony being made right now, it's not being entered into the record because we
It's
can't
not.
hear it in
We
the
can't hear you.
microphone. So if you want to testify, you need to step up to the microphone.
I was just saying that the modifications that we're making are in compliance with the Secretary of the Interior standards, which is our national standard for historic preservation. And we feel that the arch and where the lantern is placed, which does provide quite a bit of light actually, is the intended entry point of the property. And on the other side of that gate is where they will be parking. So in that front court, that will protect their cars and eventually the front door of the house.
Okay, so you're following historic standards of a
Yes.
sort without it being historically certified?
Yes.
Ah, okay, all right, well, I'm just,
Well, the real fact of the matter is you're putting security up, but you're also hanging a piece of art.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying, this is a piece of art you're putting up.
Yes.
It's a work of sculpture by
Actually,
a
there you go.
significant sculptor, and I will also add great.
So
respect.
Yellen did the front gated temple, Yellen did that. All right.
No questions at this time,
All right.
Mr. Chairman.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience? Planning Commission?
Chair, we do have a hand up
Sure,
from Ralph. He is now allowed to speak.
sure.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Could you, Mr. Pincus, could you please state and spell your name for the stenographer?
Surely. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Ralph Pincus, R-A-L-P-H, Pincus, P-I-N-K-U-S.
Right.
I
Do you
chair
swear
the-
or do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, Mr. Pincus?
I do.
Please proceed.
I chair the Westmont Area Neighbors Zoning Committee and signed a letter of support that, a revised letter of support that was sent in to the board on July 9, 2026. Mr. Goldberg has referred to that letter. I only want to indicate that there was unanimous support of the Westmont Area Neighbors Zoning Committee at the meeting on July the 1st. The only neighbor who came to testify at that particular meeting happened to be a fellow by the name of Dan Gordon, who I've met once or twice as I've lived in Mount Airy for 46 years and chaired this committee for maybe about 20. And that Mr. Gordon just happens to be the father of your witness that's testifying today and lives in a property abutting the subject property. There were no other neighbors who, after receiving notice, chose to attend our meeting, and we're pretty well heard from in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to share that there is support, that everyone thought the gate that's been designed is very tasteful and quite interesting. And it's a unique property. I've actually been there once or twice, in a wonderful location. And in fact, as was mentioned, there are a lot of people that come and go in that location, as I do, to take a walk in the Wissahickon. It's a very central entry point into the woods.
Okay, Mr. Pincus, thank you very much for taking the time. Is there anyone else?
No more hands at this time.
Planning
Chair.
Commission?
Ina Solomonic, the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSD1 residential single-family detached zoning. The proposed dimensional variance is minimal and does not conflict with the purpose and spirit of the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for the gate height.
MI 2026-002262, 1021 West Horder Street. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Shia Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, this is Ian Hegarty. Pardon the interruption. I'd like to now ask you to call from the 330 list, number 3, 1108 Howard Street, so we can bring the interpreter on for that case. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We'll be right with you. MI 2025-006733, 1108 Hallworth Street. Joseph Vaquero is the attorney, and could the Spanish interpreter please come on?
Yes, my name is, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair, my name is Juan. I'm going to be your Spanish interpreter. ID number is JS and Juliet, IS in India, 8003.
Do you swear or affirm that you will interpret accurately, completely, and impartially from English to Spanish, from Spanish to English?
Yes.
Mr. Vaquero?
Good afternoon. May it please the board?
Good afternoon, Mr. Vaquero. I think we've sworn you in a few times today. Am I correct?
Once before.
Right. Okay. Could you please state your name and identify your client?
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Vaccaro, Vaccaro, and my client is Washington, as in George Washington, Caraballo, Carabballo, and he's sitting to my right.
Okay. Joe, tell me what you recommend. Is this going to be word for word what we're going to need, or how do you want to do this?
No, if the board is willing, to accept my testimony as if my client were testifying, then
Sure. And then we'll just go back and he'll affirm it, right?
and then he could just affirm.
All right. Interpreter, could you please explain that to Mr. Where is this again?
Carvalho.
Yeah, please.
Señor Carvalho, buenas tardes. Yo voy a ser su intérprete. ¿Estaría usted dispuesto a adoptar el testimonio de su abogado como el propio suyo?
Okay.
Yes.
Joe, our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of your referrals and stipulate to their accuracy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and proceed with your case.
Okay, thank you very much. If I could start sharing my screen here.
And Joe, there is a letter of opposition from Councilmember Lozada and a letter of unanimous opposition from Northwood Civic.
I was expecting a letter of opposition from the neighborhood civic. It was my understanding that Councilman Lozada was neither going to oppose nor support.
I'm just reading from this piece of paper. It says a letter of opposition from Councilmember Lozada.
I understand. Thank you, though.
Sure.
If I could. All right. So by way of background, Washington had purchased this property on May 19th of 2023.
Do me a favor, we can't try to zero in. That's there you go.
That's what I was trying to do.
Maybe just a little bigger, Joe.
Absolutely. So on May 19th of 2023, Washington had purchased the property. And yes, admittedly, in the past, and that seems to be a lot of the focus of the opposition from the RCO, this property was once used illegally for multifamily dwelling. But Washington has he's taken many strides to convert this property back to its single family use. We've had this property inspected by city inspectors. City inspectors were satisfied, as I could show you in my packet, that yes, this property is continuing to be used as single family. And all we are asking the board is for the variance to permit the rear semi-detached structure so that he could access the basement. And I'll be showing you.
He could access, say that again?
So he could access the basement. And again, the basement is only being used only for storage purposes, and nobody is living in the basement. And again, the RCO just, unfortunately, was just not getting past the fact that even though it's not being used for multifamily now, Washington wants to keep the structure as a single-family home because it was being used in the past as multifamily. We're not getting past that. If I could start going down to some of the photos and the plans. And well, before I get to the photos and the plans, here we have the building permit, which was applied for the alteration to the existing structure as previously approved, as well as plumbing and mechanical permits. I want to focus on the confirmation. There was an inspection conducted on January 5th of this year, and it passed. Permit issued to verify single-family dwelling, will need to access basement to confirm. As I scroll down. And again, on the 13th, the inspector verified that the basement is not being used as a residential unit. Will need electrical permit and mechanical permit to continue. Separate permit required to legalize the rear addition. So that's what we're here for. Washington, he still was able to get the mechanical and fuel gas permit for the utilities, gas permit, as well as, and that's to permit the duct work and the heating. He got the electrical permit, and I'll show you that there's only one electrical meter. I'm going to show you that shortly. As we're going down, here's a.
Joe, did Washington own it when it was being used for, as you described, illegal activities?
Yes, yes.
thank
When he purchased it, it was being used.
Okay.
Okay, so if you see on the plans over here, here's the basement. Okay, existing basement. Yes, it shows a bathroom in the front of the basement of the front of the building. That bathroom still exists. It does identify two basements, 2 bedrooms and a kitchen. He's had all that removed, and I'll show you that in some photographs. The structure that we're trying to legalize is right over here. You have the staircase going up from the back into the first floor of the house. Then you have the staircase going back downstairs into the basement. And these were plans that were already approved by the city. I could zoom in on the city's departments of licenses and inspections. Okay, let me go back out. And we should be getting to some photos very shortly. Here we go. So here's the front of the house from Hallworth Street with the posting. The mailbox, there's only one mailbox on the property because there's only one family living there. Here's the main entrance. The entrance is off to the side. That's how these buildings are constructed on this block. That's the school across the street. As soon as you walk in, you have a den area, living space. Moving towards the back, here's the structure at issue with the staircase going down to the backyard. And from the backyard, here's that same staircase that I was showing you, going back to the house. Here is the staircase that goes down from the yard down to the basement. We took the steps down, and now we're in the basement looking towards the back. And here's the basement. Nobody's living there, and it's empty, and that's how the basement is being used to this day. Only 1 meter. You had the meters removed, the other 2 meters removed. And he confirmed that. He had the other 2 meters removed. So there's only one electrical service. Here's the structure, side view of the structure with the siding. Here's another view of the structure. This structure over here is the garage in the back. His garage. The 2 doors, so the door to the left is what goes into the house. The door to the right is what goes into the basement.
And when was that put in? When was that done?
When was that done, Washington?
I can see by the date.
¿Cuándo la hizo? He doesn't remember, but it was sometime after you purchased it. But it was sometime after he purchased it. Here's a side view of the structure. And these are the neighboring homes. They have similar structures. This is going towards the east of Haworth Street. And this is going towards the west. This is the immediate neighbor going towards the west with the neighbor's garage. While we have a letter of opposition from the councilwoman and from the RCO, we have a petition in support on page 41 of our exhibit packet, 1112, Mr. Babaloni. He supports it, and 1114, Haworth, they support 1132, 1111. Ms. Peralt, where does Ms. Peralt live? Well, she lives on Haworth Street, and 1127 and 1125. 1127 Wakeling and 1125 Wakeling. So we have, and Wakeling is the next street over, behind. So we do have some immediate neighbors supporting Washington in this. We've had our meeting with the RCO, and the meeting took place on March 17th when they issued their letter of opposition. We tried to have a second meeting. We tried to have another meeting with the RCO. And the RCO then saying, well, now it's getting to be springtime. Spring turned into summer.
But Joe, 24 people were there and 24 people voted against it?
Yes. 19 of the attendees and 5 of the committee.
Okay.
And I attended that meeting. And again, everybody was, I could say from personal experience, they were focusing on the fact that Washington was using this property in the past, despite the strides that he's made to convert it back into a single family, and that it's still being used as a single family. I also remember 1 or 2 attendees at that RCO meeting. They were in opposition simply because Washington was renting out the property. This one individual that attended said, no, nobody's allowed to rent out any properties in this neighborhood. Completely erroneous, completely not consistent with the law. And for that reason, that individual was also in opposition. I don't remember that individual's name. With respect to follow-up, my follow-up, I did ask for an explanation. I also asked for another meeting, and about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I finally heard back from the Mr. Heiser, Terry Heiser, after everybody got back from vacation, and Terry told me, no, we're just not going to have any more meetings. The neighbors were against it, and it's going to stand. I have the deed and the tax clearance.
We have that.
And are there any other?
We have all your paperwork.
So if there are any questions,
Now, well, as an officer of the court, you can take the questions, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Questions from the board.
Yeah, just for point of clarity for me, was the addition already built when he purchased the property, or did he build the addition?
Let me confirm that with Washington or the interpreter. Can the interpreter interpret that question?
Sure.
Okay. Escucha bien la pregunta del intérprete, okay? Okay. Okay. One, we can't. We can't.
Oh, sorry about that.
Wait
Is-
1 minute. Interpreter, could you swear in him when you speak to him? And ask him, does he swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Señor Washington, ¿usted jura o afirma que va a decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad?
Correcto, sí.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so the question that the lawyer wants you to ask, right? The question was that 2 doors, was that addition there before when he purchased it, or did he put that up?
La adición de las 2 puertas, ¿estaba ahí cuando antes de la compra o usted lo puso?
Solamente había una puerta y yo puse la otra puerta. La adición estaba ahí con una puerta. Yo solamente agregué la otra puerta. Pero sí había una con una puerta.
There was one door and I added the second one, but the addition was already there. So I just added another door because there was only one.
Okay, so my other question is what was access like to the basement without the second door?
Entonces mi pregunta es, ¿cómo sería el acceso al sótano sin esa segunda puerta?
¿Cuál es la pregunta, por favor?
What was the question again?
How did you access the basement? I guess, well, how did you access the basement before the second door was put up on the
¿Cómo,
addition?
cómo usted accedía al sótano antes de que la segunda puerta fuera puesta en la adición?
Lo que pasa es que eso estaba abierto y tenía una puerta abajo y se mojaba mucho. Había una segunda puerta, pero bajando la escalera. Entonces yo lo que hice fue que le puse otra puerta para que no se mojara la segunda puerta.
It was open. The door was downstairs and it would get wet a lot. So what I did is I put a door up front so the second door or the door downstairs wouldn't get so much water.
So the basement door was always on the exterior before the addition?
Entonces, la puerta al sótano siempre estuvo en el exterior antes de la adición.
Correcto.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Gracias.
Muy bien, gracias.
Any other questions?
¿Alguna
I
otra
guess
pregunta?
I have a question as to why there wasn't an interior stairwell added to give
Supon-
the house access to the basement.
Supongo que mi pregunta es ¿por qué no fue puesta unas escaleras en el interior de la propiedad para darle acceso al sótano?
No tengo idea porque yo esa propiedad la compré así. No tengo idea.
I have no idea because I bought that property that way, so I have no
I
idea.
understand that that's how the property came. Why didn't you do it is the question.
Entiendo que así es como estaba la propiedad. Mi pregunta es ¿por qué usted no hizo eso?
¿Me puede decir la pregunta, por favor?
You repeat the question, please.
Yes, my question is why didn't he create an access from the basement that did not require you to go outside of the house? Oh, sorry, y'all. My question is why didn't he create an access from the basement to the rest of the house that does not require you to go outside of the structure?
Mi pregunta es ¿por qué usted no creó un acceso al sótano o del sótano hacia el resto de la casa sin que requiera tener que salir afuera de la estructura?
Se hizo por el espacio, por la casa de arriba, para tener más espacio.
It was due for the house upstairs to have more space.
Okay, and then how do you intend on using the basement now?
¿Y cuáles son sus intenciones de uso para el sótano?
Ahora mismo no hay ningún uso. No uso.
Right now, there's no use for it.
Oh, juice.
I understand the current, I'm saying like if you were to get approval today, what's going to be happening in the basement?
Ok, entiendo. Entonces, si usted fuera a tener aprobación hoy día, ¿qué es lo que va a estar ocurriendo con el sótano?
No, simplemente se necesita por el espacio de arriba.
It was just needed for the space up above.
I understand the first and the second floor of the house. I understand that there was not a stairwell put in to keep the rest of the house as is with more space. But what is going to be the use in the basement moving forward?
Eso es para
Storage? Are we going to have a playroom down there? Are we going to store tools? Like what?
Eso es para guardar cosas. Por ejemplo, guardar mapos, caja de herramientas, cualquier cosita que yo, caja, bicicleta, cualquier cosita que necesite.
It's gonna be to use a storage to put bobs, tools, boxes, bicycles, whatever is it that I need, whatever I need.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Gracias. ¿Alguna otra pregunta?
Questions from our attorney?
I just wanted to put on the record, there was a question about the letter from Councilwoman Lozada. She did submit, it's dated April 2nd, April 20th, 2026, that she did submit a letter of opposition.
Questions or
solamente
comments
quiero-
from the virtual audience?
I see no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
I do have, before the planning commission, I'm sorry, I do have one of the near neighbors also, Julio Rodriguez. He lives in the area. He's also in the room with me, who would like to voice his support.
Yeah. Joe, could you make sure that she can please have her, does she speak English?
Yes, Julio, you speak English, right?
Right.
Okay, he's
All right.
right.
Could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Julio, common spelling Julio, Rodriguez, Rodriguez.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, so I'm here to testify because I live in the area. Not only that, but I also work in the area as a police officer. I patrol the area, and I know this man personally as well. And I could testify how he's really like caring about the neighborhood, caring about his property. Always keeps it like well maintained, because I know that's really important to that community specifically, because everyone cares about if they take care of the property or not, which he does. And I'm also here to testify that I understand he had problems in the past, because he didn't follow the rules, but he did admit his mistakes, and he corrected it. And that was one of the main issues why when he went to the community board, why he was constantly getting rejected. They just focused on that one mistake that he made, but he learned from his mistake. And I ask if kind of like, we all make mistakes. We all,
I understand.
so not just focus on that one mistake, and actually what is being just some mercy. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Planning Commission.
Good afternoon.
Pardon me?
I'm sorry. This is Sloan Folks from Councilmember Lozada's office. I had my hand up. And
how are you, Sloan? I was wondering if you were coming. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board. My name is Sloan Folks. I'm representing the office of Councilmember Ketty Lozada.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Please proceed, Sloan.
We sent a letter of opposition back in April, I believe it was, in light of the outcome of the RCO meeting. Subsequently, the applicant did reach out to us, stating that his goal was to put the property back as it initially was. And he asked us if we could facilitate a second meeting with the community. In speaking with his attorney and representation, as well as reaching out to the residents in that part of in the northward section of the city, we worked to do so. We had hoped that a meeting with the RCO would at least shed light on the applicant's next steps, goals, and objectives, possibly clear up any misconceptions that they may have had going in, because my understanding is the community had some issues with how we went about the process initially. And the council member wanted to be sure that he had the opportunity to state to the community, she lives in that community also, that he's working to address those, or part of the process of addressing those was the zoning variance. We're not officially changing our letter, but we would state that, the appellants the applicant has worked to try to address the community concerns. And we just want that to be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Folks.
Sure.
Nina Solomonic, the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the existing RSA2 residential single family. The request is for a legalization of a rear addition visible in Atlas imagery back to 2024. After withdrawing a variance request for two-family dwelling, the applicant underwent additional efforts to convert the property back to single-family use. The addition was granted a residential building permit number RP 2025-010643 in 2025. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variance for side yard setback and occupied area.
Joe, we had a lot of testimony and, looked like there was complex meetings with the community. We'll vote on this next Wednesday at 2 p.m.
Much appreciated. Thank you
very much. All right.
Have a good day.
All right. Number 4. Break with you, Ron.
So, Mr. Chair, we're now going to continue to complete the 2 p.m. list. Is that correct?
What's that? We're going back to
Gonna
the
keep-
2 p.m. list, right?
Correct. Yes. Thank
Right,
you.
And we're going to be hearing Mr. Patterson. MI 2026-002-175, 30 to 48 Snyder Avenue. Ronald Patterson is the attorney. Mr. Patterson, please state your name and spell for the stenographer.
Good afternoon, Ronald Patterson, Patterson,
Right.
Claire Harrison Law Firm, 1835 Market
Do you
Street.
swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Patterson, could you identify your client in relationship to the property?
Sure. My clients is first, the tenant is Advanced Auto Parts Stores,
Yep.
and the landlord is the Goldenberg Group, which I represent both.
Okay. Our vice chair has a few questions.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes, I have.
And do you waive the reading of the refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You can
Thank
proceed
you.
with your case.
I just need to be promoted.
Are we bringing Mr. Patterson in?
Mr. Patterson has been allowed to promote.
Thank you. Yeah, and Ron?
I'm in. Thanks.
This is Goldberg Shopping Center down there? Am I right?
It's one of them, yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to explain that. Thanks. Okay, so this application regards 30-48 Snyder Avenue. There's a vacant tenant space in the shopping center. It's Snyder South, owned by the Goldenberg Group. Here's an aerial photograph. Here is I-95, surrounded by all these shopping centers. Here's the IKEA shopping center with Lowe's. That's a Goldenberg shopping center. It's Snyder South, which is what we're here for. Snyder North. Over here is the Target. So it's surrounded by commercial, as you'll see. Zooming in on here's Snyder South, Snyder North, Target's back here. This parcel here was the Intellex parcel, which I'm working on. We're converting that to a shopping center as well. So it's in a commercial area here. I just tab these for purposes. So this is the space we're referring to, this corner, which used to be a Rite Aid store. Target, Acme, Lowe's, IKEA. So it's located, the particular store is on the corner of Snyder Avenue here and Front Street, also surrounded by Water Street and Jackson Streets. It's space number 1. It's about 10,425 square feet. Last occupied a year ago after a Rite Aid vacated the store. The proposal is for an Advanced Auto Store which sells retail parts and accessories. So it is a commercial retail store. We're located in a CA2 commercial auto-oriented zoning district, which, allows for the largest shopping centers possible, like the IKEA shopping center. And the use here falls under, believe it or not commercial, but it falls under an industrial use category code of personal vehicle equipment sales and services. So it's also located in the CDO, Central Delaware Riverfront Overlay, which makes this use a refusal. Advanced Auto is retail sales. There are no repairs, such as body and fender and painting, which would be those uses that are typically included in that category. And this is probably one of the reasons why it's prohibited in the overlay. Yet again, it's just retail sales. I'll go through more of the store. Here's the old Rite Aid. There's a rear, which we're keeping these murals, paintings that are on both sides. Swanson Street side. Just the surrounding area. I'm sure we're well aware of them. Here's what the rebranding would look like within the shopping center. Again, keeping the artwork here. And I'll further move down to the floor plan so we can talk about that if there's any questions about that. So they stated we're an overlay. The overlay, part of the language in the overlays says the purpose is to connect the public and neighborhoods to the waterfront and promote sound economic development. We believe this use as retail is not inconsistent with the code or the area and fits within the character and the context of the area. As to the property, it's a large space. It's been hard to lease, finding one large retail that will replace another. But as you'll hear, this use actually has lesser density impacts in terms of customer trips and cars than the Rite Aid did. So with that said, I want to introduce you to Ashton Quinn. If you could.
Hi, sir, could you please get close to the mic, state your name and spell it for the stenographer. All right, I'm going to relax here. Yep. Go ahead.
Sorry. Name is Ashton Quinton. Ashton, A-S-H-T-O-N, Quinton, Q-U-I-N-T-I-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Counsel?
Thank you. So Ashton, you're familiar with this location?
Yes.
And what's your position with Advanced Auto?
Construction project manager.
Okay, again, did you heard my testimony? Would you agree it's true and accurate?
Yes.
And would you adopt it as if it were your own?
Yes.
And so just to reiterate, so it's a retail store,
Correct.
right? No auto repairs,
None.
no body fender, no painting?
No.
Okay. Is there much to do there to convert the building?
No, it's an interior upfit.
Okay, and here's a floor plan. I think I have some interior photos as well. Give me a second.
Should be towards the end.
Yep.
Scroll up a little bit.
Sorry, I did provide them. I can't find them. Anyway, days and hours of operation?
Days are 7 days a week, Monday through Saturday, 7:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. and then Sundays, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m.
And how many total employees would be employed here?
Total hired at these locations tend to be around 15 employees, but around 5 per shift.
And the parking is adequate or reasonable in the shopping center for this?
Yes. it's
Okay,
moving
and I'm sure you've done studies, but is there a comparison you could say, what are the customer trips or how many customers within a store compared to the Rite Aid?
On a typical day, the average maximum amount of customers in a store at a given time is probably around 4 to 5.
Okay,
It tends to be in and out sales.
and if we look at this floor plan, where is the trash stored?
So the trash would be small trash containers for lunch disposal and miscellaneous trash. There's also a dumpster area in the back on the Swanson Ave side that we would take all of our trash out to. And yeah, that's really it.
Okay, and is there any hazardous waste here?
So there is oil storage container for customers to drop off their used motor oil. It'll get dumped into the oil containers, and then once the container gets filled up to a certain capacity, they call a company called Safety Clean to come and collect them and then drop off a empty container, in addition to a container for oil filters.
And that's all stored inside, correct?
That is all
Nothing
stored
outside?
outside to the rear of the space near the receiving doors.
Okay. And because I have for Ashton, if there's any questions, I would say that we did meet with the Whitman Council's community group on June 17, and we have a letter from them with proviso conditions, which I'll turn this around here, which we're fine with.
Is there anything for us, Lynn? Okay, questions from the board?
Yes. So is there a charge for that expense of dropping off oil? Because I didn't know that.
No, it's complimentary.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that's good for people to know. So typically with businesses like this, especially in the city, you have folks that I may buy a can of oil and, I'm just going to pop my hood right in the parking lot, fill my engine with the oil and then go. So is there a system where your employees will monitor that parking lot, so making sure that folks won't do those like minor tweaks of, adding fluids to that you guys sell to their automobiles? Is there like periodic watch of that?
So
wait, before you answer that, can I break in here? Council, our member is being very nice. I got to tell you, every one of these places that I go to, you've got people that are running businesses in these parking lots, repairing cars, replacing batteries, replacing motors in some cases, doing body work. And so the question is, what are you going to do with the existing properties that you have, and including this one, to kind of deal with those kind of nuisance conditions in these parking lots? And it goes on and on and on. I could probably pull out a video of something. What's your answer to that?
We've learned, I'll let Ashton speak. We learned a lot about this, and I learned a new term called shade tree mechanics. So this did arise at the meeting, and that's why we talked about these proviso conditions. We'll do as much as we can, and we talked about this with Whitman Council. They were comfortable with the landlord, because they know the landlord, the Golden Group, would not want this happening in their parking lot. But Ashton, if you want to address what you had proposed to do.
So there is a couple of conversations we have internally with these types of situations with the shade tree mechanics. One of those items is to let our staff or our store team members know, and operations team members know, to necessarily notify the authorities when it comes to those types of services or items being conducted on the site. If there is any waste left behind, our store team are notified to just come clean it up and throw it in our dumpster. Those are kind of the expenses or the risks we're willing to take. But we have a strict policy not to necessarily engage the public when it comes to those acts, because we don't want to jeopardize their safety. In addition to that, it's also beneficial for us to just have communication with the local police or sheriff or whosoever, and just figure out potential processes when it comes to having maybe security or patrol, as well as possibly just talking to the landlord and seeing if there's a possibility of engaging in tow trucks or tow companies, because we've heard stories where people would leave and abandon cars for these shade tree mechanics, and the client, whoever their client is, has to come and see that the car has been sitting there and unable to be serviced. So we have some ways to try to alleviate that stress within the neighbors and whatnot, but it's kind of a process that we're trying to figure out what works best in the area.
So you can commit to at least, like, if any debris is left from those mechanics, that
Yes,
your,
we
your
can
staff will
clean
be
it
out.
up. Yeah, yeah, we've done that in
Clean it
multiple
up.
locations. I've had stores in Long Island where we've had that taken care of in Brooklyn.
So when you contact the local authorities, what do? Because I'm not too far from one, and I could go out there right now, and there are probably about 15 different mechanics working on cars right at this moment. So what do they do? So you call the local, what do they do?
Yeah, it was sometimes we call multiple occasions, and sometimes they just don't come out. Or, there'll be times where the store manager will come out and just let it be known to the people who are doing these repairs in the parking lot. But at the most, we're kind of limited with what we can do. It's not like we can.
But we're in agreement with you and the landlord that they would take action
Mhm.
the best they can. I don't know what they can do on the street, but
I guess I have
No,
a
these are in the
follow-up.
parking lots.
yeah.
These are in the parking lots. These aren't on the
Yeah.
streets. These are literally
guess-
on your parking lots.
Yeah, and I guess I have a follow-up question because this is not something that we can proviso, but how much control do you all have as the store operator to put up signage in front of the spaces that are in front of your store that say things like no loitering, or sort of inform people, no stopping, no wait, like their Target, for example, has to do it for their
Oh, yes, we
drive-through
have.
pickup, right? So like how much control do you guys have in putting out signage in front of the store?
We have a lot of control. We have a branding department that could put up appropriate signage that is needed. And we can put them all along our storefront, and then we can coordinate with the landlord as to probably post signs on the property within our lease line, whatever he allows, but we can definitely have that conversation.
And then I just have a question about your typical customer. How often are you guys getting like larger bulk orders?
So the trucks would deliver to the store on occasion, possibly once a week, and it comes after business hours.
So not to the store, not inventory. I'm saying like as a customer, I'm gonna walk in and I'm gonna order, I don't know, 20 tires, or like a bulk order from a customer. How often does that happen?
Not often. We don't do large bulk orders. So our service is basically DIY customers. That's, somebody coming out of their house and want to get windshield wipers or anything. They'll come in and buy something off the sales floor. And then we have a clientele, which we call pro services. And those are the local mechanics in the community.
Yeah,
area.
this is the
So
person I think I'm thinking.
those, they don't typically buy bulk. They buy on order. They will call in the order to the store. They'll
Okay.
receive that call, and then they'll have it ready. And then we will have a delivery vehicle that comes from our store that will deliver the product to the mechanic.
So they're not having to come, because I'm more worried like just about loading zone or like anybody that might have a larger than normal order. You're
No.
mostly taking those to them.
Yes, we have a
Okay.
delivery service with a small car that we just drop off to each mechanic.
So they run an account with the store.
Yes, they lock in an account with what they
Okay.
call our CMM, and they get that service provided.
Okay, other questions? Questions from our attorney?
I have two questions. You indicated in your paperwork about, it looked like signage. Signage is not part of this.
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Would be a separate application.
Okay, great. I also wanted to kind of clarify the address of this, because when I was reviewing things, there's a couple different addresses, and not that we asked for it, but we didn't have a lease for it, which maybe would have clarified, you know what I mean, from the tenant. So
Okay.
we have the address, that was on the application is 30-48 Schneider Avenue, but I thought I read 10 Schneider Avenue on your sign plans. So we need to make sure we. have
Yeah,
the
that's,
address.
no, that,
Or do you have a unit? You know what I mean? Because it was the.
the OPA address is 30-48. I think it once might have been an AKA 10 Snyder, or that was colloquially known as that, but the official address is 30-48.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that would be it. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I would just add before planning speaks,
Yeah,
if I may, just to close it, we believe a hardship exists for the space. It's been too large to rent, and we have a viable tenant, yet we don't see any adverse impacts. I mean, there are some, but we intend to address them for the space in terms of public health, safety, welfare, and traffic. The traffic and the customer density is less than what the Rite Aid would have been. And the Whitman Council letter supports that. We believe it's within the character and the context of the area, so it's not out of character, and it's surrounded and within large shopping centers. So, thank you.
Thank you. Planning?
Nina Solomonic, the Planning Commission. In 2014, the zoning map was amended from I2 industrial to the existing CA2 commercial auto zoning at this location, in accord with the recommendation from the comprehensive plan. The proposed use, vehicle, equipment, and supplies, sales, and rentals is prohibited in the central Delaware Riverfront Overlay District. Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested use variance.
MI 2026 002 175 30 to 48 Snyder Avenue. I vote yes.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes.
Thanks, Sue.
Thank you.
See, my mechanical ability would never have me be accused of working in a.
You're not going to be a shade tree mechanic? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mike, I'm sorry for my debutante question.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Because
Yeah,
it's
he
real. I
liked-
mean,
he liked that
it's
one.
problematic.
We had
It's-
to get
it's
right,
problematic.
Get right to it.
Oh, here we go. But, all right, thank you. Number 5, and Ron, sorry we kept you so long. Number 5, MI 2026 002 197 172 to 76 Estes Street. Richard DeMarco is the attorney. Movement here now. The CDN's inside of it.
Richard DeMarco have been promoted to panelist.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't think I got promoted. I'm here, but I'm not a panelist. Can you,
We'll
can
get
you
you
hear
on.
me?
We'll
I
get you
can't
on.
share screen, it looks like.
Dana,
Oh,
can
there
you
I
just
go.
hit
Okay,
promote
be
to
right there.
panelist, please?
Yep,
We're
hold
good.
on.
We're good.
Dana, can you hit promote to thank you.
All right, I think that
Here we
worked.
go.
Yeah,
You're
okay.
up. Yeah.
I'm here.
Mr. DeMarco, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Richard DeMarco, last name spelled DeMarco.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Mr. DeMarco, could you identify your client and relationship to this property?
Yeah, the client is Maple Lane Properties LLC, and Ian Kerr is the client. He's in the Zoom.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Sure.
Good afternoon. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance for this hearing?
Yeah,
For
I
this
did
hearing?
all that. Yeah.
Okay. And do you waive the reading of your refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I can waive and stipulate. Yep.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and begin your presentation.
And I see the
Thank you.
7th Ward RCO has sent a letter of support.
All right, you should be able to see my screen. Is that
We
right?
can- We can, sir.
Oh, great. So, Mr. Chairman, this matter is an unusual property. It's zone CMX2, but I'm about to show you some photos, which I think will show you that the uses that are typically associated with a CMX2, which would be a neighborhood commercial zoning district, are really not feasible in any way, shape, or form. I'm going to just jump to a Google streetscape, so you should be able to see. This is the actual property. It's very industrial. The history of the property is very heavy industrial use. Let me just swing so you can see there's a little bit of residential here, but it's a tiny brick cobblestone street. You can see it here. There's basically the back of parking lots, some industrial buildings, and it's basically a very small, off the beaten path property. The applicant, my client, would not be able to secure and has not been able to secure any type of viable CMX2 consistent use like office, retail, or anything like that. No one would see it. No one would go to it. And there's no walking along here at all. It's tiny sidewalks, as you can see. All right, so back to the exhibits. We were refused for use and for a parking space. Let me jump to our floor plan so you can get a look at that. Here's some of our postings. This is the interior. You can see it's a warehouse building to begin with. So here's the floor plan. This is an auto repair, no body, no fender, no painting work, simple auto repair. There'll be 3 mechanical bays we put on the floor plan, no spray, no body work. Let me zoom back a bit here. Yeah. So there's room within the property. There is 1 parking space here for staging, but there's room inside the building to stage any cars that come in. And there's really not room to put them out there anyway, even if that would be the intent. So, and I do have the tenant available for any questions as well, should you need that. So we met with Angel Cruz's Ward. Oh, by the way, before I forget, Mr. Chairman, there is a revised plan form. We did, our original application called for 4 repair bays. There's 3, which actually results in more room within the property for maneuverability. And the total area of the car lifts was reduced to 1,080 square feet. So I would ask for a proviso 1-page revised plan.
So what we have now is maximum 3 bays, am I correct? And we'll change
That's
it
what
to
you have
1.
now, correct?
No, that's
That's it?
correct.
Okay, sure, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll put this up. So we believe obviously a clear case of hardship. As you can see, this is not a CMX2 block in any way, shape, or form. It's got a long history. One of my exhibits is the zoning history. They're like machine shop type uses. There's tire storage historically in this building. We do plan that it'll be totally self-contained. So really, that's my presentation. I have Ian Kerr and the tenant available for questions. 9 to 5 operation and all the proper licenses. The tenant is an experienced auto repair businessman. He's got other locations, so he knows what is required and what is needed. Obviously, he'll have all the requisite licenses, and he will have a commercial hauler, all the appropriate waste haulers that are needed. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would ask Ian Kerr to raise his hand virtually to accept my
Sure.
testimony.
Ian Kerr has been promoted to panelist.
Hi, sir, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Hi, yes. Can you hear me?
I can,
Now
sir.
we can.
Okay, yes. My name is Ian Kerr. It's spelled IANKERR.
Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Counsel?
Mr. Kerr, did you hear my presentation to the board today?
Yes, I did.
Was it true and accurate?
Yes.
And can you adopt it as your formal testimony in the case?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for Mr. Kerr. I forgot to mention Mr. Cruz and his ward were in support. He understood the nature of the property and was fine with the use. It's a needed use of the area.
All
And
right,
I have the
questions from,
tenant. I have the tenant as well if you want to question him.
you have what?
I have the tenant available as well if you wanted to question him.
But Ian's the one who's gonna run the shop, right?
No, the tenant, Ian is the owner. I'm sorry. Why don't we bring on Mr.
Yeah, why don't you bring on who's gonna run the shop?
That sounds good. Drew, please raise your hand virtually so we could unmute you and bring you in to testify.
Mr. Drew Morales has been promoted to panelist.
That's him. All right, I don't have specific questions of Drew, so go ahead and the board can ask questions as they see fit.
Well, let me swear him in first. Drew?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi, do you swear or affirm, spell your name, please, and state it for the board?
All right, so my name is Andrew, ANDREW Morales, MORALES.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
So want to talk about the general operation of the place? How do you get rid of old oil and things of that nature? Because you're going to change oil there, right?
So yeah, we have 250-gallon drums that are pumped out. So throughout the summer, we pay for oil to get pumped, and in the winter, they pay us to take the oil away.
Okay. Questions,
third-party
other
guy.
questions from the board?
How many cars are going to be stored in the site at one time?
Stored? We don't mainly store anything.
Well, so people come to be serviced. How many people generally do you expect to be serviced at a given
Probably
time?
3 to 5 a day.
Okay. And so nothing's stored on the site. People come And so, but cars are never left there overnight?
Occasionally we have to wait for parts because, that's the only thing that will hold us back from certain things.
Okay. And so the maximum is 3 or 4 that would be there, and no one would ever be parked outside on of course, there's no room, but
No, there's only one parking space we use.
okay. All right, thank you.
Other questions?
All right. So how many bays is it?
3.
It's only, yes.
Three bays.
Okay. How many lifts?
That's the same thing, right, Drew? Bays a lift,
Yeah,
right?
every bay services one vehicle. So if it's 3 bays, it's 3 vehicles, 4 bays before, and so forth.
All right. Okay. And there won't be any kind of body fender work?
No.
Spray painting, anything like that?
No.
Okay. And so the services are basically what? Oil changes, tires?
I do mostly wiring and little specialties. So we do wiring, lights, basic maintenance, brakes, oil changes, stuff like that.
Oh, wiring. Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. And you do have hazardous waste disposal for the oil, is that?
Yes. So it'd be a third party to collect the oil, third party to collect the trash.
Okay. And that's whether it's oil or automatic transmission fluids, all those kinds of things. So you.
So all oils are considered the same. The only thing different would be coolant, and that's stored in a separate container and picked up by a different company.
Gotcha. Okay. And what are your hours?
So we do 9 to 5, and in the winter we change with daylight savings. So we'll change the time a little bit for the winter.
Okay. And you said how many you could service in a day? You said 4 or 5?
3 to 5, depending on day of the week.
Okay. And absolutely no parking outside of the.
There's nowhere to park yet at all. There's
Other than the one dedicated spot.
Yeah, we have one dedicated spot in the driveway. That's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, questions from our attorney?
I have a couple questions. I just wanted to clarify, you're not having parking. The parking would be basically in the bays. Is that correct?
So if you look at the diagram, the floor plan is open. So the bays are toward the rear. So the entire rest of the garage is used as parking and pull-in parking.
I meant outside the building, like you're not.
There's physically nowhere to park. If you look at the map, there's 1,000 poles outside and no sidewalk.
Just wanted to clarify in case we were missing a request for parking. Secondly, what kind of vehicles are you actually repairing? It says commercial, but are you repairing, not preparing. Repairing like say if I brought my car in, or you're looking at, buses, what are you looking at?
No, we fix tow trucks. We do lighting on tow trucks and basic maintenance like oil changes and brakes, and then vehicles, the same thing.
I'm sorry. So you're looking at sizes of tow trucks and that size? I'm just trying to clarify if this should be.
Yes, there's all medium duty and
commercial.
regular cars.
Okay, so not regular cars like, someone, like if I brought my Nissan in, you wouldn't be repairing that?
Yes. We repair medium duty trucks, so which is the F-250, F-350s, things of that nature. And then regular pickup trucks and vehicles. So it'd be passenger light vehicles, small sedan, compact cars, things of that nature.
Right,
Nothing over medium duty.
I think what he said, he would be able to service your Nissan, but he has a specialty with trucks. Am I right?
Well,
Mr.
but Mr. DeMarco, I think what she's trying to say is she doing commercial vehicles, right?
It looks like it's both, so we might have to do a proviso with regard to that. There's both uses commercial.
So we do with lighting, which is wiring. We do lights, flood lights, amber lights, emergency lights, things of that nature on trucks.
Yeah, I mean, if you think a proviso is needed, that's fine. My understanding.
Well, it would be because your request was just for commercial. If you're going to do personal, you have to have that. You have to have that use. Both uses have to be approved via your application.
Okay. Obviously, we would request that if that's needed.
I mean, if not, you would have to get an amended.
No, we don't want to do that.
That's why I'm suggesting what I suggested.
Thank you. That's fine.
Use would be limited to personal vehicle repair and maintenance and commercial vehicle repair and maintenance. I would list both of them out.
Use
So
use limited to personal?
personal, vehicle repair and maintenance, and commercial
Right.
vehicle, so that we have both uses on the decision. So there'd be
Okay.
no, confusion.
Right. Questions from the virtual audience or here?
I see no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Ina Solomonic, the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change from the existing CMX2 commercial mixed-use zoning to RSA2 residential single-family attached zoning at this location. The existing and proposed zoning do not allow the proposed use, and intensity is not in keeping with the existing residential character and use of the block. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested use variance.
MI 2026 002197 172 to 76 West East Street. I vote yes with proviso. Maximum 3 repair bays. Use limited to personal vehicle repair and commercial.
Actually, I was clarified by Hillary. We should say approved uses are.
Let's say that again.
Approved uses are the personal and the commercial. She said the same.
Uses are the personal and commercial vehicles.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, I think we need the proviso plan form proviso. Our original application had 4 bays and we reduced to 3.
I reduced it to 3, right? That's.
Oh, okay, very good. Thank you.
That's why I said the proviso.
I got you.
First thing I
Thank you.
said was maximum 3 repair bays.
Very well. Thank you.
Okay.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes for provisos.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with provisos.
Kaya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you, Mr. DeMarco. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good one. Thanks, everyone.
Number 6, MI 2026 002 206 7110 Mount Airy Terrace. Harold Johnson III and Shiana Flynn. And this is going to be here and hold, am I correct?
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
Are you involved in this, ma'am? Sure, come on up. We're going to hear the case, and that means we're going to hear it, and we won't vote on it today. Oh, good, thank you. Harold Johnson. Do we see Mr. Johnson's hand?
Yes, Chair, he's here and he'll be joining as a panelist shortly.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Harold Johnson, Harold Johnson.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I see a letter of support from West Mount Airy Neighbors Association. Our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Sure.
Good afternoon or evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We have.
And do you waive the reading of your refusals and stipulate to the accuracy?
I do not stipulate to the accuracy of the refusal as written. We agree with the majority of it, but would like to briefly clarify the parking and rear and side yard refusals. May I share my screen?
Yep, you can do that as you proceed with your case. Thank you.
So with regards to the refusal concerning the lack of off-street parking, the L&I inspector misread the drawings. The plan provides the required off-street parking. So the actual parking issue is its location within the required yard setback. We'll show those plans in a little bit. For the side yard, our proposed plan shows a 14-foot, 8-inch side yard where 15 feet is required. So that's approximately 4 inches of relief. And then the rear yard is compliant as proposed. The rear yard relief was included to preserve flexibility if the board requires the house to move farther back. So I'll get into, sorry, just trying to move this. There we go. Okay, so my name is Harold Johnson. My wife is Shayna Flynn, and we're the owners of 7110 Mount Airy Terrace. We're seeking a dimensional variance relief to build a single-family home for our family on this vacant residential lot at the end of the Mount Airy Terrace cul-de-sac. We're proposing a 2-story single-family home on an existing residential lot in zoning district RSD1. It's a modestly sized 4-bedroom home with approximately 2,000 square feet of net interior living space. The home has no basement and no garage. The property is unusual because it is wedge-shaped and located at the end of a cul-de-sac. It also contains significant mature trees, and the rear of the property approaches steep and environmentally sensitive terrain associated with the Wissahickon landscape. The property is within the Wissahickon watershed overlay and also has a steep slope protection overlay. Our design approach has been to fit the house to the existing site conditions rather than substantially alter the site to accommodate the house. That approach has led us to preserve mature trees, avoid a basement, omit a garage, and limit excavation and grading. We also intend to use energy efficient construction and lower impact materials. This is intended to be our long-term family home, and our goal is to build it in a way that minimizes disturbance to the property and its surroundings. In terms of required documentation, our deed is at Exhibit F, Certificate of Tax Compliance is at Exhibit G, property posting documentation in Exhibit I, and near neighbor notices and proof of mailing at Exhibit J. We presented this project to the West Mount Airy Neighbors Zoning Committee. After hearing the presentation and the concerns raised by near neighbors, the committee voted unanimously 7-0 to support the requested dimensional variance relief. The committee cited the unusual size and configuration of the lot, its location at the rear of the cul-de-sac, preservation of the wooded character and heritage trees, and the benefit of avoiding extensive rear yard regrading that could affect the Wissahickon watershed. So in terms of what relief is actually required by the proposed plan, there's a lot going on in this plan, so I tried to highlight the key aspects. For the required front setback, it's 35 feet, and that's highlighted here in orange. The closest point of the house is highlighted in green, and that's approximately 26 feet 6 inches from the property line. And this small front tower represents an area of roughly 100 square feet. The main body of the house is roughly 30 feet from the street, and that 30-foot line is highlighted there in yellow. So we're asking for 8.5 feet of relief at the tower and 5 feet of relief for the main body of the house. With regards to the side yard, the proposal here is approximately 14 feet 8 inches of side yard, where 15 feet is required. You can see over here on the left, the small green area there. That's approximately 4 inches of side yard relief. And the proposed house here is compliant with the rear yard requirement as shown. And although the refusal states that the plan does not show the required off-street parking space, it is shown, in fact, right here. This is sheet Z1.02. And it's highlighted here in green. We contacted L&I to clarify this and included those communications in Exhibit A. And our understanding is that the actual zoning issue is not the absence of parking, but the proposed location of the parking within the required yard setback. So to address the question of why is this the minimum necessary relief, it's really the physical conditions that are driving this request. It's the combination of the wedge-shaped lot geometry, the significant mature trees, and these steep slopes toward the rear. And I'm just going to zoom out for a second to show some of these alternative drawings. So we had our architect conduct a study of alternative orientations to reduce the front yard encroachment while still preserving those significant existing trees. And found there's no direction in which the house can simply be moved without affecting another condition. Moving it further back improves the front setback, but brings construction closer to significant trees, the root systems, and the steeper rear portion of the property. And moving or rotating it laterally is constrained by the angled property lines and side setbacks. And here you can see the steep slope area in red and yellow, as well as the canopies of the major trees that we are trying to preserve. This property drains to Kitchens Lane Creek, which is a couple hundred feet downslope, which then flows into the Wissahickon Creek. And this is a picture of the 26-inch diameter tulip poplar in one corner of the property. And this is another 27-inch diameter tulip poplar on the other side of where the house would be. Both of these are heritage trees. And here's a photo of the steep slope at the back. And here you can see an approximately 8-foot drop at the edge of the rear setback. So the proposed location is intended to balance these competing conditions. The greatest front yard encroachment is limited to that roughly 100 square foot front tower, while the main body of the house is set further back at approximately 30 feet. The house has no basement or garage. The requested relief is therefore not being used to maximize development. Rather, the proposed siting is designed to preserve the mature trees and limit excavation and rear yard grading. For those reasons, we believe the proposed plan represents the minimum dimensional variance necessary for reasonable development of this property. And so at the community meeting, several near neighbors expressed concern primarily about the front setback and whether it would be consistent with the rest of Mount Airy Terrace. We took that concern seriously and followed up with a setback analysis, which is located in Exhibit L. Just going to zoom in on the results. So that analysis found that the existing front setbacks along Mount Airy Terrace vary considerably from 20 feet to 36 feet. This was primarily done using the measurement tool in Atlas. This analysis demonstrates that Mount Airy Terrace does not have a uniform 35-foot building line. So at a 26-foot to 30-foot setback, the proposed plan is very consistent with our neighbors. We also looked at the gross square footage of our neighbors' houses, which ranges considerably from under 2,000 square feet to over 4,000 square feet. So at 2,700 gross square feet, the proposal is again fairly average for this neighborhood. And as far as the side yard, the immediately adjacent properties have side setbacks of approximately 11 feet and 13 feet. And those are in the engineered survey in the plans. And that's compared with the 14-foot, 8-inch side yard that we're proposing. So in our view, the requested relief produces a better overall site planning result than strict dimensional compliance that would require greater disturbance on the property. So in closing, members of the board, this is one single-family home on an unusually shaped residential lot at the end of a cul-de-sac with significant mature trees and steep, environmentally sensitive terrain at the rear. The West Mount Airy Neighbors Zoning Committee considered both the project and the concerns raised by near neighbors and voted unanimously to support the application. We respectfully believe that the proposed plan represents the minimum dimensional variance necessary for reasonable development of this property without undue impact on the neighborhood or the environment. For those reasons, we respectfully ask the board to approve the requested dimensional relief. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, I have a
Good
question.
presentation.
It was very good presentation.
It's good.
I have a question about your proposed new driveway. And one, have you already sought street department review and approval for the new curb cut?
Yes, we have the streets approval letter included in the package, and we also have that stamp in the bottom right corner there.
I think when you showed it before, it wasn't zoomed out all the way.
Sure.
Yeah. And I think my second question is about your stormwater, understanding the steep slope. And I see that you have your E&S sediment plan for construction, but just looking at where the building is situated, could you share a little bit more about how you're going to avoid touching that steep slope when you pour the foundation?
Sure.
It looks close. That's why.
Yeah, so we did part of the earth moving plan. They have that limit of disturbance marked out there, along with erosion and sediment controls that we would be doing. So I think it's
I think it's just the shading. I couldn't really read the notes and I get why you shaded it. It's helpful. I think just to confirm, so like when you guys pour the foundation, you're not gonna have to dig at all any that disturbs that slope. The red part?
Correct. Yeah, we are not near that red part. There's a good bit of buffer.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
More of a comment. We're going to reach out to you this week because we're not sure if it's going to be amended or corrected refusal that you're going to have to request. So, meaning council will be reaching out to you, meaning the applicants, with regard to what the next steps will be on this. But we haven't held, do we want to put a date? Do you want to put a date on it?
Why don't I finish?
Okay, sure.
Sorry. No, we'll come back.
I was just
Come
jumping
back.
in there.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see a hand up by Ralph Pincus.
Oh, here you go.
Hello.
Mr. Pincus, you must be on overtime now. This is your second one today here. I mean,
I know, and I have to come to
so
work.
you've already been sworn in. Just state your name for the record.
My name is Ralph Pincus, RalphPinkus.
Please start your presentation, sir.
I chair the West Mount Airy Neighbors Zoning Committee, and I'm a neighbor that does not live far from this property. The applicant has summarized our letter of support, which is dated July the 7th. We had an extensive meeting. We had 7 of the neighbors present and our committee, 7 people from our committee. We were impressed by the presentation of the applicant that the house was going to be constructed it's going to be straw bale construction, which we were told is an environmentally desirable material, and that it appears that every effort that is being made to protect the site and the Wissahickon watershed, an area that, as someone who lives in this area for 46 years, appreciates and has at times taken actions when developers or owners have tried to disrupt or disturb the watershed. So we're impressed with the efforts that the applicant is making or will make to preserve and prevent any disruption to the watershed. We also didn't find that because of the location of the lot at the end of a cul-de-sac, that the changing or not having as much of a front yard setback as required would not be so disruptive and out of place or out of keeping with the other houses, other properties on the terrace, on that cul-de-sac. There was discussion at our meeting about the architectural style of the property, which does not match the 1960s or thereabouts style of most of the homes. But again, it is not the position, I believe, of the zoning board or our committee to pass upon proposed construction. We thought this style of the proposed home is pretty much in keeping with what is a typical West Mount Airy home, with gables and 2 stories. And the house that's proposed is not excessive in size, 2,700 square feet. It's well within keeping with most of the properties in and around that part of the community. So we supported it, and I would ask the board to grant the requested variance.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience? Oh, come on up. Why don't you sit down first? And then please state and spell your name for the stenographer.
Okay, I am Gwendolyn Bright, Gwendolyn, last name B as in boy, Right.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I am a neighbor.
Please
I live-
proceed.
Pardon me?
Please proceed with your
I
presentation.
am a direct neighbor. I live one house over from the lot in question.
Yep.
I live at, pardon me? Oh, I am a direct neighbor. I live one house over from the lot in question.
Yep.
I live at 7121. I have lived there for over 50 years. I am a lifelong resident of Mount Airy. I do take issue with some of the things that have been said here today, and I just want to make clear the main concern here, and as at the community meeting that was referenced, I and the neighbors were concerned with the variance being given as to the offset from the street. And contrary to what has been represented, I don't know who took the measurements and all of that in terms of the presentation by the lot owner, but if you drive through the neighborhood, the visual is of conformity. This is kind of a unique carve-out neighborhood in West Mount Airy. It came to being in the 1960s. My parents built our home in roughly 1969, 1970, and I have lived there throughout. There is uniformity and consistency in the neighborhood in terms of the offset. If you drive through, the visual is that all the lines are in conformity, and that contributes to the aesthetic of the neighborhood. So what is proposed in terms of the offset will not be insignificant. It will be quite significant considering the wedge shape of the property and the 2 properties on the side. It will sit out significantly and offset the beauty of the neighborhood, which I take folks are really interested in preserving. The neighborhood border is off of Wissahickon Avenue, about 2 blocks on Wissahickon. Parallel streets are about Allen's Lane, Mount Airy Avenue, and Mount Pleasant Avenue, with roughly 4 or 5 cul-de-sacs. We are in Mount Airy Terrace is the cul-de-sac towards the end, directly accessing the woods. I'm across the street, but the neighbors on the side in this property have direct access to the woods. And it's sometimes an issue of people trying, or the public trying to access Fairmount Park in the woods through people's properties. So people, primarily, there are stone front, split level homes, but there have been a number of new constructions in the area, which are different varieties and colors, shapes and sizes. But throughout this carve out area, there is consistency in terms of the offset, and either out of respect of those who have built new construction, or perhaps folks who have come before this board and have enforced the 35-foot offset, there is consistency. So I ask that you take that into account. It's not just a neighborhood where, and I'm trying to put the heart and soul into this because I feel very strongly about this, having lived there so long. People have respected the aesthetic and the character of the neighborhood. And that's all we're asking. that be respected. And I understand there are different aspects to this in terms of these new property owners and what they want to build, but I ask that they respect them. Obviously, they wanted to be in this neighborhood because of the beauty of it and how it's been upkept in the area and the love of it that the community has. But it will impact the aesthetic of this neighborhood. And it's not like, Mount Airy is big, and there are a variety of houses, the big old stone houses, and the house is different, but
Okay.
that's not our concern.
Okay.
That's not our concern. But it is going to be, it is going to stick out because it's going to be different.
Right.
But the offset in terms of the symmetry of the neighborhood, the peacefulness in terms of the neighborhood, it's going to be irreparable.
All right.
So I'm speaking from the heart here, and I ask that you take that into consideration. I ask you take into consideration the respect that old homeowners have had, and also the new homeowners who have built in this area. There are a number of different homes that have been built in this area, some more recently, and they respect the offset. And
Thank you very much for coming down.
did you receive my letter?
No, we did not.
Okay, I do have copies of,
All right,
I did submit it.
Why don't you give it to our attorney? And thanks for sitting here. I know you've been here a long time.
If I could, I did download it and I thought it had. The website did say that it was received, but
All right,
I
thank you
would
very-
ask that you take into consideration what I've said in
Yep.
my letters. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience?
I see no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission.
Ina Solomonic, the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change to the RSD1 residential single-family detached zoning at this location. The appellant's property is irregularly shaped, which creates a hardship for the side and front yard dimensions, and the requested variances are de minimis. Furthermore, the front yard and side yard depth is comparable with the other homes on the cul-de-sac. The appellant complies with the Wissahickon watershed overlay and the steep slope protection area, and preserves the heritage trees by proposing to build on the front portion of the lot. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested dimensional variances and the location of the required on-site parking.
Thank you very much.
I see a hand, Chair, by Clarissa McGinnis.
What's that?
Oh, she.
Hello?
Clarissa McGinnis is allowed to speak.
Well, I just wanted to say that,
Hold on. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
my name is Carletha McInnes. That's CarlethaMcEnnis.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Are you a neighbor?
Yes, I am.
And are you in favor of this project or against?
I'm against the project as far as the setback.
Okay.
To build a home, fine, but the setback, I
All right.
disagree.
Thank you very much for taking the time to call us. I'm sure you just heard our planning department. We're taking this under consideration. We're going to hold this. Lynn, would 2 weeks be okay?
I think 2 weeks.
Why don't we do
That's what I
2
was gonna
weeks?
say. Well, it's
Wednesday at 2 p.m., 2 weeks.
actually going to be.
I'm sorry, Chair. That'll be
Actually, it's
Go.
going to be the 16th because we're not going to be sitting the 9th.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Is that what you're going to say, Ian? So,
No,
yeah.
we're off, Ian?
Yes, that's correct, Chair. The next meeting after next week will be September 16th.
Okay, all right, so just so the appellant knows, the case is closed, right?
Except for either the amended refusal or the corrected refusal. We're not sure yet.
Right,
Yes.
okay? All right, thank you, sir, for coming in. We appreciate it.
Yeah, you may want to consider some stone. I'm looking at them, just looking at the street, and all the houses have some stone on it. So at least there'd be some sort of nod to the existing stone character of the rest of the houses on that cul-de-sac.
But thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it. All right, so we have one more on the 2 o'clock list. It's number 7, MI 2026 002-241-10159 Reeve Road. Peter Gonzalez is the attorney. Oh, here we go.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon, Mr. Gonzalez. Could you please, you're Mr. Gonzalez, right?
I am. I'm
Okay, could
Peter
you
Gonzalez.
please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Certainly. My name is Peter Gonzalez. It's Petergonzales.
Right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Gonzalez, could you identify your client and the relationship to this property?
Certainly. Sitting to my left is Pastor Tony Shu. He is my client, and he's also the lessee of 10159 Varee Road.
Okay, our vice chair has a few questions for you, sir.
Okay.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have, yes.
And you have one refusal, but do you waive the reading of your refusal and stipulate to its accuracy?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can share your screen and present your case.
Thank you. And thank you. Okay.
And make sure you get close to the microphone.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you could pull it, get it near you, just pull it.
Get very comfortable with this, right?
There you go, right.
I have to re-enter the password.
Okay.
Passcode.
How we doing?
I am here. And now the next thing is for me to raise my hand. Is that correct?
Pardon me? Well, she wanted you to raise your hand in the machine, am I right?
I believe so.
Okay, all right, so you've done everything.
He has been promoted to panelist.
There you go. No, that's not it. It should come any minute. We're hoping. There you go.
I'm all set.
Okay, why don't you start?
So we are here for 10159 Varee Road. It's an RSD3 zoning. And the proposed use is for religious assembly. The only reason we are here is for that one use variance. There's no dimensional variance. There's no changes to the property. It's simply the use. And I have on the screen some information I think would be very helpful that this property, while it is zoned RSD3, it has not been used as a single family home for 60 plus years. Initially, it was built in 1946. 1961, the zoning board granted a variance allowing this property to be used as a veterinarian hospital and a single family dwelling, and there were no changes to the building. But in 1971, there were permits issued for a rear addition and no changes to the use. But in 1999, the property came back before the zoning board, and the zoning board granted a variance for a physician's office, and the existing or then existing residential use was eliminated. As a result of the 60 years of this use, there is now a property that has 20 parking spaces and a circular driveway, which I'm showing on the screen, with an ADA compliant ramp, and it's not been used as a residence primarily. So our request is that the zoning board grant a use variance to allow Pastor Zhu to move into the residence with his wife, Lucy, who's here in the audience, where they would reside on the second floor and use the first floor for religious assembly. They currently operate out of their basement in Bucks County, a virtual religious service that Mr. Zhu conducts online and has people participating from as far away as China. And his hope now is that we are recovering from COVID. Some of us are still struggling with the technology, but that he move into a space that would allow him to do both, continue virtually conducting his religious services, but also have a space that would allow people to come in and join him and his wife for those services. And the request is really to use that first floor as a very limited capacity, that Sundays they would continue at 8:30 in the morning to provide virtual services only, and at 10:30 a hybrid, which would allow people to join him and his wife in the room while he continues to do his preaching. That would go from 10:30 to 12 on Sunday. And on Wednesday evening, he's proposed to use the space for Bible study, I believe it is. Wednesday's prayer meeting. And that would be from 7:30 to 8:30 or 7 to 8:30. And then on Friday would be Bible study, and that would be 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. That is the only use that is being requested. Those are the services that are being proposed. And at the moment, the only people that show up in person are Pastor Tony and his wife, Lucy, but they would like to welcome others into the space. We did go before the RCO, which happened back on June 9th. And in the packet, there is a letter of opposition. They had a vote that evening after we presented. And there were some.
Why, tell me
Yeah,
why
yeah,
you
sure.
think that was.
I'll tell you what the letter says. I'll start there. I have different.
Well, maybe you could tell us what you think, but go ahead.
Sure, sure.
Tell me what the letter says.
Yeah, I think that's really most important, and it's factual. So the letter states that the community has had experiences with other properties being used for religious assembly and parking becoming an issue. And that, in fact, I don't know what the property was, but I think they referred to a bank at one point being used as a church. And then what happened was that church grew so big that people started parking in the neighborhood, and that residents started to get very upset about that. This property is very different in that it already has 20 off-street parking spaces. And I'll leave it at that. I mean, it's built with the 20 parking spaces. Pastor Shu did not build that's already there in the property. So the issue of parking is sort of solved by the same reason that we're here, because it's not with 20 parking spaces practical for it to be used as a residence only.
Okay.
There was, I believe, some question in the letter also about tranquility. I think the term was, it would be disruptive to our tranquility. And the property, as I will show you, has, pardon me, I'm going to see if I can share the right screen this time, has tremendous amount of trees surrounding the property, bordering the neighbors. And I'll just have to pull up okay, so back to Zoom. Sharing again, yes. All right, I believe that worked. Yeah. So the property, it is situated here in the trees.
Where the red dot is or no?
Right where the pointer is. Yeah, where the red
Okay,
dot is now.
okay, yep.
Exactly. That's the church. Or that's, pardon me, that's the property in
And why don't you
question.
tell me what's around it?
Sure. Right next to it on, I believe that would be the northeast side, is a large medical complex that Jefferson Hospital operates. And that is also RSD3, but clearly got some use variances in the past. On the other side is a residence that it says Bianca's Health and Beauty Essentials on the screen. It appears when you click on that it might be like a home salon that's operated by the near neighbor. Across the street, it's very interesting, and I'm going to just show you that across the street, our neighbors that live in RTA 1. I'll just pull up the zoning map real quick. Yes, RTA 1. So the purple right here is our property, 10159. RTA 1 is directly across the street. And I'm just going to show you what they look like, right? And all of them have parking off-street parking in front of their houses. The neighbor that lives in this property here was unable to come to the RCO meeting, but in response to the vote that happened at the RCO meeting, we thought it would be really important to invite people to really understand what it is that is being proposed. So we sent the same letter that was sent out to everybody announcing the RCO meeting. We announced an open house. This happened a couple of weeks ago, and Pastor Tony and his wife invited the neighbors, the same ones that were invited to the RCO meeting, to come and meet Tony and ask questions and get to know his wife and see the inside of the space. So that happened, and the neighbor that lives directly across the street, who's unable to be here today but submitted a letter of support, has been a resident for 11 years and came over when they saw the sign and received the letter and said they were so excited that there was a place in the neighborhood that they felt welcomed, where they could meet other people in the community, and where they wouldn't have to go so far for Bible study, frankly, for praying. They drive down into, I believe it was Masher Street in North Philadelphia. So they were very happy, and they stayed for over an hour, and it was a very good experience.
So why don't you do this?
Yep.
Why don't you show us the property,
Yeah.
what's in it, and how it's going to be laid out, and
Sure.
what you're doing with the property?
Excellent. I will do that if I can figure out how to get out of here.
Oh, boy.
Okay. All right. Again, this is the layout.
Yep.
I'll show you the inside. This is what the inside of the property looks like. As I said, for 60 years, it was a veterinary and physician's office.
Right.
So it's been sort of public facing. This is the first room that you would walk into. And this is the proposed use for the room, is to gather for religious services. This is different configurations of the room.
Right.
These are some of the people that came to the event, the open house. This is a Bible study room on the property. It's in the back room. You can see the sink is left over from a physician's office. That would be used as a regular office, administrative office. There's hallways with clearly marked exit signs. And this is a room that would probably be used for fellowship, where the pastor might meet with somebody in private for counseling. There's bathrooms. So the second floor, right? This is the stairway.
Yep,
It's got a separate private entrance that goes directly to the second floor. You do not.
And that's where he's living up there?
That's where he'd like to live with his wife.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They currently live in Jameson, Bucks County.
Okay.
There is a kitchen on the second floor.
Yep.
There is a bathroom on the second floor. There are 3 bedrooms on the second floor. This is one of them. Second and a third. And let's see. So exterior. This is the parking lot in the rear.
And how many spots do you have back
There are 20 parking spaces with 2 that are marked as handicapped or ADA, right? There are also an ADA compliant ramp that was clearly built for patients that were coming to visit, but would be ideal for anybody who needed assistance.
the
getting
back
into
way
the
into the
property.
place?
That's the back. Yeah, it's coming right from the driveway. You can see the houses on Varee over here on the far right.
Yep.
Okay. This is the side entrance. Pictures are a little blurry, but this goes back to the drawings that are enclosed. I'll show you the floor plans if you'd like to see the way things are laid out on the second floor. There's the 3 bedrooms, the kitchen, the bath, and the stairwell. On the first floor, It is configured. It's much larger. There was this addition that was built in, I believe that was 1977. I can't
Yep.
remember. It was in the packet. The main house is here. The public entrance here is facing towards Vary. And that ramp in the back is over here on the far left.
Yep.
And comes right from the driveway. The Bible study room is up in the top right, facing the driveway, or pardon me, facing the parking lot. Same with these, what were like medical examination rooms, but would be used essentially as offices.
So you got Bible study and places where the minister can meet with people alone.
Yep, exactly. That's the fellowship room here
Right,
for
here you
personal one-on-one conversation, private. And you can see it's away from the congregation if they were together. I want to just point out that they're doing this virtually. There's nobody yet, but
understand.
they would like to have people join them.
Yeah.
Okay. What else can I show you? What else would you like to know?
Why don't you finish up? Are you
Okay.
done everything?
Well, there may be a few things I could come back to, but I feel like
You made your.
you understand what it is that we're proposing to do. I've enclosed in the packet, I should point this out, there are a number of properties. One of the statements that was made in the RCO opposition letter was that this was right in the middle of a residential, pardon me, right in the middle of a residential neighborhood. And it was, it's actually on the edge. I mean, it's next to a very large medical complex. Photographs right here will show you from the property, the front yard, what it looks like when you look at your next door neighbor.
That's Jefferson?
That's Jefferson, yeah.
Right.
So it's not exactly directly in the middle of the neighborhood. However, there are instances very nearby where a religious assembly would be allowed. And I want to just point out a couple of them. This one is about 4 doors up from the property, and it is a CMX one, which would allow religious assembly, but interestingly, there are no parking spaces that are offered for, so.
One on the sidewalk, right?
But I don't think you're allowed to be parking on the sidewalk. I'm not sure. I didn't check to see if they had a permit, but
Yeah,
the point is that they don't have 20 parking spaces
think
waiting
we-
for them in
we
the back,
understand,
right?
yeah.
So it's not really an ideal spot. There is on the same block at 10150 Bustleton Avenue, also in RSD3, a religious assembly where the Beth Emanuel congregation is actually situated directly between residences, multiple residences on either side. So that is in the middle of a residential neighborhood on the same block and operating. In fact, their schedule is posted online, so you can see they have many more service hours than the ones that are proposed. On the same block, I also want to point out just down the street at 10111 Vary Road, also in RSD3, religious assembly is happening at the Philadelphia Tabernacle Church of God. There are 2 off-street parking spaces, and again, this is on the same exact block, same street. This is more information you can see about the church. Another block up, there is a masjid that has been operating for I don't know how long, but it's a beautiful building at
Okay.
10663 Bustleton Ave.
Okay.
Also, not allowed religious assembly at a CAA1 without zoning board approval. So I just wanted to point out that there's instances of religious use being allowed.
That's right.
Okay. This is what I wanted to point out. I thought this was fascinating when I did my research, that the RTA1 directly across the street would allow for religious assembly in an enclosed structure on their properties. So if
You're on the other side of the street, you would.
directly across the street,
you'd be
yeah,
involved.
it's fascinating. I mean, it might need
All
to
right,
be
so
revised, but
Let's
yep.
give them a minute. So here's your place. Jefferson's I'm going to say to your right.
Yep.
And then to your left is a beauty salon.
A house with a beauty salon.
Wow, what a beauty salon. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And here it is. I mean, here's the
Yeah,
picture,
yep,
right?
yep.
And all of the trees. I believe there was some question also in the RCO letter about a neighbor behind being concerned that this would be disruptive
Sure.
to their tranquility.
All right, so why don't we do this? I pretty much think I understand what your case is. Why don't I open this up to some questions from
Please.
the board, you could have your testimony adopted first, okay?
Yeah.
So,
Love to.
Minister, could you please state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Yeah, my name is Tony, Tony. Last name X, letter U, pronounced Jew.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Right. Why don't you have your testimony adopted?
Okay, Pastor Shu, would you allow the testimony that I gave today on your behalf to be adopted as truthful and complete?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right. So we'll go from questions from the board, then we'll work our way in and see if there's anybody in the audience, okay? So questions from the board.
Okay. For the services, so you have all these chairs set up, but are you planning to have the hybrid kind of services? Like where some people will be in the space and others will be on Zoom or whatever you use as your
Yeah.
platform?
Yeah. Right now, 100% virtual right now.
Mhm.
In the future, we hope some people in the neighborhood will virtual and come into person.
And where you,
Oh, all right.
yeah.
Thanks.
And,
Sorry.
and is that the same plan with the Bible study and the prayer meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because that's what our church does. We have the Bible study is, or prayer meeting is like on Wednesday night, but it's on a, it's actually on a phone line. It's not even
Yeah.
a Zoom kind of thing. Okay. And then are you planning to have like a church office?
Church office, well, basically just me right now. Actually, just me, my wife as helper. I never even thought of a question office.
What is a church office? Just curious.
Well, it's usually where, you have somebody there who answers the phone, does support for the pastor, like, answers the phone for them,
Yep.
Writes letters for them.
And I will
maybe-
just point out that at the moment, that is his wife, Lucy, who manages all of that.
Okay, but you don't have a space in there for it.
There, if there, I will point out that there actually is space for office use. There's two office uses.
I'm not saying that, but you don't have that kind of like carved out as a
No, no.
space. And I was just
Yeah.
wondering if you were planning to have that.
No.
Okay. And then so what kind of size congregation do you have?
Zero right now. In person, zero. Everything's online, virtual.
Right,
And-
but I mean, you do have an idea.
Oh,
of
yeah.
How many are?
For Sunday service, we have two sessions right now. One's 8:30, mainly focused on mainland China, Asian countries, roughly 50 to 60 people. I don't know how many people, but devices.
Okay.
That's what I can count.
But they're not going to be coming.
No, no way. They're basically Asian. Asian.
Okay.
Definitely not in this administration.
Right, okay.
Ministry is outreaching outside there. Second service in mainly USA, West Coast, East Coast, on Zoom, roughly 20.
Okay.
And a lot of people go to YouTube. We also still YouTube more.
Okay.
people. Yeah, something
Mhm.
like that.
Yeah, a
But
lot of
no in
churches
person
do.
yet.
Okay, all right. And then you're going to have all the other kinds of rites that you would have with a church. There's weddings, funerals, that kind of thing.
I don't think that's good for you. Funerals, wedding there. I don't think so.
Okay.
The plan was not to have funerals or
That's
weddings or
it.
so. It's
Not-
literally, it's preaching online.
Ever?
Yeah.
Right.
plan on
So
growing your
I feel like-
congregation.
I think you've more than explained your current operations.
Yeah.
I think the questions and I think even to address RCO concerns are really about what could happen in the future. Also,
Right.
what could happen if somebody behind you ends up in this building? So, right, because once it's approved for use, it stays with the property. So I think better understanding your aspirations for growth. You certainly have enough space here to host other types of church events and to host things in person.
Right.
And I think that's a question.
Can I ask him some of these questions?
Absolutely.
Get this out.
Yeah, that-
Do you
that you
plan to
told me.
offer?
Yeah.
Do you plan to offer funeral services at your
No,
church? Would you want to, in the future, offer baptismal services or weddings or anything like that? Okay. do you have any intention or plans in the future to host any kind of events beyond praying and preaching and Bible study? I don't know if you do or not.
Even social services, I mean, I think like churches have a lot of ministry work that goes beyond events, right? And that just involves people.
Yeah,
takes care
so
of people.
So in our conversations, I believe that his heart and his mind is to serve the community and to be open to it. I don't know that he knows what that would look like in terms of the need of the community. But I do believe that his intention is to make the space spiritually open for people who are seeking counsel and Bible study and religious services. But those other items are like social service items.
Like
I
a
don't-
food distribution or
I'm
something.
thinking food distribution, I'm thinking
If-
premarital counseling, like just
The other,
anything that.
yeah, the other thing that Pastor Tony has said is if that's what the community needs and the community wants and it is allowed, then that's what the church would do. But if it's not allowed and it's not wanted or needed, then he wouldn't do it. And so that's the question. I don't think there's a plan to do it if.
Okay. I mean, I think the frankness that I would have is that I think at this point you're now juggling two communities, right? You have your church and your religious community, both online and in person as it grows. And then you have the physical community in this neighborhood, and those might not always overlap. And so I think just for you, I mean, there's a lot of things that are allowed under religious use. And because you're not planning to do any of it now, I would just hope that if you were to get approved as you move forward, that you figure out some bridge or some way to stay involved in your physical community. And I think you living there plays a role in that being more likely.
That's in fact, I think what is driving all of this is to become part of a community.
I think my only other question is about signage. There's an existing standing sign in the front that wasn't included in this application. So is your plan just to replace that sign as is, or would there
Ideally,
be
it would be
any
just to
other-
replace the sign exactly as it is with different lettering.
Okay, and then, and so no crosses or anything like on the roof, like typically churches have other signage and religious icons that kind of denote it as a church, and right now.
Aside from that flat sign that identifies the former doctor's office.
Okay.
There's no plans for converting any other part of the property.
You don't have to necessarily convert, you could just.
It wouldn't be adding,
And just a reminder that if that happens, because it's not included in this application, you would have
understood.
to come back to us
Yeah.
for that.
That was gonna be my next comment. Yes. Signage is not included. Correct.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we see if there's anybody in the audience to get into this? So do you have anything at all?
I have no question.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience? Let's see if there's anybody.
I see no hands, Chair.
Okay, Planning Commission.
Nina Solomonic, the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change from the existing RSD3 residential single-family detached zoning at this location. There is a documented use of single-family residential in conjunction with a commercial use. The property was used as a physician's office in 1999 and a veterinary office in 1961. The proposed use will not cause detrimental impact beyond what would reasonably be expected. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested use variance for religious and assembly use.
So I'm not going to vote today. I'm going to wait till next week. And I want to sit with the board and just get our hands around this, what this means and things like that. Okay? But we will vote next,
It's gonna be Wednesday, the 2nd.
Wednesday the 2nd.
yeah.
Would we be invited to come back for the vote, or is that
You
happening?
don't have to, you can listen on the phone.
But that's, that's what I meant. I didn't mean to physically. It'll happen online. Okay, so that's helpful to know. I do have a question for the board, because these questions are really helpful in thinking about potential provisos, if that would be helpful to restrict future uses, because I heard that churches.
We'll let us worry about.
Okay,
the
okay.
We'll worry about the.
Okay.
process, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Oh, just we want to make sure it's 2 p.m.
Yeah, 2 p.m.
We just didn't
Right.
say.
Thank you very much.
We look forward
appreciate
to
you
it.
coming in. We appreciate you've sat there a long time. Is there anyone in the audience whose 2 o'clock case has not been called?
I see no hands, Chair.
Okay, so we only have 3 cases left, but we're going to take a little bit of a break, 5-minute break, maybe 6 minutes, and come back. We're okay? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Bergman, and I will be chairing this meeting of the Philadelphia Zoning Board of Adjustment. With me is our Vice Chair, Tanetta Graham,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
our Board Secretary, Cheryl L. Gaston,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Board members Michael Johns,
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Chaya Nguyen. She should be here any minute, coming through the door, and Ryan McAdams.
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Also here is our attorney, Lynn Reuter Huber, our executive director, Ian Haggerty, and our board administrator, Lakeisha Dandy. This hearing is being recorded and will be posted on the ZBA website. By participating, you consent to be recorded. This is an in-person meeting with remote participation. Whether in person or on Zoom, if you're called to speak, please state and spell your name, wait to be sworn in, and then state your name each time before testifying. To enter your appearance, indicate the property address on your Zoom webinar. Speak with a staff member. Call the ZBA office by the close of business tomorrow. Call 215-686-2429, and also provide your name, your email, and the address of the property in question. Remote participation. Raise your virtual hand when directed so that we can call on you. When we call on you, make sure that you clicked the Join as a Panelist button. Use the Q&A only for procedural questions, nothing to do with the case. If you are joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute. So let's see what our schedule looks like this afternoon. Yep, we did. Yeah. Number 2, 1447 West Cayuga Street, MI 2025-006-623. This case is continued until 1/20/27 at 3:30. Number 5, 6930 King Sesson Street, which is MI 2025-007-187. We have no exhibits for this. And let me call this number. Steve Masters is the attorney. Investing Nationwide is the company, listed company. This is the second listing. Anyone in the audience?
I see one hand, Chair.
Okay, let's see who it is.
Craig Medelson.
No, we don't. No, we don't need Craig. We need the attorneys.
Okay, so this is the second listing. We still have no exhibits. So MI 2025.
No, continue, must be heard.
Oh, okay, so,
Must be.
all right. So 6930 King Sesson, MI 2025-007-187. This case is continued, must be heard to 1/20/27 at 3:30. Going to go to our first case. It's here. Number. Hawthorne, we always did it. We did that, right? So this one here? Number one. Well, let's go to number 1. MI 2025-002-819, 2922 rear 24 to 24 South, Felton Street. Henry Clinton is the attorney.
Henry Clinton has been promoted to panelist.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. Or good evening.
Good morning, counsel. I'm sorry we had to call you so late here.
That's all right.
Please proceed. Could you state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Sure. Henry Clinton, Henry Clinton, Clinton.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you identify your client and the relationship to this property?
Sure. I have two clients who own the property, Nicholas and Larissa. That's Larissa Foschino, Foschini. And Nicholas is on the call.
Our vice chair has a few questions for you.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
I have.
And do you waive the reading of your refusals and stipulate to their accuracy?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and present your case.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. I don't know if that's coming up or not.
Yes, it did and stopped. Try to go again, Henry.
All right. Sorry about that.
No, take your time.
I'm gonna have to start from scratch.
Okay. Once.
Is that visible?
No.
All right, let's try it again. I don't know what happened here. I'm gonna start from the beginning.
No, we got this one too. The one on the board.
Is that visible, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
All right, thanks for your patience. This is a request by Mr. and Mrs. Foschini, who've owned the property since 2013, to have two one-bedroom apartments above an existing garage that's been used for about 10 years as a cement contracting business. We are in an RM1 zoning district, and both of our refusals are dimensional. We have 100% lot coverage, and there's no ability to conform to the zoning code in terms of setbacks or open space, and I'll explain why as I walk through. These are table of contents A1 through A10. Here's a refusal. Again, we are in an RM1 zoning district. The two refusals concern the minimum rear yard space of 144 square feet and minimum rear yard depth. We have neither, and I'll show you why as we walk through it. We do have the RCO letter of support. It's actually the Southwest Philadelphia Consortium of 7 RCOs who support this project with a proviso concerning trash, the storage of trash, and the handling of trash, which is self-explanatory in this letter. So this is the existing one-story CMU cinder block building. It contains 2 addresses, 2922 and 2924. Posters, concrete company. These were the original plans submitted to the community, and obviously a little bit not of a professional nature. We have professional plans by Harmon Deutsch Oler Architecture, and Mike Nardini rather on this case. He prepared professional plans, and we do have some changes which I submitted with the proviso form, chief of which is the way the plan was originally drawn is this was an interior hallway that accessed 2 apartments, and the community group did not like that. They wanted a wall put on the rear of the building with an open floor plan here to lead to the 2 entrances in apartment 1 and apartment 2. So I think I'll just go to the revised plans which are, here's the two provisos. One is an enclosure below the steps to store the trash, and the second is an interior hallway on the second floor rear, which is set back by 5 feet. On the left is the front of the garage, the side view. The garage also has a driveway that accesses the rear of the homes that are on Felton Street. This is the front facade, 2 doors. Here's the stairway that will be added to the side of the building with the second floor. Will be a stucco on the second floor. Here is the existing floor plan, site plan. Here's the driveway. The new floor, second floor addition, as you can see, it's 100% lot coverage, and there's no ability to have an open space or rear yard. That's why we set back the second floor by 5 feet. And if you multiply basically 5 feet by the width of the building, which is almost 30 feet, you get 150 square feet or so, and the open space requirement is 144 square feet. I'm not arguing that we've met that open requirement, but we've attempted to do so by pushing back the second floor and leaving an open walkway in the rear of the building. Here's a side view. This will be the trash enclosure. It's going to be a metal facing with locks so that only the residents of the second floor and the business can use this area. 42-inch chair rail, all metal leading up to a doorway. And this is the floor plan. You have to blow that up a little bit. So again, it's 2 one-bedroom apartments up the metal stairs into the open walkway with a half wall and then a metal railing above. So you're bringing some light and air into the rear of the building. Enter for the first apartment, sofa, living, kitchen area, trash closet, HVAC units, bath, 1 bedroom. Second bedroom, basically a mirror image of the first. Living room, dining room, kitchen area, walk into the front of the building with a bedroom and a full bath. So this is what I was talking about, the rear of the building. Now we have an open walkway with the railing above a half wall, and there's the entrance to the first apartment, entrance to the second apartment. Application for appeal, a project information form, tax center indicating no taxes are due. Zoning map, again, this is an RM1 zoning district. Across the street is Inglis House, as well as the Bob Brady Veterans Building is directly across the street. Deed indicating ownership since 2015. Notice letter sent to all the neighbors within the 250 feet, 76 mailers were sent out. And that is the presentation. So with this proposal, we're adding 2 apartments to the neighborhood. We're not impacting any light or air. We are in harmony basically with the code because it is an RM1 zoning district. We're in harmony with what the neighborhood and with what the community group wants. And I'd ask the board to look kindly upon this application. And with that, I'll ask my client to unmute himself and be prepared.
Please.
Be sworn in. Nick, can you raise your hand? I'll go back to the floor plans. Nick, are you on the call?
Nick has been promoted to panelist.
Thank you. Nick?
Okay, I think I'm there. Can you hear me now?
Nick, I can, sir. Could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
My name is Nicholas Fascini, and it's NicholasFoschini.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Proceed, counsel.
Yeah, Nick, were you on the call when I presented your project to the board? You just muted yourself. Nick, were you on the call when I presented your project?
Yes.
Okay, and if you had the opportunity to testify on your own behalf, would you adopt my testimony as your own and as shown correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Nick.
Questions from the board?
what kind of business is it below the apartments? I mean, I know they're not part of that's not part of the application, but.
Right, below it is a garage for storage for Mr. Fascini's cement business.
Okay, so would there be a need for some kind of soundproofing?
Well, he's going to have to put some soundproofing or insulation between the first floor and the second floor, but he doesn't do any work in there. It's mainly storage.
Okay. Just asking. Okay.
Is
All right.
is the garage doors gonna, both sides gonna be restricted to the business use?
Yes, both
And
sides.
Does the truck park in front of the garage at night?
There's a drive aisle and there's also an area in front of the two doors. And yes, there are trucks that are parked in front. I mean, occasionally, there's neighbors that park there, but it's typically trucks. And then also trucks are parked on the street next to the curb.
Okay, I'm just wondering in terms of parking for the two tenants. Are we anticipating that they will park on the street or not have cars?
Well, we're going to anticipate that they're going to park on the street and not in that garage. But let me see if I can go to an aerial photograph. Yeah, I think we just have these photographs. I can show you. So there's where the trucks would park on that pad, and then neighbors would park on the street right here where the tenants would, not in the garages.
Okay, and then I have a question about the sign, because it sounds like the business is existing.
Correct.
Is
It
the
has been.
sign for the business gonna remain on the building? Because your elevation shows it as removed and repainted.
Right, because the stairs are going to come up this way, that sign would be blocked as you anticipated. So I think what Nick's idea is he's going to put a smaller sign between the door and the front of the building.
Okay, and then just from the elevation, I feel like you showed us what was happening before and then what's happening now, but to be clear, they're gonna enter off this stairwell and the facade is gonna align on all four sides with the existing exterior of the garage, correct?
Right, do you mean, are we going to go straight up from above the garage and no bays or no overhangs?
Correct.
Correct.
On all four walls, because at one point you had mentioned a 5-foot setback, but it looked like that was still an interior hallway on the plan.
Right, so I may not have been clear, so let me go back. So when you would go up the metal steps, there's a door here and that area 5 feet back from the rear wall to the beginning of the addition, that's going to be open walkway.
Correct. Okay.
Okay.
And
Other questions?
yeah, I guess my issue would be, is that going to be the only means of egress and
Yes, this is, yes, Ms. Gasson, this is the only means of egress.
Okay. And is that safe from a fire code standpoint?
I mean, we'll have to comply with all fire code regulations. I think it's going to be required to be sprinkler. And if there's any other requirements, we certainly would comply, but there is one means of egress only.
Okay. Well, I'm thinking about it that way, and also in terms of accessibility. I mean, I guess I'm at the stage where, I'm looking for the ramps, I'm looking for the easier ways to get in.
Or lift.
Yeah, lift, elevators, escalators, just a comment. Okay?
Understood. I'm there too.
Yeah, I have a question about mail also. Like you've addressed trash, but like now you have 2 apartment units coming here. This was originally a garage at the rear behind another house, understanding that the lots were subdivided. Where's gonna be like the address so that tenants, people visiting the tenants, Uber drivers, Amazon are gonna be able to identify the apartment units.
Well, it's really uncanny because that was frankly one of the big discussion points at the RCO meeting.
Not
So,
surprised.
right. So the idea is to put the mail boxes right here where my cursor is on the first floor and clearly mark second floor apartment 1, second floor apartment 2. Because there was talk about putting it up here, but most people said the post office may not walk up the steps, so thought was to put it right here at the base of the metal steps.
Is the plan to do a address known as, because that's on, isn't that on Eastwick Avenue and not on Felton Street?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to make it very clear that it's 2922 rear Felton, even though it doesn't really front on Felton. It is 2922R, but they'll have to spell it out as rear.
And then, I mean, this is like a nitpicky thing that has nothing to do with zoning, but I think to have the stairwell go up to second level and then to have no coverage for the 2 units as they're entering the unit, it doesn't really protect them from the elements. Also doesn't really give them a lot of light or coverage up there. So it just something to think about, the process of getting into the apartment units and safety.
LNI is going to require that stair to be covered.
Yeah.
They're going to require that.
Okay.
I have a question. I know the RCO was concerned about trash and asked for proviso for commercial trash pickup.
Correct.
Is that agreeable?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Yes. I have a question. Well, I guess more of a statement. You indicated in the testimony that you're creating basically a 5-foot walkway to get into the 2 apartments that you're creating. Is that correct?
Right, that's what the architect drew, I believe.
What you're creating is really a roof deck. And that's
A deck,
on
right.
your application. So you're going to have to submit for an amended refusal, because on the application and the refusal, there's nothing about the roof deck. So we're going to have to hold this then till we get the, yeah.
It's a little confusing. Is it actually a roof deck or is it just a deck off the back?
Yeah.
It's on the roof. Because it's the
It is
setback.
on the
It's-
it is
it's
on the
probably
roof.
the setback.
It's on the current roof of the current garage.
Right.
Oh, it is on the roof. Okay. It
That
is
was
on the
con-
roof. Okay.
That was confusing until he actually testified. I didn't
Yeah.
realize that from looking at the plans.
Okay. Yeah, it is a little confusing even on this elevation.
All right, how long would that take?
We would have to do it 3 weeks because we're going to be off. So September,
Okay, I didn't hear what you said.
Well, we're looking now.
September 16th.
Henry, we can have this for September 16th. Right?
Okay,
We'll vote
so-
on it on September 16th at 2:00.
So what is the issue? I couldn't hear because of the voices.
The issue is that you need to submit for an amended refusal because of the 5-foot walkway that you talked about. That's on the roof. It's considered a roof deck. That is not on your application and it's not part of the refusal.
Okay, all right, now I understand.
Does that
Got
make
it.
sense? Okay, great. Thank you.
I just didn't hear you, that's all.
That's
September
okay.
16th at 2 p.m. we'll vote.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
sure.
Okay.
But I got to go up here first. Wait a minute. What? All right. Is there anyone in the virtual audience?
I have a hand up by Craig Medelson.
Metadols. Yeah. Hi, Craig.
Yes,
Hi, Craig.
Chair Bergman, good evening.
Good evening. Could you please just state your name and spell for the stenographer?
Craig, C-R-A-I-G, last name Melidosian, M-E-L-I-D-O-S-I-A-N.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please proceed.
All right, not to belabor this, and I had tried to jump on King Sessing, but it's been continued. I first wanted to say that Mr. Fascini, I'm going to say with the shepherding of Hank, has been extremely flexible and easy to work with. I don't want to castigate other people that come before us, but we spoke, he listened, and they made changes. A whole new set of plans, Z1 and Z2 before you, were generated after our initial RCO's meeting. The setback, I'll take the blame for it. I'm sorry, Nick, was my fault. The idea was because the original plan went to the edge of the west elevation, we took a look at seeing how we could introduce some air for the tenants. So when they were out there, they could step outside their apartment and still be able to look west. I did think about the deck, but I didn't think about the way council did. We also did raise the issue of coverage over the steps sometime in the future. Did not realize that it would be mandatory, though I regularly do see them in South Philly where this type of entrance is quite common. We spent a lot of time discussing the issue of the trash. Believe there'll be a 2.5-yard roll-off dumpster there. There is short dumping on the block. So we don't want his other people's trash to end up now aggravating both Nick and the tenants upstairs. They did agree to, though I don't know how it would be provisoed, that adequate pulls will be made for the commercial trash as well as the domestic trash so that there'll be no buildup. There has been, unfortunately, in Southwest Philly, there are always fights and occasionally a few murders over parking in our driveways. So we were concerned about that. The idea was that obviously Nick needs to load and unload trucks or could be getting shipments in, that he would be cognizant of the needs of the people on the driveway who may need ingress or egress. So it'd be typical a 20-minute term if there was a blockage. Otherwise, they always agreed to keep the drive lane open. There is significant parking west of this because it is an open lot, or it's actually two open lots going from the western side of Nick's wall up to the next street. So there will be sufficient parking. There'll be really no competition. The Inglis House is for special, for physically challenged people who are driving in and out, and the Brady Home is mostly senior citizens. So there are not a lot of people parking on the street. We defaulted to the post office to let them set what would be what their expectation is for where the boxes should be mounted, and been in situations where the Postal Service could end up assigning a different address to this within their system that does not match up to the water department address. So that's something that we thought about and that Nick should anticipate. We really went over this with a very fine-tooth comb, even though there was only one person from the community that came forth. We need new apartments. It's going to be meeting the current standard building code. There'll be high efficiency apartments. We do anticipate that it'll be sprinklered. So it'll be state of the art on top of a commercial structure. And wanted to thank Nick and thank Henry and thank the board.
Craig, thank you for hanging around so long. I mean, it was getting a little late here, but we appreciate it. And we agree with you about Henry. Okay, so planning?
Nina Solomonic, the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends a change in zoning at this location from the existing RM1 residential multifamily to RSA 5 residential single family. There is no reason why the property cannot be used in strict conformity with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny the variance.
Thank you. We're going to vote on this on the 16th of September at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Okay, and we'll have everything. Hopefully, we'll have everything by then. And Henry, could you stay on too, please?
Sure.
Thank you, Nick. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
MI 2026 002 191 4441 Spruce Street. Henry Clinton is the attorney. Henry, just for the record, could you please state your name?
Sure. Henry Clinton, Henry Clinton, Clinton.
And Henry, could you identify your client and the relationship to this property?
Sure. My client is Simone Lee Sobers, Simone Lee, Lee, Sobers, Sobers, and she is on the call.
Okay, thank you. Our vice chair has just a few questions, Henry.
Good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
We have.
And do you waive the reading of your refusal and stipulate to their accuracy?
We do.
Okay, thank you. You can share your screen and begin.
Is that visible, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
All right, so this is a little bit of an unusual situation here. The property is in the heart of Penn's campus, 44th and Spruce. It's on a block that is predominantly apartments, a Mexican restaurant, and one single-family house. This house historically was used as a 5-unit rooming house. I have some plans back from the 70s I can show you, but the plan or the request is to legalize this as 4 units, not 5. When we went in front of Spruce Hill, we presented 5 units. They voted 6 to 2 not to oppose it. But since that meeting, we reduced the units to 4, and we provided Spruce Hill with those plans. But if they were unopposed to 5, I gather they would be unopposed to 4. So these are the table of contents, refusal A1 through A10. And these are the backup zoning documents. I have some aerial photographs to show you that, again, the majority of the block, it is partly RM1 and RTA1, but it's all apartments, some extremely large apartment buildings. Here's a refusal, RTA1. Again, the request was for 5 family multi-unit structure, all within the same footprint. We're not expanding the footprint or the height or the width or the rear yard. And we have 2 refusals. Multifamily is not permitted in RTA1, despite the fact there's many on the block. And then there was a request for parking for 5 accessory off-street parking spaces, which basically is a physical impossibility. And historically, there's been no parking at all for this property. Here's the RCO letter of non-opposition. As I said, it's 6 non-opposition, 2 opposed. And their letter is pretty straightforward, that they don't want to set a precedent. And they recognize, as I said at the beginning, this is an unusual circumstance since it's currently zoned as a 5-unit rooming house. Right now, it is being used as 5 units, but they're 5 apartments. There's 5 individuals in the property. The owner occupies the first floor, and then the other 4 units are on a month-to-month lease because we didn't want to assume that we were going to get approval, and we wanted the tenants to know what was going on. And there may be a tenant or 2 on this call. The tenants are not. There's 1 postdoctoral student, but there's 2 employees of the University of Pennsylvania. One's a doctoral assistant, and the other is a statistics analysis. And there's also a freelance medical analyst in the apartments, which are fully furnished from top to bottom. And when I show you some of the photographs, you'll see that it is very well appointed. So this is the photos of the 4400 block of Spruce Street, and right to left or east to west, 28 apartments, 40 apartments, 3, 6, 3, 3. And this is my client's property right here. And next door is apartments on the second floor, Mexican restaurant on the first floor, across the street, 57 apartments and 33 apartments. This is just a view looking west. The property is at the end here, but these are some of the larger apartment complexes I wanted to show on the board. Again, looking westbound on Spruce. I'm moving west now. Again, multifamily, single family here. And then this is our property, my client's property, right here where the porch is next to the end property. So we're getting closer. Again, here's my client's property almost at the end of the street. You can get a better view. It's really nice on the outside, nice detailing, nice windows, kept the old bays, kept the old copula roof on the top, and all the existing stone and brickwork is there. A straight ahead view. This is my client's property in green with bordered on a darker green, and the restaurant at the corner. Some interior photographs of the 5 apartments that are there now. I think the photographs speak for themselves. Photographs of our postings, and close up to show you that Trash receptacles are stored in front of the building, as are the recyclables. So these are old-time plans. This is when it was a rooming house. I don't want to dwell on these, but basically the first floor is similarly now set up as an apartment. There's a porch, a living room, a kitchen. Back in the kitchen is here, but back in the day there was a community kitchen here. Then I'll go to the second floor. Again, there were bedrooms on the second floor, really difficult to see. And on the third floor, a utility room and some bathrooms. These were the plans that we presented to the RCO, really rudimentary plans. That's why my client went out and hired Harmon Deutsch Oehler to come in and show the board some professional plans, which I'll move to now. And we do have Rustin Ohlers on the call in case there are any questions that I can't answer about the floor plan or the layout. So again, this is the zoning map, RTA 1. Here's the lot, very long as and deep as all the other lots on the block, except for the apartment buildings. And here are the floor plans. So this is, 4441 Spruce Street. The site plan, the first floor has a porch. Let me see if I can blow it up so people can see a little bit better. So you walk in the front steps, there's a lobby here, trash receptacles and recycling in the front. Walk in down toward the living room area, a porch, a study, a sunroom on the front, the kitchen in the middle, bathroom here, bedroom here. And there's a set of steps that go up to the rear of the second floor, and the rear of the second floor and the entire first floor is going to be one unit. So again, that redundant a little bit. Here's the first unit, first floor and second. Go up the stairs, second unit, kitchen, living, bedroom. Continue up to the third floor. Third unit is in the rear. Again, kitchen, bathroom, one bedroom. These are all occupied by one individual. We have a professional management company that manages the property, makes sure that things are handled fine, well, the leases are abided by. Tenants put out the trash. We do have a trash closet here on the third floor. We do not have a trash closet on the second floor because frankly, again, this is an existing building. It's difficult to fit in a trash closet. I mean, the unit 2 has to go down one flight of stairs and he or she is already at the front of the building. So they use the trash receptacles. We haven't had any complaints or issues thus far. And we even let the one family on the block that owns the only single family house, we invited them to walk through the house. I walked through with them so they could see what was going on and what this was intended to be. That is 4 units. Application. Tax center notification or documentation that no taxes are owed. Zoning map, again, RTA closer to where our client's property is, RM1 down at the end of the block as well as across the street. Deed indicating ownership since 2013. Notice letter to all the occupants of properties within 250 feet. We mailed out 80 pieces of mail. And then here are the zoning records. I don't want to belabor it, Mr. Chairman, but I'll go through it to prove that what I've said in this chart is accurate. 28 units, 40 units vacant, 6 persons, 3 persons, 3, 57, and 33. 4001, 28, 40 units, 3 units, 27, 4431, 6 units, 3 units. That was 37, 4439, 3 units, and subject unit 4441 again shows 5 units. And I do have, actually I have a zoning permit indicating that it was a rooming house. On the other side of the street, on the even side of the street, 33 units, excuse me, this is the even side of the street, 57 units. And this is our management contract that we have with Property Management Services. Helen Gill, I've met her at the property. She's on top of it. The tenants there, from what I understand, like it, would like to stay there, but again, they're only on month-to-month leases right now. And this is the property certificate, 5 rooming units to accommodate 5 people. So we have 5 units. There happen to be apartments, and there are 5 people. So, you know, even though it is not a rooming house anymore, it's compliant with what the property certificate indicates. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to conclude the testimony by just saying that we're not impacting any lighter air. We're in harmony with the block. We're in harmony with the RCO. And with that, I'd ask my client to unmute herself. Simone, if you could unmute yourself.
Sure.
And field any questions that the board or
Why don't we bring her on and we'll take care of it.
okay. Simone, can you unmute yourself? I'll go back to the floor plans.
Simone has been promoted to panelist.
Hello.
Hi, Simone, could you please state your name and spell it for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Simone Sobers. Simone Lee Sobers. My first name is S-I, M as in man, O, N as in Nancy, E. Middle is Lee, L-E-E. And last name is Sobers, S as in Sam, O, B as in boy, E-R-S.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Clinton.
Good evening, Ms. Sobers. Were you on the call when I presented your project to the board?
Yes.
And if you had the opportunity to testify, would you adopt my testimony as your own and as true and correct?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from the board?
I don't know that it's a question. I think it's more of a statement. I think I understand that this block and you're trying to reduce it from 5 units to 4. But I do think that the front porch provides a really great opportunity to create an outdoor, not the front porch, the front patio creates a really great space to create some sort of outdoor space for the other 3 units in the building, given that unit 1 has so much access and space to the backyard. And to only have the trash enclosure there might make it less wonderful for the residents. So I would want interior trash storage.
All right, well, that's something we will consider and discuss, Ms. Nguyen.
Questions from our attorney?
No questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands, Chair. Oh, I see your hand just went up.
Okay.
Caitlin.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, could you please state and spell your name for me, please?
Sure. My name is Caitlin, Caitlin. My last name is Searson, Searson.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Are you a neighbor?
I'm currently a tenant,
A resident?
a resident.
All right, please proceed.
Just popped on to say that this is a lovely place to live, and Simone has been a wonderful owner and incredibly communicative, and has created like a really nice and safe community for myself. I don't want to speak on behalf of the other residents, but everybody seems to really enjoy living here.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking the time. We appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else?
I see no hands at this time.
Planning Commission.
Nina Solomonic of the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in the zoning to the current RTA 1 residential 2-family attached zoning. The appellant has not shown that there are unique physical circumstances or conditions of the property that would prevent it from being used in conformance with the zoning code. The Planning Commission recommends the board deny the requested variances for multifamily living and off-street parking.
So MI 2026-002-191-4441 Spruce Street. I vote yes with proviso, interior trash storage.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Go ahead.
maximum 4 dwelling units, because
Oh.
they reduced it from 5 to 4.
Isn't it 5 because we have the first floor?
No, they reduced it to 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you gonna
I thought I counted
restate
5.
that, or are we?
They did a bi-level piece.
Okay, all right. Maximum 4 units.
Okay, Michael Johns, my vote is yes with provisos.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with provisos.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with provisos.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with provisos.
Taya Nguyen, my vote is yes with provisos.
Thank you, Henry.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you.
All right, MI 2025-007-171-219 West Roosevelt Boulevard. Lubna Al-Aradi is the owner.
Lumna has been promoted to panelist.
Hello.
Hi, good evening, and thanks for waiting around for us. Could you please state and spell your name for the stenographer?
Yes, my name is Lubna, Lubna, last name Al-Aradi, Alardi.
Right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I
Our
do.
vice chair has just a few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Hi, good evening. Have you submitted your documents and exhibits 5 days in advance of this hearing?
Yes,
Okay, and do you understand that your application is for proposed office and business and professional use?
yes,
Okay, and do you understand that you were refused because that use is prohibited in your RSA 5 zoning district?
yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. So you can share your documents and tell us what you're trying to do.
Yes, I'm trying to open the place for using it as a motor vehicle tag and title agency. And I just want to make it clear, I'm not doing any changes to the property or doing any construction. I'm not adding or changing structure on the building, or and I'm not putting a sign. The only change is I'm using the interior rooms as an office, as it shows on the floor plans.
Okay. Okay, why don't we proceed? We have all your documents. So if you would, could you go to photos and or plans for what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay?
You say, can you see my screen?
And that's when you, hold on 1 minute, you went to the zoning board and they voted in your favor, am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm just using the first floor for
Why don't you do me a favor, blow that up a little bit, make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, okay, all right, go ahead.
the first floor I'm using it as in just office. Second floor I'm not using. The basement I'm gonna use it as a storage for files and papers.
Mhm. And upstairs is second floor, your two, right? Is that what you have?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm not using the second floor.
You're only using the first floor?
Yes, first floor and the basement.
Who's on the second floor?
Nobody.
Okay. Not a problem, go ahead. So you're gonna only use the first and second floor?
Yes.
Thank you. First and basement, okay. Do you have photos?
For the inside, I just had a photo for the outside.
Oh,
The inside just need work and I did not fix anything.
right. So that's right there, that house there is where your office is?
Yes,
And so you'll be on the first floor doing title work
yes,
for a car dealer?
Yeah, I'm doing paper, most of it online. I'm just gonna be open for 3 days, 15 hours a week.
Wow. Well, okay. Yeah. So is the car lot yours too?
No,
You own the car lot?
no, I don't. I just own this one.
Yeah, okay. All right. All right, so the office is yours, right? On the
Yes.
first floor of that building. But I'm saying, are you associated with the car lot?
I'm doing paperwork for them.
Oh, you do their paperwork?
Yes.
All right, and you went in the business for yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Questions from the board?
Yes, are you the only employee in the business? And is there any
Yes.
plans to expand?
I know.
And then, as for your work, like how often do you have to meet with clients or deal with clients?
3 days a week. Most of my work is gonna be online.
Okay, so they're not there when they're not necessarily there with you.
No.
Okay, and then I know you said you're not using the third floor. Are you living on the third floor, or will it just be completely
No,
empty?
just close office.
Just office. Okay.
Any other questions?
Yes, so is the plan to put a sign there later on?
No sign.
No sign at all? Like
No
how will
sign.
people know that you're in business?
I already have existing with the dealership.
Oh, they'll send them to you.
Yes.
Okay, I got you. All right, thank you.
Other questions? Questions from our attorney?
Yeah, I just really want to clarify. So the use that you're looking for on the first floor in the basement is office dash business and professional, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you kind of said you've kind of changed what's happening on the second floor. Is it going to be empty? Is it going to be an office? Like,
It's just closed off. I'm planning to close the stairs and I'm not using the second floor. It's just the first floor and the basement.
okay.
I guess the question I have is how are you using the basement and what's the current condition of the basement?
Need to be fixed. I'm gonna use it to add shelves and for the paperworks and extra stuff for the office.
Okay, so like mostly store. You're gonna finish the basement though.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions from our attorney?
Just that if it's going to be granted, the proviso would be limited to the basement and first floor with regard to the use I said. That's all.
Questions or comments from the virtual audience?
I see no hands, Chair.
Planning Commission?
Nina Solomonic with the Planning Commission. The comprehensive plan recommends no change in zoning to the current RSA 5 residential single family. The proposed use should not cause any detrimental impact beyond what might be expected. The Planning Commission recommends the board grant the requested variances for businesses and professional use on the first floor and basement.
Okay. MI 2025 007171 219 West Roosevelt Boulevard. I vote yes with proviso. First floor and basement only.
Michael Johns, my vote is yes with proviso.
Cheryl Gaston, my vote is yes with proviso.
Tanetta Graham, my vote is yes with proviso.
Ryan McAdams, my vote is yes with proviso.
Taya Wynn, my vote is yes with proviso.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience whose case has not been called?
I see no hands, Chair.
خلاص